Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot. Please, if you could sit down and be as quiet as you can, that'll help our audio situation tremendously. Mark is going to kick off right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Passio.
I want to thank everyone personally for taking the time to be here today. I want to thank Art for doing such a great job setting up the venue. I want to thank his brother Chris for helping out as well. I want to thank Barb for helping out with the table in the back. We have some merchandise back there if you're interested during the day. And I want to thank Richard Grove and his whole team for coming out and filming the presentation today. I just want to go through a little bit of housekeeping before I get started and let people know about the format. I'll be speaking until 1 o'clock, and then we'll take a 1-hour lunch break from 1 to 2. There'll be a second session from 2 to 5 p.m. And then at 5 p.m. we'll be taking a second break, a dinner break from 5 to 6. And then we'll have a third session from 6 to about 8, which will hopefully include a question and answer session. Hopefully, if I stay on time with what I want to cover today. My seminar for today is called Demystifying the Occult. And what I really want to do here today is bring occult terminology, occult traditions, and occult symbology into practical application for people and help them understand what these sciences really are and how they're being used today in the world all around them. So before we begin, as I often do with many of my lectures, I want to give a few caveats or things that you should kind of look out for. The first thing here today, and I get this a lot with people who are new to my work. Let me just, before I even start this, ask how many people are completely new to my work here today by a show of hands? Okay, just a couple. Okay, so not many who are completely new. How many would you say are relatively new? You haven't looked at a lot of my material, but you've seen maybe a few YouTube videos. Okay, a decent bit. How many people would say that they're very familiar with my work to the point of having watched most of my videos or gone through most of my podcasts, if not all of them, by a show of hands? Great, so we have a lot of veterans with my material here today, so to speak. That's good. Well, there's this old saying in ancient philosophy and in occultism in general. It goes, there is nothing new under the sun. A lot of people don't know what this really means, It means that the truth has always been here, is always going to be here. It always has been here around us, whether we've noticed it or not. And what I'm presenting here today is nothing new. It's not any revolutionary, groundbreaking material. What it is it's pattern recognition. It's looking at information and presenting it in a tapestry so that it can be readily understood by people, okay, who have not been familiar with this material before. So all I could really do with this material, it's not like I'm inventing anything. I'm just presenting what's already there. All I can really do is present it in a personalized style, my own particular personalized style and aesthetics applied to it. That's all. But for people who are expecting, radically new material here, that's not the point of this. The point of this is to bring what's already going on around us in our world to people's attention so that they can understand it more easily. My presentation style has been described by some people as very intense. I consider that fair. I'm an intense person. The truth is intense, okay? Some people will say that I'm combative. And I don't deny that, too, because, like I said, the truth is combative by its very nature. The truth is at war with deception. The truth is at war with mind control. All right? The truth is at war with the forces of evil at work in our world. By that very nature, it's belligerent. It's a warlike force, truth, if it's wielded properly. If people get angered or upset by some of the comments that I make during the course of the presentation, fine, so be it. feel those emotions, let them run through you. But, I would say don't let those emotions, if they are, negative, or if they are emotions of anger for some of the things that I say, try not to let that color what you feel about the information that's being presented regarding whether it's true or not, okay? That's called emotional mind control, falling into that trap. And, that's something that people really need to look out for. I don't present the information that I present, or I didn't decide to become a public speaker because this is just information I'm interested in or because I like doing this, okay? I always have to laugh at people, especially in my personal life, who say, Mark, this is just stuff that you're interested in, okay? I tell them, you have to be out of your mind if you think, telling people about that the world is in a state of slavery and mind control is my personal interests. So I don't do this with my time because I want to be liked, because I want to be popular, because I want to make friends, or because I want to make money. I don't do it for any of those reasons. I don't really particularly want to do this with my time. I do it because I recognize that in a time of universal deceit and deception that we're living in, and universal ignorance that the public is in, that I have a moral obligation to bring this information to public awareness so that humanity can turn the situation around, if there's still time left to do so. That's why I do what I do. Two other things people should try to do to take full value away from this whole seminar, and that's set your perceptions aside of me as the presenter. Very difficult for some people to do. Some people watch a presentation, they focus on the presenter the whole time. The sound of their voice, the way they dress, their mannerisms, their inflections, okay? You want to try to focus on the information as much as possible, not me. I'm not the important thing here, the information is. And two, be consciously aware, as I've already said, of your own impulses to possibly reject information that I'm going to present here today based on initial emotional response or reaction to what I'm saying. It is a logical fallacy to gauge the veracity or truthfulness of any information based upon your emotions, how you feel when you first hear it. So you may be upset, you may be a little scared. You have to put those emotions aside and try to gauge the information rationally. It can be very difficult. It's a difficult process, and I recognize fully what I'm asking people to do by making that statement. Another little caveat, this seminar is a tapestry of information. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. It is meant to be taken in as a whole, connected together, okay, in its entirety. To gain the maximum value from this whole seminar, I highly recommend that you stay for the duration of the whole seminar. Otherwise, you will most likely not recognize the patterns inherent to this tapestry, and more likely than not, you'll have wasted your time and money. And I don't want to see that happen with anyone. I want you to take full value away for taking the time to be here today. The scope of the information that I'm presenting here today is so enormous that it could not possibly be conveyed in a time frame measured in multiple years. Probably it couldn't be conveyed in a time frame measured in multiple lifetimes. Okay? This is a lifelong study. You could not possibly present the entirety of occult information in one seminar. Okay? I couldn't teach that to someone. You couldn't make the claim I have the entirety of that information. Okay? Again, this is a lifelong study. It's a journey over one's lifetime. And I want people to fully recognize that this material is introductory and rudimentary. I'm not here to speak to lifelong occultists who are going super deep into occult information. I'm here to whet the appetite of beginners, to try to kind of spark them on their own personal journey of discovery regarding this information. And please recognize I'm also putting this information out there online to people. It's not just for those in the room. It's for people who may be 100% completely new to it, who are watching the seminar online. So that's really all the caveats I want to talk about before we get started. Now, my last presentation was called Streetwise Spirituality. What does it truly mean to be awake? I gave this back in May in St. Louis, Missouri. And it's about a 7-8 hour presentation, something like that. And in it, I presented a framework of 20 factors of what it means to really be awake. And they're all listed here. These were the main points of this seminar. I'm not going to read every one of them, but I just want to really say that what this presentation here today is it's kind of unpacking the number one factor that I presented in that seminar, Streetwise Spirituality. I said that the number one factor for what it really means to be awake, not this New Age hokum, New Age perception of what awakening means, but a very practical, feet on the ground, streetwise approach to spirituality. In that framework, what does it mean to be awake? My number one factor in my list of factors for what real awakening means was knowing about the occult and understanding that there are both light and dark aspects to it. When I really thought about all the factors that constituted awakening, and I structured that into a presentation, this was my very, very, very first factor, okay, after I looked at all 20. Because I realized that the thing that people who I consider unconscious or asleep do share in common, almost universally, is that those individuals know nothing about the occult at all. Zero. Zero. You know, the people that I consider not awake, the people that I consider still being manipulated, still operating at a largely unconscious level, all of them share that same factor in common. They don't know about the occult at all. Whether they be people who think it's just a political problem that can be solved by voting or just electing the right person into office, whether it's people who think it's just a financial problem and we just have to reel in the big banks and the Federal Reserve, you know, whether, you name the factor that they blame externally on the conditions that are present for humanity. They leave consciousness at the door. They don't talk about that as an issue. And again, universally, they have no knowledge of the occult. So that's kind of who I really am directing this presentation toward here today, is the people who don't have a frame of reference based in knowledge about what the occult is and the knowledge that it contains, which is what we're going to be talking about here today. So my first section is called, What is the Occult? I'll actually be presenting this information in three basic, is it three? It's four basic components. It's four basic sections to this seminar. The first is, what is the occult? It's a general overview of occultism and what it is, the knowledge that it contains. The second section of the presentation will be occult traditions, and I'll be breaking down in a very rudimentary way, because time doesn't allow to go into any depth, several different occult traditions. The third section of the presentation, I'll be breaking down many different occult symbols, some of the more prevalent symbols involved in occult symbology. And then in the last section, more likely than not at the end of the dinner break that we'll be taking, I'll be doing a case study in occult symbolism by presenting some of the very deep, spiritually significant symbolism in the major arcana of the tarot deck. And that'll be the last part of the presentation. So the first section, again, is what is the occult and why should you know about it? Why is it so important to know what the occult really is? People have different ideas of what is meant by the word occult. You say this to some people and they immediately think of an image like this, a conjuration of a demon, okay? And I'm not going to tell you that there aren't specific occult practices that may, involve something like this, or people believe, that this can be done or attempt to do it or possibly even do it. But, this is like more of a Hollywood variant, a Hollywood conception of what people think of as going on in the occult. You think of, those rebellious teenagers out in the woods with the black robes, with a bonfire lit, sacrificing some animals, okay? This is a very limited perception of what the occult is, and it's often a wildly off perception of what it is and what it contains. The occult is so much more than that, and it's so much more significant than practices like this, which I would consider mystical practices. And I'm going to talk about mystical practices versus actual occultism, the study of the occult information. All right? So the first thing, before we get into a working definition or a practical definition of occult information or occultism, let's look at the word occult itself. For people who are familiar with my work, this is nothing new. The word occult is derived from the Latin adjective occultus. Occultus in Latin means hidden from sight, not easily seen. The word occultus in Latin, the adjective in Latin, comes from the Latin verb occultare. Occultare means to hide, to conceal, or to keep secret. And both of those words in Latin are in turn derived from the Latin noun oculus. Oculus means eye. So ultimately, occult information is that which is related to vision, to what one is capable of seeing or not capable of seeing. It is hidden information. It is information that is veiled. It is information that is not readily seen by most people. Okay, like an iceberg floating in icy waters. You know, the biggest part of the iceberg is often below the surface. You have to penetrate the surface to get at the bulk of the material. And that's the same with occultism. You know, the truth is hidden from view. It's veiled from sight. And you have to penetrate into the depths. You know, you can't just wade in the shallow waters to get this information and to understand it deeply. You have to go into the deep waters to understand it. And that involves going deeply into the self, you know, because that's what ultimately the occult is about. The occult is knowledge. Okay, let's get that straight from Jump Street, okay? We're talking about knowledge here, hidden information. And it's knowledge that is held very tightly by a few people on earth. It's not widely known. Okay? It's structured knowledge in many cases by different traditions. Okay? It is hierarchically organized in many different traditions. It is compartmentalized by some who want the people who are adherents of this information at lower levels, you know, they don't want them to understand the entire tapestry for many different reasons. Okay, so compartmentalization and hierarchy play a role in different occult organizations. When it comes to the structuring of this information, you have to look at it like that hierarchical and compartmentalized pyramid structure pictured there. You know, the bottom levels represent the people who have the least amount of knowledge, and the least amount of knowledge about how all of that information fits together in a tapestry. As you go higher up in the, you know, hierarchical structure, there's fewer and fewer people, but the knowledge becomes concentrated. It operates at a higher level, and they see how it's all connected together. And those people want to keep their position in that structure. Because again, a differential in knowledge is a differential in power. If you keep people ignorant of what you know and how it all fits together and how it all interoperates and correlates with all of the other information in that data set, in that body of knowledge, then you're in a position to completely manipulate those below you. And this is how much of the occult works, particularly dark occultism, which we'll be talking about. The key point to keep in mind here is that the occult is hidden knowledge. And that's all it means. Okay? It doesn't mean bad, it doesn't mean evil, it doesn't mean negative, it doesn't mean Satanism, voodoo, or any other specific occult practices. The occult is a generalized terminology for hidden knowledge, for knowledge which has been hidden from people's view. So hey, could that include sciences that people don't really understand? You know, about how energy works in the universe, you know, how we could gain energy from, you know, different methodologies other than internal combustion engines or burning fuel or, you know, things like that. Sure, it contains that. What about knowledge of, you know, different kinds of propulsion systems that people see when they see UFO sightings? Are we talking about the occult there? Are we talking about the occult when we talk about ghost sightings and, you know, possible other dimensions of being? It's all contained in there. All of those things are occult knowledge. You know, it's not just one thing. It's hidden knowledge that is hidden for a specific reason, and that's to create a power differential. between people who understand it and those who don't. When we get into talking about occultism, we have to understand the difference between these two terms, exoteric and esoteric. Exoteric means something that is intended for or likely to be understood by the general public. Okay, it's common knowledge, exoteric knowledge or exoteric wisdom. All right, it's current or popular among the general public. The general public is comfortable with it. Okay? The word exoteric comes from the Greek adjective exoterikos. Exoterikos in Greek means external or outside of. So you're not in the inner circle if you're in the exoteric realm. This is the realm of knowledge that is taught to the general population because they don't want people getting at the bullseye. Okay, you look at this as a dartboard or something to that effect, you know. The core of truth lies at the very center, at the bullseye. That's what we ultimately want to get to if we're going to transform ourselves and transform our society for the better. The exoteric realm is that which is fed to the great hordes of unwashed masses. You know, simple explanations, unidimensional worldviews and explanations for things. And when we penetrate that, next layer, we get into the occult traditions, the esoteric sciences that get us closer to the very core, to the heart of truth. The esoteric is information which is intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with specialized knowledge or interest. Okay? It requires desire for it. You have to want it. You have to be interested enough to want it. You have to care enough to want to take it in. The esoteric is that which is hidden or occulted. It is mysterious. It is beyond the range of ordinary knowledge, experience, or perception. It is that which is communicated only to the initiated. The initiated means those who have begun. Okay, I tell people about my former involvement in the dark occult. And these dark occultists called the average human being, one of the very strange terms that they called the average person is the unbegun, which I didn't even understand what it meant when they said it to me repeatedly. The higher knowledgeable people in the dark occult would use this term, not the lower down minions. Okay? It was something that was used by people who directed a lot of these occult groups that I was involved in, these dark occult organizations. And, again, I didn't understand what they meant by that until long after I had completely, ceased my involvement with those groups. The unbegun. It means those who have not started at all. They're still at a zero level of knowledge when it comes to occult information. So what this whole seminar constitutes is a process of initiation. It is helping people to get started, to begin. And that's why my first section was before we begin. It's prior to the initiation process. And then delving into the occult for the first time is a process of initiation. And I ask people all the time, where do you see researchers who are presenting simplified, rudimentary information about occultism in general? You could see people who break down occult symbolism and talk about the occult in general, but where do you see people really talking about what occult information is, what it contains, why it's important to understand, and break it down in a simple and practical way? It's a very rare thing. There's very few people who are willing to come forward and do that for whatever their reasons are for wanting to maintain their secrecy. But to go back to this, the esoteric realm, that word esoteric comes from the Greek adjective esoterikos, which means within or on the inside of. Okay? So that's what we're really talking about. We're in the inner circle now when we penetrate that veil of the exoteric explanations, and we're getting closer to the hardcore information, closer to that core of truth that we really want to be at. How is occultism different from mysticism? People will often think that these two things are completely the same and the terms can be used interchangeably. But I would say mysticism is a lower level of knowledge or experience or practice than true occultism, than a person who truly understands the occult. Mysticism as a term is derived from the Greek verb muo, the first part of mystic or mysticism. The verb muo in Greek means to conceal, similar to the Latin occultare. Mysticism is a loosely defined set of practices, beliefs, traditions, and experiences aimed at human transformation, evolution, and union with the divine. Most forms of mysticism, especially those practiced in modern times, constitute what I would definitely consider an exoteric pathway, which often de-emphasizes knowledge and places large emphasis on emotion, intuition, internal experiences, faith, and perception, much like religion does. This is the main way that mysticism differs from occultism, which conversely comprises a set of esoteric traditions focused on objective knowledge of natural law and the alignment of thought, emotion, and action, resulting in true intelligence, true care, and true will being born within the individual. Okay? We're talking about the actual awakening of the aspects of consciousness and aligning them all in harmony with each other. This is the goal of true occultism. All right? It is the alignment of intelligence, holistic intelligence, okay? Logical and intuitive combined. True care, the desire for truth, okay? Not just everyday mundane cares, okay? Care with a capital C, as I call it. And true will, alignment with the will of creation, alignment with the force that expands consciousness, which is love, energy, alignment with freedom, and aligning our behaviors to putting our behaviors into practical action toward true freedom. That's the true will. This is what the goals of real occultism are. Whereas mysticism often serves the self. Mystics, get into things like just meditative practices because they want to be more productive. They get into fortune telling, because they want to provide services to other people, perhaps for, monetary value. All kinds of different motivations drive mystical thought. People wanting simply to gain a leg up over their fellow man by certain knowledge or practices, okay? Or just improve upon themselves. The occult encompasses a lot more than that, because real, positive, true, light occultism has, again, a deep, objective knowledge of natural law principles at its foundation, and the alignment of the aspects of consciousness as its goal, okay? So that's how I would define the difference between these sets of practices. I would say that mysticism is an exoteric religion. It's like religious practices or beliefs, whereas occultism is a body of science. It's a body of objective knowledge that represents esoteric sciences. Okay, I hope that makes the difference clear in most people's minds. Going back to what the occult actually is, I'd like to read a quote by the occultist and Freemason C.W. Leadbeater from 1913. He said, "How shall we define occultism?" And this is his definition, which I think is a pretty good one. The word is derived from the Latin occultus, meaning hidden, so that it is the study of the hidden laws of nature. Since all the great laws of nature are in fact working in the invisible world far more than in the visible world, occultism involves the acceptance of a much wider view of nature than that which is ordinarily taken. The occultist, then, is a man or woman who studies all the laws of nature that he or she can reach or of which he or she can hear. And as a result of his or her study, she identifies him herself with the laws and with these laws of nature and devotes their life to the service of human evolution. That is what occultism is. It's understanding the laws of nature and our connection to them, the self's connection to them. Okay? And as a result, we are aligning all of our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions toward the goal of the evolution not only of our individuated self, but the evolution of all beings. Okay? That's the goal of the occult and occultism in general. So this is my personal working definition of the occult. When I use the word the occult, this is what I mean by it, when I use the phrase the occult. The occult is a body of science which is not widely known to the general population, consisting of hidden knowledge about the workings of the human psyche and the laws of nature, both the seen laws, meaning the physical laws, the physical sciences, and the unseen laws, meaning the spiritual laws, the laws that govern morality, the laws that govern behavioral consequence. Okay? That is my working definition of what the occult and occultism is in general. And I think it's a pretty simple, practical working definition. So when we're talking about hidden knowledge or occulted knowledge, what knowledge does occultism hide? What kind of knowledge are we actually talking about? Occultism comprises and quote-unquote hides two bodies of knowledge. Now, I put hides in quotes because I just want to make a point here. We can't even look at it such that dark occultists, which I'm going to explain their motivations in a future slide, we can't look at it as the beings who want to keep this information back from people actually try to eradicate it and keep it out of people's hands. That's really not what they do, particularly in the modern world. Their main method of manipulation is dissuasion. They try to dissuade people from looking into these bodies of knowledge by telling them there's nothing to see here, move along. Okay, back to bed, nothing to see here, folks. That's not important, or that's not practical, that can't be used in your everyday life. It's of no benefit to you personally, practically in your life to learn about that. Okay? Or it's some quaint religious belief that has no bearing on anything, that was just made up by people a long time ago, and it's all nonsense. You know, that's the main method of dissuasion that is employed. Okay? And most people fall for it. Most people just, think there's nothing to any of this. I don't need to know about it. That's one of the heights of ignorance is the phrase, I don't need to know about that. Okay? Now, just think about that statement right there. The highest height of ignorance is, the pinnacle of all ignorance is, I don't want to know about that. I don't care to know about that. But the people who think they have it figured out say, that's not something I need to know about. What do I need to look into that for? And that's how you know they're gotten. They're already owned. Lock, stock, and barrel. And most people are in that position because they think, all of this is just hokum. All of this is just religion. I tried to explain to somebody who's very concerned about the political degradation and the political process and the direction America and the world in general is headed, politically and financially. And I tried to explain, what really drives this underneath is the occult. Religion drives this. Religious beliefs by the people involved in dark occultism and their religious belief systems is ultimately what's driving the slavery system on earth. And he says to me, I don't need to know anything about that. I don't want to know anything about that. I said, oh, really? That's something you don't need to learn, you don't need to know about. He said, yeah, that's right, because I don't believe in any of that stuff. And I said, you're gotten. Right to him. They already have you. And you don't even understand. Because he said, that's somebody else's belief. How does that affect me? As if somebody else's beliefs can't affect us. And we're immune to what other people believe. Because particularly religious zealots and people who have very deep-seated belief systems based on faith and religion, right? they don't take action in the world based on those religious beliefs, do they? Never. They never do. And those actions would never affect anybody else living in the world. You're completely insulated from those behaviors. You know, it's a child's view. You know, at some point with someone like that, I have to set it down and say, you think you're fine? Well, then go be fine. You know, at that point, because that's a deep, hardcore level of ignorance to be in. Again, that's not really surpassed by much of anything in the way of ignorance, which is something we're going to talk about, the different kinds of ignorance. But to go back to what knowledge occultism actually is comprised of, the bodies of knowledge, the two main bodies of knowledge are knowledge of the self and knowledge of the laws of nature. That's basically it. The knowledge of the self, the knowledge of the human psyche and how the psyche operates, its components, its aspects, its motivations, its desires, etc. You know, what drives us? What's going on at a subconscious level? What's going on at the unseen level? You know, in the recesses of the human psyche, in the psychological realms. This is what is known as the minor knowledge of the occult. The minor arcana. Arcana is a Greek word that means knowledge. Okay? I have a Latin word that means knowledge. I tell people don't look at this because it's called the minor arcana or the lesser arcana as meaning of lesser importance. That is not what it means. It's just distinguishing it from that which is larger in scope as far as the kind of systems that it actually affects or that it governs. Okay, so you want to look at the part there on the left as this is the small scope of things, the scope of things operating at the individual level, at the individuated domain of the individual self. And then on the right-hand side here, you want to look at the major or greater arcana as simply being that which deals with the macrocosmic world, the world of large things, large systems of nature. Okay? The physical laws that, you know, deal with dynamics and motion and gravity, etc. You know, all of the physical dynamics, electromagnetism, etc. But then the major or greater arcana, the world of macrocosmic knowledge, also includes the knowledge of what I call natural law, the moral laws that govern the consequences of behavior of beings that have the capacity for holistic intelligence, or in other words, universal moral law, the laws that govern consciousness. These are the two bodies of knowledge that comprise all occult knowledge. And I ask people when I explain to them the two bodies of knowledge, what is not contained within these two groups? What knowledge that is of any significance, except, you know, the football and baseball stats, okay, is of any significance in the realm of human life? I would say if you control these two bodies of knowledge and you're trying to dissuade people from looking into them, then you have people manipulated from the get-go. You know, they don't have a chance if they don't understand these things. And it's the same thing like in the ancient priest classes that wanted to control the population. The priest king would go up to the top of the pyramid and tell people, hey, the great sky beast is getting ready to eat the sun, and it was an eclipse. You know, it was a solar eclipse. And he's going to eat the earth next if you don't bow down and give me total power. You know, and if you accept me as the intermediary between the gods and yourself, then, you know, in a few minutes the sun will come back and, you know, life will continue on earth. And it worked beautifully because these people had no knowledge of the macroscopic laws of nature. They didn't understand the physical sciences and astronomy in particular back then. You know, they didn't understand how that motion worked and how that phenomenon worked. So that's how a differential in power can be created when you have a differential in knowledge present. A major point to keep in mind, and this is something people constantly take a unidimensional viewpoint regarding. So many people want to say, oh, all the occult is bad. It's knowledge, folks. It's not something that is universally good or universally evil. It's knowledge and what we do with it. That's it. It's a tool. It's a tool set. Would you say astronomy is good or evil? Would you say mathematics is good or evil? Would you say biology is good or evil? It's knowledge. That's all the occult is. It's knowledge. The consciousness of the wielder of that knowledge determine whether it's used for good or evil. So if I'm trying to create genetically engineered food products so I could sell people poison to undermine their health, just so I could make more money because I could grow more crops on less land, I'd say that's a pretty dastardly use of science, in my opinion, in my worldview. But science of biology and genetics is just knowledge. What we then do with them determines whether it's good or bad. The same for the occult, and that's how we have to look at it. The occult is a double-edged blade, however. There is, again, a light side to it and a dark side to it. And it's all dependent on how that knowledge is used. So the knowledge contained within the occult sciences can be used for good, which I consider the uplift of consciousness, or it can be used for evil, the manipulation of consciousness, the control of people, and ultimately putting people into bondage and slavery. To clearly distinguish between these different usages of occult knowledge, I refer to occult knowledge that is employed toward the expansion of human consciousness and morality as light occultism or magic. Now, some people won't make this distinction. They'll say it's all one body of information. I'm going to just group it all in. And it's a very dangerous proposition because those people, again, take a very unidimensional approach, and they usually take the approach it's all bad, and therefore none of it should be looked into. Religious people take this approach. It's why they don't understand the occult. Many New Agers take this approach. They say, if it's not pure spiritualism or pure spiritual mysticism, then I don't want anything to do with it. I consider that's dark stuff or sorcery. It's a very unidimensional and naive and childish view of this body of science. Okay? So that's what I call light occultism. When you use this hidden knowledge toward the uplift of humanity, toward the expansion of consciousness and the expansion of morality. So the other way of using it is for manipulation, control, and the suppression of consciousness. And if this knowledge is used in that methodology, then I refer to it as dark occultism or sorcery, is a perfectly acceptable term for it. Thus, the practitioners of light occultism could be referred to as light occultists, magicians, magi, light builders, or light workers. All terms that I feel could be used interchangeably as long as we're looking at it within the context of occult knowledge as I have defined it in my working definition. And you could look at the practitioners of dark occultism as dark occultists, sorcerers, dark builders, or dark workers, all terms that I feel are perfectly acceptable and interchangeable with each other. So why has such knowledge been hidden from humanity? Well, we'll look at why each set of occultists hide this information. Okay, first let's look at why dark occultists hide it. Then at a later point we'll look at why even light occultists sometimes conceal this knowledge. Dark occultists have deliberately hidden occult knowledge in order to create and maintain a power differential between those who hold such knowledge and those who are ignorant of it. We've already been talking about that. And through this mechanism, all power ultimately flows to them because knowledge applied is power in the world. Knowledge is not itself power, it is the potential for power. When you apply knowledge, then you can gain power. If you don't have it, you're completely disempowered from the very beginning. Dark occultists work through fear and manipulation to bring about compliance with their own selfish will. That's what I would consider the dark arts in general. I would consider sorcery the act of applying knowledge in order to bring about manipulation in other people so that they comply with your selfish will, what you want for you only, not for the uplift of all. Dark occultists' work is always done in secrecy. They don't want to do their works in the light of day where everyone can know what they're doing. They're constantly contravening the freedom and prosperity of all but themselves, of course. That's the out-of-control ego run amok, the pure left brain, modality of consciousness, without the balance of the sacred feminine, compassionate, creative right brain. I consider this pyramidal, hierarchical, and compartmentalized structure the occult structure of our entire world. Dark occultists have completely infiltrated and permeated all institutional walks of life on Earth. This is a topic I constantly talk about in my work, on my radio show, my podcast series, and in the interviews that I do. It's so important for people to understand this is who's really running the show here on Earth. It's not just the international bankers. It is them, but they're dark occultists at the highest levels. The people involved in the political think tanks are dark occultists at the highest levels. The people involved in, corporatism and business at the very highest levels use these sciences and this knowledge. The high-level religionists in all religion, all ostensible religions, guaranteed they have this knowledge at the highest levels and they're using it for dark purposes. People want to think, oh, that's not happening in my religion. That's going on in all the other religions, but mine is completely pure and free of any wrongdoing. Yeah. Through their manipulation of these institutions, dark occultists currently hold the overall mindset of the human population in a general state of unconsciousness, thus holding humanity in a state of slavery. They have the hordes of humanity in thrall. Okay? They are completely at their mercy at this point because of the amount of knowledge that they lack. Not only regarding what the occult is in general, but regarding the multifaceted array of mind control methodologies that are being used against them on a daily basis, that they're being barraged with. And until we level that playing field through knowledge, don't expect it to change. The two states that dark occultism wants to hold the overall population is what I call the mental schism and the worldview schism. Okay, they want to hold people in a state of chronic, imbalanced thought. And then they want to hold people in a chronically imbalanced overall worldview regarding human nature and life in general. If they can keep people in those modes of consciousness, they can keep their control over their behavior because they have control over their mind as a result. So the mental schism works through mind control methods, all the multifaceted soft mind control techniques that I covered over the course of about a year and a half on my radio shows. And in general, how it works is keeping people chronically imbalanced toward one type of consciousness or another, one type of brain activity or another. Either the masculine left brain modality of consciousness or the feminine right brain modality of consciousness, but never actually holistically bringing them both together in a state of balance. They want it in a chronic state of imbalance, such that most people are either always left brain or always right brained. If the left brain, the masculine component of the brain, the intellect, depicted here by the upward pointing triangle, which is an ancient archetypal symbol known as the blade, representing masculine energy, a rudimentary phallic symbol archetypally. If that part of the brain, that left hemisphere, is chronically dominant in an individual, the following states can manifest within that individual: rigid skepticism or scientism, atheism, and by atheism I simply mean the belief that there is no higher power than mankind, than humanity, that we're the pinnacle, we're the highest force in nature. Nothing ultimately governs humanity except the laws that we arbitrarily make up in this farce called government. Okay? So it can create rigid skepticism, scientism, atheism, solipsism, the notion that there is no such thing as actual objective truth that can truly be known. Social Darwinism, moral relativism. Moral relativism is the belief that there's no such thing as right and wrong objectively, that these are just arbitrarily chosen concepts and man gets to make up what's right or make up what's wrong. Social Darwinism, the idea that, since man is the highest pinnacle of mind, the highest animal in nature, that those who are somehow gifted with better genetics and a higher intellect should somehow rule over those who they consider beneath them or at some kind of a lower caste than them. And society naturally should be structured like that, with an elite class ruling over a class of slaves, basically. Eugenics, the notion that certain people's gene sets should propagate themselves, be allowed to propagate, and they should control what gene pools should be allowed to propagate. As the intellectual and genetic elite, then they want to control who gets to breed and who does not get to breed. Essentially, who lives and who dies. Authoritarianism, of course, this belief in authority, this illusion that some people are masters and others are slaves, and the masters get to issue commands and the slaves have some sort of a inherent moral obligation to obey these commands. It's what I call master think, ultimately. And, that's why they want to create this schism. It's a divide and conquer strategy. It's a very structured arch, you could look at it, where these two forces, combine and lean against each other. Left brain imbalance leans against right brain imbalance, creating a very rigid structure which is difficult to disassemble and take down because these forces play on each other. Right brain imbalance or feminine imbalance, the right hemisphere of the brain, which governs creativity, intuition, compassion, nurturing, etc. If that part of the brain that is depicted here by the symbol, the inverted equilateral triangle, which again is an ancient archetypal symbol known as the chalice because it is a rudimentary womb. If that part of the brain is imbalanced, or chronically dominant, I should say, these following states result: naivete, blind belief, religious extremism, total belief, total faith, not actually checking anything, not looking into things for oneself, taking other people's word on it. Solipsism, again, the belief that there's no such thing as truth. Both forms of mental imbalance can create that state. Moral relativism. You see so much moral relativism in the New Age movement. You think moral relativism is the exclusive domain of left brain imbalance. Think again, because people in the New Age movement are super right brain imbalanced in many cases, and you'll hear many of them saying there's no such thing as right and wrong. Those are religious concepts. I don't believe in those. So a right brain state of imbalance can lead to the belief that there's no such thing as objective right and wrong as well. Feelings of unworthiness, feelings of self-loathing, falling into patterns of following other people's orders, because hey, if you're naive, if you blindly believe, and you don't really believe there's such a thing as absolute objective truth, then I'm going to take somebody else's word for it. And if they say this is what's right to do, then I'm just going to go along, follow their orders. So many people are in that extremely imbalanced, dangerous state of mind. And I call this all of this imbalanced thought slave think in general. And that's what the dark occult overlords right now at our time in history, that's what they want. They want these two states. They just want them operating all over society. They don't want anybody in a state of balance bridging these two modalities of consciousness and bringing them together. They want people in one state of imbalance or the other, so that those dynamics of master think and slave think continually play off against each other. The second imbalanced mind state that dark occultism wants to maintain. Again, what I'm talking about here is their great work. Okay, the dark occultists' great work. We're talking about what their goal is. What are they trying to constantly maintain in humanity? And they're doing a very effective job of it. They are successful because they operate on the same page for the same goal, like one huge mind. They call it a mastermind. They focus their energy on that intent. They carry it out in the world through their methodologies. They get it done. That's why we're so scattered. We can't come together with that same mastermind focus, that coming together and operating on the same page because we share collective common knowledge. That's what they're doing. They have this knowledge and they use it for dark purposes, all on the same page, all focused, all together for the same goal. And these two things are their goal, the mental schism and the worldview schism. The worldview schism is this notion that the world is either completely random or completely determined. They want these two schisms of worldview present because they don't want people to understand the balance that is the actual truth, that there is components within nature of both of these views of reality, but they operate in conjunction with each other, not in a state of imbalance. They operate in a state of true balance with each other. I'll explain that in a moment. Let's look at the states of imbalance that the dark occult wants to maintain. The notion or worldview of randomness is a very left-brain imbalanced worldview. It contains notions such as the universe is a grand accident. Okay? Everything just is accidental that has happened. There's no purpose. There's no underlying purpose for anything. We're living in a random, accidental realm that happened for no true reason or purpose. They believe that people who subscribe to the randomness worldview believe there's no creator, and therefore there is no underlying intelligence in nature. You know, everything is reductionist and a dead thing. You know, the cell is dead. There's no such thing as consciousness. The earth is dead. The solar system's dead. The sun is just a big ball of, hydrogen and helium having a sustained fusion reaction. But it's a dead thing. Randomness worldview often postulates that there's no such thing as spiritual or moral or natural law. Because, hey, if the universe is a dead thing, came into reality for no real purpose, it's a purposeless clockwork mechanism operating only by matter, okay, then, you know, there can't be any such thing as actual morality and laws that govern our decisions, whether our decisions are based in right or wrong. The belief that existence has no purpose other than to continue to exist. Survival mentality, pure survival mentality. Nothing wrong with the concept of preparedness or survival, especially in the kind of times we're living in today. But to believe that existence itself exists for no other reason than to survive is very left-brain imbalanced. And randomness is the general hallmarks of scientism, atheism, and just about every totalitarian culture that has ever existed on this planet. Conversely, the deterministic worldview holds notions such as God controls every event in creation. This is a very right-brain imbalanced worldview. You know, everything is preordained. You know, free will doesn't even enter into the picture. It's an illusion. It doesn't really exist. I hear so many New Agers constantly say, there's no such thing as free will is an illusion. At an ultimate level, it's an illusion. Very, very dangerous proposition, very dangerous belief that we don't have free will. That starts to excuse people for immoral behavior. Determinism often postulates, hey, since the whole universe is controlled, and it's like a clockwork mechanism, but it's run by God, why bother trying to create any change? Change is impossible. It's already set in stone. Action, therefore, becomes ultimately meaningless. Why do anything? I tell religionists who think like this, why do you get out of bed in the morning? Why bother doing anything? Why say a word to another human being? Why eat? Why breathe? Why not just lay in a supine position in the corner somewhere and wait to expire from malnutrition and dehydration and then go back to dust? But, many people, they actually say that this is what they believe. It's a big hallmark of salvationist religiosity, that action is meaningless. Only faith is what's required, something that I'm vehemently opposed to. And the New Age takes this in, too. They convert it in their own imbalanced way, that, we're here just to observe, don't get involved in anything, just observe it, watch it, be the observer. Life's not a movie playing on a screen in front of your eyes, folks. You're active participants, whether you realize that or not. Again, this right brain imbalance and this whole worldview of determinism is the hallmark of religious extremism and what I call slave think. The truth lies, as it always does, in the balance point, in the synthesis, in the coming together between extremes in many cases. And that is often extreme in itself because so few people are in that balance point, truly. The truth is that the actual way that the universe operates is through two overarching mechanisms, a deterministic component to creation and a randomness component to creation. The deterministic component is natural law, which I delved into in the seminar in Connecticut last year. And again, that's the work that I highly recommend people to deeply, deeply know. For people who haven't, who've only touched on some of my work and, may not be familiar with my natural law material, it is the most important work that I've put forward, and I highly recommend to people to watch my natural law seminar in its entirety, multiple times if you have to drive the information home. So natural law is the deterministic component of creation. The moral laws that govern the consequences of our behavioral decisions, those laws themselves are set in stone and cannot be changed. They are the deterministic component to nature. And then there is a free will component to nature, which beings with the capacity for holistic intelligence have been gifted with by creation itself. That is the force of free will. That's why that can never be dismissed. And it works in tandem with the laws of nature to bring us the results of our choices into our experience so that we can learn and grow from those choices and those experiences. This is the worldview that the dark occult wants to keep people from, which is why I embodied it by the all-seeing eye. That's a big part of enlightenment, what real enlightenment is about. And I talk about that as well in my Streetwise Spirituality seminar. Another thing that dark occultists want to prevent people from understanding is how our reality is actually built. How we together in the aggregate, in aggregate numbers, meaning collectively as a species, co-create our reality that we are experiencing on the earth together as a people. You hear this notion in the New Age movement, the law of attraction. That a lot of the New Age people want people to believe We're individually creating our reality all by ourselves. Mark Passio does not create Mark Passio's reality entirely what I experience by myself, by how I think. Other people are involved in that process. It's a co-creative process. Okay? Because if someone randomly does something violent to me, I did not create that experience. This is a total misunderstanding of the law of attraction, how the law of attraction works. All right, free will is involved. I can do something completely random. So can other people, because they have the capacity for free will behavior. So we're not creating our reality individually, at an individuated level. Based upon the knowledge that we take in, based upon our understanding of that knowledge, and then based upon what we do in our behaviors with that knowledge, in the aggregate numbers, determines how a society is creating its reality for itself. It happens on a societal scale. So dark occultists know how this principle operates. And that's why there's the level they always want to control reality from. That's the level of reality that if you're a dark occultist, that you want to get to, that you want to poison the stream of, that you want to limit access to, that you want to dissuade people from looking into. It's the knowledge itself. What I'm going to build here in this slide is actually the trivium. It's the ancient trivium methodology of truth discovery, which I also broke down in my natural law seminar. It's called knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. In the modern trivium, it's referred to as grammar, logic, and rhetoric. There's also what I call a computer analogy model of the trivium, which is input, processing, and output. But they're all ultimately the same thing. So this is the grammar or input step of the trivium method. It's taking in all the seemingly disparate pieces of information that are out there. You're gathering your grammar, you're gathering your different pieces of your vocabulary. Available information constitutes potential knowledge that we can gather, that we can process, that we can come to understand, and then that we can act upon. If we don't do that, we have ignorance. We haven't even looked at it. So the opposite of knowledge is total ignorance. You haven't even begun looking into it. The second level of how our reality is built is it's built atop knowledge. On top of that knowledge as a foundation, you either have a grasp or an understanding of those principles or you do not. So you either learn what that knowledge means and how it works, or you don't have a deep understanding of that. So these are decision-making, filtering processes. This is the logic step of the trivium, or in the computing analogy model, this would be the processing step. These processes take place in the human mind and are chosen by each individual based upon the available information that they have taken in. So if you haven't done your grammar, or you haven't aggregated your knowledge in step number 1 of this process, you can't possibly do the processing and come to an understanding of it. That's why so many people have no understanding of the principles of the occult sciences, because they haven't even started beginning to learn what the occult is or what it contains. So you can't possibly arrive at an understanding of how the universe works if you haven't gathered that knowledge. Then the third step in this process is acting, actually taking action based upon your understanding. Each individual in a society, each individual's behavior is based upon the quality of their decision-making processes that they exercise in step number 2, which in turn were based on the quality of the available information which they took in. Now again, notice, wisdom is action. It's different than knowledge. It's different than understanding. All right? Knowledge is something that exists inherently, and you can take it in objectively. Understanding is an internal process that goes on within the self, based upon the knowledge that you've taken in and processed. And then wisdom is action. It's what you do in the world with the knowledge that you have accrued and understood. So again, I put here, or lack thereof, in every one of these blocks. The lack of knowledge is ignorance. The lack of understanding is confusion. And the lack of wisdom is folly. So one more level above that is what we get, based upon what we've done. What is manifested? What is generated? What do we experience? The manifested reality. It's the quality of the conditions that we experience. And the quality of the condition which manifests collectively in our society, in any society, is based upon the aggregate quality of behavior within that society. So again, it's a stepwise progression. What we've taken in, what we've come to understand, how we behave, what we get. I tell people this is the most powerful slide in all my work. If you understand one slide, deeply, deeply understand this process. Because this is what the dark occultists do not want people to understand. That's the real law of attraction, folks. Not the New Age variant of it. Not the New Age hokum mysticism. I want to sell 1 million billion books telling people what they want to hear, law of attraction. Okay? This is how the universe actually works inherently. And it describes not only how it works, but our relationship to that process. And this is what they don't want you to know. That's the most deeply hidden information. Because natural law is contained within that. Because as the aggregate quality of behavior is immoral, slavery is the manifestation. That's why we're at where we are at. Because so many people aren't truly moral individuals. They don't really deeply know the difference between right and wrong behavior and choose the right over the wrong. So, as long as they can keep that back from the bulk of humanity, from deeply understanding, they're always going to be in control. Until this becomes common knowledge of how the universe really works and how our experience is really generated. And we understand as in the aggregate we become more and more moral of a civilization, then our civilization becomes more free as we become more moral. When we understand how those governing dynamics bring to us the overall quality of our aggregate experience, that's when we're making progress as a species. That's when we're breaking out of mind control. And that's when we're countering the dark occultists' great work. Now, why do light occultists hide occult knowledge? Because they do. Light occultists also hide occult knowledge. Light occultists have hidden occult knowledge in order to prevent its complete eradication during exceeding draconian times. And at other times, they have hidden that knowledge to prevent it from falling into the hands of would-be dark occultists. In other words, those who knew of the empowerment that could be gained from such knowledge, but who wanted to use it for immoral purposes or for purposes of manipulation and control. Occasionally, at times in history, those who consider themselves or others have considered light occultists have sequestered certain occult knowledge for these purposes. And again, if it's strictly for those purposes, I would not fully condemn that. However, at certain stages in history, like the one we're in now, where this information could be brought forward without immediately being, burned at the stake or something like that, or tortured in a horrific way, I do not agree with hiding it even for these purposes. Could there be a would-be dark occultist in this audience? Yes, possibly. I gave a lecture one time at a food market in Philadelphia, and there were some teenage children around the age of 17 or 18 in the audience who wanted to know all about the occult symbolism that I was going to talk about, because they actually wanted to use it for manipulative purposes. They wanted to learn about the archetypal ways that symbolism could be used. And somebody who knew them told me that was why they came. And I said, hey, let them understand it, because if everybody understands it, the playing field is leveled. Then nobody can use it for those dark purposes because you're empowered by knowledge. And if you see how they're using it, you say, oh, I know how that's being used. That's not going to have an effect on me. It's like gun ownership. It's the same thing. I want everybody to own guns, because the only way you're ever going to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. You know, as long as guns exist in the natural world, that's the reality of the situation, whether anybody likes it or not. Get as offended about it as you want. You know, so it levels the playing field. When you want to take something away from one group of people and only have it in the hands of the other group of people, there's a huge imbalance in power. So I'm for egalitarianism when it comes to natural rights and when it comes to the dissemination of knowledge. Everybody should be on equal footing as to their ability to take in what they desire to take in. And in that sense, no knowledge should be sequestered. The great work of light occultists, in stark contrast to the great work of dark occultists, which we've been talking about, is the distribution of occult knowledge freely to humanity, thereby ending the slavery of humanity by eliminating the widespread ignorance which dark occultists exploit to gain and maintain their control. Light occultists would be better referred to as de-occultists, which is a term I absolutely love and I consider myself. I don't even want anybody to call me a light occultist or an occultist in general. I like to be called a de-occultist. That's my task. That's my work. To break this knowledge out like an avalanche onto humanity and just let it flow freely where it will, so that people can take it in and we can level the playing field that has thus far been dominated by ignorance. So light occultists, I feel, would be better referred to as de-occultists, because what de-occultists do is reveal and spread knowledge which has been hidden and which must be known, commonly known. It must become common knowledge in order for freedom to manifest. Is the occult really hidden? Really hidden? Again, it's what I was talking about when I said, do they really hide it, or do they just dissuade people from looking into it? Is this knowledge truly inaccessible and completely hidden, or is it out there for anyone who wants it? Well, I would make the argument it's out there for anyone who wants it. I mean, we're drowning in information. If anything, it's become a little bit more difficult to even get the information because of how much nonsense you often have to weed through to get the real material. You know, it's covered by the signal is often covered by noise, you could say. But are we living in a nescient society or an ignorant society? And this involves the understanding of the difference between two connotative forms of not knowing something. I call this the context of not knowing, nescience versus ignorance. Most people have not heard the word nescience. It's a fairly antiquated word, not used much in colloquial English these days. Nescience comes from the Latin verb nesciere. Nesciere in Latin means to not know because knowledge was absent or unattainable. Well, is the knowledge of the occult completely absent? Is it totally unattainable? Can we not understand it because we don't have access to the knowledge? We don't have access to that baseline level in that trivium process, the grammar, the input? Is it present in our world or is it absent in our world? I'd make the argument it is completely present. Not only is it completely present, it is accessible at anyone's fingertips who has the desire. And again, the colors I've chosen for this presentation, as a brief aside, since I mentioned the concept of desire here, are not just fall colors, okay? Although that's a part of it. But this is about the color orange resonates with the concept of desire in the occult, of wanting something, of wanting to know particularly, okay? And are we a society that truly wants to know? You know, I don't consider us a nescient society. When we look at the meaning of the word ignorance, coming from the Latin verb ignorare, which means to not know, even though necessary information is present, because that information has been willfully refused or, key word here, disregarded. For whatever reason. I don't want to know it. That's too difficult for me to comprehend. I have to expand my worldview in order to take that in. I've been dissuaded from looking into that. I've been told it's not important. Dissuasion and disregarding information work hand in hand with each other. So, by a show of hands, how many people think we are living in a nescient society, by a show of hands? Nescient society. The information that humanity needs to know is completely unavailable to us. Anybody? No one in the room. That means 100% of this crowd, at least, thinks that we are living as an entire species in a state of ignorance, in the aggregate. Of course, there are very knowledgeable individuals within humanity, but as a species, in the aggregate, we are an ignorant species. We ignore that which is present, that which is all around us, that which is capable of empowering us and setting us free, but we don't want to do the work. We don't want to put the time in. We don't want to make the effort. You know, I have to laugh at people who think, you know, this is just an interest for me. It's your hobby. It's something you want to do. I sat in the room that basically like a hermit, literally, in a room for years. People said, Mark, what are you doing? Why aren't you even interacting with other people? Why are you sitting in a room day after day after day after day after day? It's called reading. And that's hard work. That's a lot of effort. That means you're going to sacrifice your time. That means you're not going to do other things, because you're going to make the effort to care enough to take in what is necessary to take in to transform and then help to transform others. That's a work of a labor of love. It is a work of willpower and care, which is why most people don't want to do it. Most people are in the state, I can't be bothered. I don't have time for that. I'm too busy. I don't need to know that. I already have it figured out. I know everything I need to know to get by. That's where humanity's at, folks. So let's begin an initiation. All right? Again, initiation means beginning. We're going to look at some different schools of occultism, different occult sciences. I call them the many paths or the many ways, the many methods to the same place, to the same destination. So this section constitutes kind of an occult initiation, about the very basic generalized concepts of some of these occult traditions. Again, time is not going to allow me to go into great depths or details, nor is this presentation intended to be a very in-depth introductory work. It's intended to be rudimentary for people who are just learning about this information for the first time. Occult traditions, many paths, one destination. I'll just say at the beginning of this section, and I'll kind of highlight this as we go through these traditions. Ultimately, all of the esoteric traditions were designed specifically to do one thing, and that was to convey a working knowledge of natural law to the initiates of that tradition, which means a working knowledge of how the universe actually creates through the interaction with our free will decisions, with our free will decision-making processes. We are co-creating with the laws of the universe the experience that we are having, that is being generated for us, okay, as a result of those laws operating in conjunction with our free will. That's what the occult has always tried to teach people. See that one slide with the building blocks on top of each other, the trivium process resulting in what manifests in our world, that's ultimately the occult. That is the occult traditions. They were trying to teach people how the laws of nature work in conjunction with the decision-making processes of the individuals of a society. So let's look at a few of these traditions. Probably the oldest occult tradition on earth is shamanism. And some people don't look at it as an occult tradition. I personally do. And shamanism, like the occult in general, isn't one thing. You can get down into, subsections, subgroupings of shamanistic practices. Different practices are practiced in different regions of the world, in different cultural regions, different geographic regions. In general, I feel that shamanism grew out of very, very, very ancient knowledge which was brought here from another place, ultimately. And this connects with my work in cosmic abandonment and the information I've been going through on my radio show recently. But I think the earliest shamans were working with high-level ancient knowledge, and they were working with knowledge of spiritual realms and different levels of consciousness that are out of the ordinary, out of the realm of what we would consider ordinary levels of experience or consciousness. It's a very internal work. But then the true shaman brings the internal work that they've done within themselves back out into the seeming external domain and applies it in their society. So as such, a shaman is a way shower. What shamanism actually is an ancient tradition of knowledge comprising practices that involve a practitioner reaching altered states of consciousness via diverse techniques. Some of these techniques can include music, dancing, endurance practices, endurance scenarios, extremes of temperature, or ingestion of hallucinogenic compounds, and many other techniques as well, in order to encounter and interact directly with intelligences existing in purely spiritual domains. The word shaman itself means one who sees in the dark. As a word, that's what it means. So while darkness is present all around, the shaman can still see in the darkness. He has night vision, in other words. And he's employing that for the benefit of the people around him who have difficulty seeing in that darkness. Again, as such, shamans were considered way showers of their people, those who are capable of showing the people of their society the way out of darkness and chaos and into the light of knowledge. Shamans were those who had attained understanding of both the forces dwelling within the human psyche, which was the bulk of their work. The bulk of their practices dealt with those techniques to work with the psyche, particularly the very deeply nested and dark material of the human subconscious. But they also worked with the forces that are inherent in nature, what I call natural law. And they used that knowledge for the benefit, for the healing, and for the uplift of their respective communities. And that's the best definition that I could think of for explaining exactly what the set of practices that comprise shamanism is. Again, it is a diversified set of practices. It is not one thing. Shamans often employ hallucinogenic compounds, which have been called many different names in different cultures and throughout different times in history. I just want to go through some of the names and break down some of the words because, as we're going to get into symbolism later, words are very symbolic in many cases, and the subsections of the words that are used to comprise them coming from different ancient languages, when we break them down etymologically and look at the etymology of the word, it tells us so much about the intended meaning of the word. So some of these hallucinogenic compounds that shamans have used over the centuries, the natural ones, some neo-shamans use these new designer hallucinogenic compounds, which I won't be getting into, but the three traditional ones that have been used in a widespread way all over the earth are cannabis in its different forms as sativa or indica, different variations of hallucinogenic mushrooms that grow in every continent of the world, and the ayahuasca vine, or some of the different analogs of ayahuasca prepared often in South America and Central America. So ayahuasca is one of the key, one of the active ingredients actually in ayahuasca is dimethyltryptamine. That's not pictured here. This is the actual MAO inhibitor that works with dimethyltryptamine to make it orally active, to comprise an ayahuasca analog on the right-hand side here. That's Mimosa hostilis root bark, used by many shamans to create ayahuasca by adding a plant material that contains DMT to that and cooking it down. DMT is another entheogenic or psychedelic compound that shamans have often used, or derivatives of that, or very similar compounds to that, like bufotenine. But to just go back to the etymology of the word, entheogen is a more modern way of looking at hallucinogens or psychedelics. It comes from the Greek and Latin. The Greek prefix "en" means within, the first part of the word. Then in the middle of the word we have theo. That comes from the Greek noun theos, which means God or divinity. And then the last part, gens, in entheogen, comes from the Latin verb genere, which means to create. So we put these three root words together, and entheogen means to create or generate the divine within. It doesn't mean to become God. It means to work with and grow the spark of the divine within the individual by communing with this force that is capable of opening up an other dimensional experience within us. So you're seeing a divine realm or an otherworldly realm within the mind's eye when you commune with these compounds or helper spirits. They've been called psychedelics. It's a much more popular word for them. That comes from the Greek noun psyche, meaning mind, and the Greek verb delun, which means to make visible or to reveal by removing a source of obscuration. Now, what have I just said there? To make visible or to reveal by removing a source of obscuration is to do what? To de-occult. Literally, the word psychedelic means to de-occult. And again, I don't advocate for the irresponsible use of any of these compounds. I feel that they have a specific purpose that they can be used for to uplift human consciousness if they are worked with in a respectful way. So psychedelic literally means to reveal the mind or to de-occult aspects of the mind. These were the true sacraments of the ancient world, employed by early human beings. The word sacrament comes from the Latin adjective sacrum, which means sacred or holy, and the Latin noun mens mentis, which means mind, where we get the English word mental from. Again, a sacrament is something that is capable of helping us to foster a holy mind or a sacred mindset. That's why the sacraments of the ancient world were active ones. They were active compounds that were given to the congregation or the initiates of the shamanic tradition. Now, in today's religion, it has become an esoteric religion, a fragmentary memory of true shamanism of the past, of the ancient world, and we now have inert sacraments that are often given to religious congregations, which don't actually provide any different or mind-altering state of consciousness. Sacraments or psychedelics or entheogens have also been referred to as communion. This is a religious term, of course, in the Christian tradition. It comes from the Latin preposition com, which means together, and the Latin verb munere, which means to build or to strengthen or to fortify or to protect. So when we look at the word tradition, etymologically, it actually means to build together. And that's what communion within a community will help you to do. It'll help you to build strength together and to come into a state of protection by understanding morality and natural law. And finally, these compounds were simply referred to, probably the best word you could refer to them as, medicines, because they're true medicines, especially cannabis. You know, and that's something people really need to do their homework about and then spread that information to a lot of other people. Cannabis is one of the most potent medicines, particularly just about for curing any chronic ailment, but particularly for healing cancer of all kinds. And this is something that has been occulted from most people's view because pharmaceutical cartels, you know, they want to clean up and keep people dependent on their drugs loaded with harmful effects and side effects for the duration of their natural lives. A real medicine, the word medicine comes from the Latin noun medi, which means the middle, the center, or the balance point, and the Latin noun sinus or kinus, which means ruin, destruction, or chaos. So when we put these together, what a medicine does is it brings balance to ruin. It brings balance to that which once was in ruin. Is that not what a true medicine is supposed to help us to achieve? To re-achieve a state of balance. In other words, to bring order to that which was in chaos. You know, and ultimately, what the shaman really worked with was knowledge. Okay, that's the most important thing that can bring balance back to a society that is in ruins, or to bring order back to a society which was in chaos. Knowledge was the ultimate medicine of a shamanic culture. Which brings me to the point, and this is going to be a pretty controversial point of view that I'm going to lay out here. But if you actually look into this point, you will understand that this is the case. And many people will not advocate for this position, and I will. This is something I make no bones about advocating for. A shamanic culture was very controlling of their young. And I don't even want to use the word control. It was very strictly guiding of their young. Let's use that expression, okay? Control takes a very negative connotation because control is often for a manipulative purpose designed to bring about the desire of the person who's doing the manipulation, okay, their own selfish will. Shamanic education is something that I think people need to more deeply understand about what it was and how it was done. I talked about this a little bit at the end of my last seminar, and started to talk about it at the end of the last time I was in Connecticut last year in the question and answer session. Many shamanic cultures throughout time have employed a strict system of moral education, the teaching of natural law principles for their young. In such an educational system, it is deemed unacceptable for their young not to learn the objective difference between right and wrong behavior at an early age. Again, this is something that's not even taught in our society. In any schools in the world, anywhere in the world, are teachers really teaching the difference, the true difference between right and wrong behavior? Are we teaching morality to our children? How many parents are even doing it, let alone teachers in schools? We're sending them off to a state-run educational system that wants to teach them compliance, obedience, and make them malleable so that their minds are easily molded to whatever the state wants them to be. That's why it's called outcome-based education. Well, shamanic education can be looked at as a different form of outcome-based education because the ringer or the gauntlet that the shamanic culture was putting their children through was, you're going to come out the other end a moral human being, or you're not going to live in this culture. We're going to put you out into the wilderness as a result, which equals death in those societies, especially the ancient versions of them. You know, in the modern world, these practices are largely dying due to there not really being any shamanic cultures practically left, and the rapid influx of modern civilization and technology and cities, etc. We're wiping out these old shamanic cultures, the very few that are still left in very remote regions, pretty much only in South America and Africa. and certain isolated places in Asia. So the small percentage of those children who proved unable or unwilling to learn such moral sensibilities during their childhood may have often been ostracized from the shamanic culture upon reaching adulthood. They were recognized as the primarily psychopathic beings within that culture, and the shamanic culture would not tolerate their presence. They would just take them to the edge of the village, say, don't come back here. If you come back, it will be considered an act of aggression and you'll be dealt with. So the forest will deal with you. And that's it. And you're on your own, and if you can survive there, that's fine. But if not, don't bring your immoral presence back into our culture. And I advocate for this methodology. So such child-rearing methods, and again, this is because, I'm not saying you want to be a total domineering parent over your child. What I'm saying is, a child is literally like a blank hard drive. Literally. And it's a hard thing for people to swallow. They don't want to accept. We come in with some inherent capabilities into this reality. But largely, what we become in our adult years is the product of what goes into the individual during their childhood developmental years. And this is something that is highly unpopular for most people to hear, and they'll fight with it to their bitter death, not for it to be that way. Because they don't want the responsibility of having to program the young properly, to put the software into that hard drive, to lay down the operating system, to lay down the format, to lay down the operating system, and to lay down the good software without bugs into that mind. They don't want that. They think it's just magically going to work itself out, or they can turn the child over to the state, or God forbid, even worse, the television, and magically they'll grow up fine. Well, it doesn't work that way, folks. And that's part of the problem of this whole society, is we largely have a society of abandoned children running around this planet that didn't have a moral upbringing by their parents. I know I didn't. That's what led me into the dark occult. I was an ignorant child, thinking I knew what was really going on in this world. And that's what pushed me right into the arms of Satanism. Because I didn't receive a moral upbringing at all. Everybody can say to an extent, our parents tried to get us to be good people. It's not good enough. Doesn't cut it. Sorry to burst your bubble. Get as offended as you want. If parents can't definitively teach objective knowledge of what is right and what is wrong to their young, there is absolutely no possibility of that child truly growing up as a true moral being. I didn't receive that information, that knowledge from my parents, my grandparents, or anybody else in my family. I received it from strangers who cared enough to either talk about that knowledge, record it in video presentations, record it in audio presentations, or write it down in books. And that's who raised me. Strangers raised me. No one in my family. And that's largely the case in most people's family. Those who do have family members who truly raise them are blessed individuals. And be thankful for those individuals in your life. What the shamanic culture, just to wrap up this slide, such child-rearing methods are one of the many reasons that shamanic cultures often display extremely low incidences of crime and mental illness compared with other cultures. They knew a simple principle. If garbage goes into a complex system like a computer, inevitably, invariably, garbage comes out of it. If you program a computer with a bad file system format, a bad operating system, bad software, you're not getting good output on the screen, on the printer, on the internet, or anywhere else the information goes out to. Not possible. You put good quality information and coding into that computer, you're going to get quality out of it. And that is largely how a human being works. I'm not saying we are computers. I always make that caveat because there's always people who say, he's getting up here and saying we're all computers. Not what I'm saying. I'm saying our fundamental thought and behavioral processes largely work like a computer, that if you put good information in to be taken in, understood, and then acted upon, then you're going to have good output through behavior. If you have bad information that you've fed that to, and that goes for bad food that you're putting into the body, bad information that you're programming in through media and through the school system, etc., you can only get garbage output on the screen of life called human behavior. And this has to be deeply understood, because we're not truly educating our young at all, certainly not in a moral sense. That's shamanism in general, in a nutshell. Again, I'm only going to cursorily touch on these. That's all time allows for. The Commission tradition. Okay, this is the ancient Egyptian system of moral teachings. The ancient Egyptian system of occult practices and beliefs. The Commission people were from Egypt, which was then called Kemet, or Kem, simply Kem. You could say it was Kemet. KMT is how it's transliterated into English. Kem or Kemet means the black land. The word black in Egyptian is Kem. So the original name for Egypt was Kemet. There it is in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Kemet is derived from the word Kem, again, a shortening of Kemet. And the word Kem means black or dark in ancient Egyptian. The term may have referred to the darkness of the soil of ancient Egypt, caused by the mineral deposits left by the yearly overflow of the Nile River in the Nile Valley. The English word Egypt is derived from the Greek Aegyptos, which means, that was the Greek word for the ancient capital city of Egypt named Memphis. And that in turn, Aegyptos, which meant Memphis in Greek, the original name in Commission, or in ancient Egyptian, for the city of Memphis was called Hutkapata, by the ancient Commissions themselves. Hutkapata means the temple of the spirit of Ptah. Ptah is one of the highest creator gods in the Egyptian pantheon of gods and goddesses. He was considered a very important creator god. He was actually considered the first and greatest of the alchemists, those from Kem, the teachers from Kem, where the word alchemist and alchemy comes from. So Ptah was considered one of the original master teachers. He is often equivalated with Thoth, with Hermes Trismegistus in different occult traditions. Today, the word that modern Egyptians use for the nation of Egypt is Misr, which is derived from the Hebrew name for Egypt, Mizraim. Mizraim in Hebrew means a narrow place or narrow straits, probably referring to certain areas of the Nile River. But I would suggest that synchromystically, if for no other reason, this name, narrow straits, ultimately refers to the moral teachings of ancient Kem and the Commission tradition, because they did teach a strict set of principles regarding natural or moral law. I'll get to that in a moment. I just want to look at some of their symbolism in the example of the Commission Trinity. Just like Christianity, which derived its Trinity from the ancient Commission culture, the Commissions had a trinity of gods and goddesses, 2 gods and a goddess, to be exact. This was Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Osiris, depicted there in the middle, with, atop the pillar, was the creator god of this trinity. He was the Father, God the Father, in other words. But what he symbolically represented in this allegorical symbolism of this trinity was the creative essence of the human being, which is the thought process, the mind. The thing that ultimately has to go to work first for anything to get created. Anything we want to create or put into manifestation has to ultimately work through the mental realm first. You want to build a computer, you want to build a podium, you want to build a home, any piece of technology, it has to exist first in the realm of mind. It has to be thought about archetypally, the need for it, its purpose. Then you have to go through the process of what you're going to do to make that happen and come into manifestation. All mental processes. So creation follows the mind, hence the mind, the thoughts, that's the father figure, the creator God. And that's what Osiris represented. Isis was the goddess figure in this trinity, depicted on the right. She was the divine mother, or in other words, the emotional aspects of the being, the spirit in which we do something, our spiritual essence, the sacred feminine essence. And then when those two things come together, our cares, our desires, our spirit, combined with our mental faculties of the mind, then what happens? We act in the world. And something is generated as a result. And this was Horus. He was the male child because he represented action, the masculine principle. And he was considered the savior figure, the one that was ultimately born to redeem the world through right action. Right action is what's ultimately going to redeem the world. And you can only take right action if you have right knowledge about the difference between right and wrong behavior. So he represented right action, that which we do with our body. It's a sacred masculine force. Very powerful if we understand the Trinity as such, that it is just different aspects of our own consciousness, thought, emotion, and action. Again, here's more Comitian allegorical symbolism through their statues. You see the god Osiris, the creator god, in the middle. And this is representative of the mind, specifically the brain physiology. You have the left brain set on Osiris's left-hand side. Whoever made this graphic, I didn't make the colors in the background, I just found this graphic like this. The person probably already had a very good understanding that this represented the brain because they actually depicted the frequencies that often represent the left and right brain. Red usually represents the left brain tendencies or capabilities, and blue is usually symbolic of the right brain, the intuitive and creative capacities. So if you put yourself as Osiris in this image on this statue, set the dark god of the dualistic light, the dualistic sun aspect, okay? He was the dark sun. He was the setting sun. That's why his name is Set. The word sunset comes from Set. Okay, so Horus was the rising sun, the solar disk that was coming up into power on the eastern horizon. And as such, he represents the positive aspects of light, or the nurturing aspects of light. Okay, light coming into our presence and operating through the creative mind, operating through the right mind, through the compassionate and nurturing qualities, the sacred feminine, in other words. And Set kind of represents in this image logic and the left brain mental capacities without the balance of that sacred feminine force of truth and upright action that Horus represented. As such, Set was always a mischievous character in the Egyptian pantheon and the Egyptian stories, their allegorical stories. And he fought against Horus and ultimately conquers him and banishes him into the underworld where they have to do battle. And Horus has to use his willpower to conquer Set and then rise again on the eastern horizon to rejuvenate the world through light and right action. It's an allegory about knowledge and how knowledge can be used for good or ill. And if you use just pure intellect without the balance of the right brain, morality and compassion, then you're going toward a dark path. The Egyptians had no word for death, but in the Comitian tradition, during the direction that the setting sun was setting over the western horizon, they called, if you had passed on into the next realm, they called it westing. Moving to the west was their term for death. That's it. And again, that's the opposite direction of the rising sun. It's going into a place of darkness and a place of the unknown. And we'll look at that when we look at Freemasonic symbolism a little bit later. Another aspect of the Comitian tradition was the goddess Ma'at, perhaps one of the most powerful allegorical representations was Ma'at. There was no higher god or goddess than Ma'at, because she represented natural law itself. She was the law. Okay? So the goddess Ma'at represented truth, law, and justice among the Comitian people. The purpose of coming into harmony with the teachings of Ma'at, this mother goddess figure, was to learn how to avoid self-inflicted chaos by learning the laws of morality, and thus not generating chaos for yourself by choosing wrong action. And the society would thus not generate social chaos by choosing wrong action in the aggregate. As a whole culture, they would definitively, objectively know the difference between right and wrong behavior as a whole, and therefore they would embrace Ma'at and not go into a state of self-inflicted chaos. The Comitians taught what is known as the negative confessions of Ma'at. I call these apophatic confessions, coming from the Greek term apophasis, which means to say that which something is not. To say that which something definitively is not and has nothing to do with and is nothing like. That's the process of apophasis. You're going to say, well, if I want to describe right action, what do I want to really convey about it? I want to say it is the opposite of action that is employed toward a harmful end. It does not create harm to another being when I take that action. That's an apophatic definition of what a right is. Okay? So there was a whole laundry list of apophatic confessions, or in other words, things that you had to say in the afterlife realm to this goddess when you went into the realm of judgment upon dying, that you did not do. She didn't want to know what your works were. She wanted to know what your works were not. So she wanted to look at, here's all the harmful things you could do in a life. I won't read them all. It's a whole, huge, again, list of things. But she wanted to know, did you not engage in these things? And if you did not engage in these things, then I can say you truly were a good being. You truly understood the difference between right and wrong because you didn't do any of these wrong behaviors. Okay, this is what people want to make constant justifications for, and say, oh, we don't need to know the real definitive difference between right and wrong. We could just listen to somebody else or, do what they're telling us to do and take it on faith. To really know natural law is to know what actions we do not have a right to do because taking them is harming another being or their property, their rightful property. So what I would say in my analysis of Comitian philosophy, particularly when it came to their apophatic sense of morality, is this was the real narrow straits that we're talking about. It was a very narrow pathway that they defined morality to be. And in the allegorical story of the afterlife, when you went into the hall or chamber of Ma'at, the god Anubis would take the initiate or the dead being's heart, and they would weigh it on Ma'at's scale. And this represented, did they have a light heart? Did they truly understand the difference between right and wrong? Did they try to live that way all the time? Did they not make excuses and justifications? And she would put this feather depicted in her headband there, a blue feather on the other end of the scale. And if the heart outweighed the feather, that meant that the person really did not have a true understanding of morality, and their soul would kind of be recycled and have to go back and learn more spiritual lessons in another life. And if it did weigh either the same or, not outweigh the feather, then the allegorical story was that the being had become a being of light through their knowledge of the difference between right and wrong. And allegorically, the Comitians taught that then that being would be able to go to a different star system or actually become a star and shine their light to other civilizations. A very beautiful symbolic allegory dealing with morality. specifically an apophatic variant of moral teachings. One other piece of symbolism that I used as the cover image for this seminar was the Great Sphinx of Egypt, who I call the guardian of the mysteries, and many other occultists have referred to as the guardian of the mysteries. Again, some people think that this was originally the image of the original alchemist Ptah, possibly having changed over the years, the visage possibly being weathered away by different natural forces, particularly water. A lot of revisionist Egyptologists and revisionist historians have clearly demonstrated that there were deluges and floodwaters in that part of the world over 10,000 years ago, 11,000 years ago. And the Sphinx's weathering is clearly water-derived. But it looks like the face has been redone on the Sphinx to represent a modern zodiacal reference of Leo combined with Virgo, the feminine visage of this great Sphinx. Also, you could look at that as representing the feminine aspect of natural law. So really what we're looking at here is a zodiac in stone representing the rising of the sun during the spring equinox at approximately 12,000 or so years ago. Let's look at the tradition of alchemy, the occult tradition known as alchemy. Again, this came out of the Egyptian tradition. So it's going to have a lot of similar teachings regarding morality. And ultimately, that's what, again, to reemphasize, it's what all these traditions were about, teaching morality to their adherents, teaching the difference between right and wrong, and teaching how natural law operates so we could transform from a being that is in ignorance of that knowledge to a being that is actually enlightened to that knowledge and then could practically put that knowledge into work in real life. So, I call this section Alchemy Out of Darkness and Into Light. Alchemy literally means from chem. Al is a prefix that means from or related to or out of. And then chem, of course, meant black in ancient Egyptian and was often the name used for Egypt. So it was from darkness, out of darkness. Alchemy is an occult tradition taught through allegories. An allegory, again, is a cryptic story, poem, or picture that can be interpreted or decoded in order to reveal a hidden meaning, typically a moral lesson. Again, as we were breaking down those statues in the Comitian tradition, allegorically, what lesson were they trying to communicate to people by building statues? And you'd have to know the background of the story of these gods to really be able to decode what the allegory is. Showing that statue to somebody who's never heard of Horus, Osiris, or Isis wouldn't really do much. But if you understand the verbal traditions and the written stories about those gods, then you understand what they represented and the allegory can be decoded. That's how occultism works. It works through relational and correlative thinking. So the alchemy is taught through allegory, through symbols and allegory, as many occult traditions are. In the tradition of alchemy, it is asserted that all base modes of human consciousness, which are called base metals in alchemy, again, in alchemy you're dealing with the transmutation of metals from one form into another form. But they're not really talking about metals, okay? They're talking about qualities of human consciousness. That's what these metals are. They're modalities of consciousness. So it's taught that the base modalities of human consciousness, or base metals, are actually imperfections of pure consciousness, or what the alchemists symbolically called gold consciousness. And that all metals are ordained by nature to become the perfect, quote, gold of the sun, or in other words, enlightened consciousness or enlightened beings. The alchemist then seeks to remove from his or her thoughts, emotions, and actions their disorderly imperfections or base characteristics in order to bring them to their true state of natural order, in other words, harmony with natural law, and to transmute them into, quote, alchemical gold, which again represented the purification of mind, body, and spirit. Now notice this is again an apophatic tradition. It works through a negative pathway. You're starting with something and you are breaking it down and removing the impurities. You're not adding something to it, you're taking away something that is already there. And this is representative of we are polluted with so much bad information, with bad programming, with beliefs that don't serve who we really are, with beliefs that don't give us an accurate understanding about how nature and the laws of consciousness work. So we need to get rid of those impurities, to take them away from ourselves, to break them down and to decalcify that which has become rigid and hardened. And it's like ossified like bone. And that's what the hardened ego is like. And it's to break that down and to carry it away, to dissolve it and remove those impurities. Some of the symbols in the symbolic tradition of allegory, very simple, basic, rudimentary ones. There's so many of them, you can get lost in them all. But there were elemental forces that the alchemists wanted to convey information about and basically define. And they had a symbol for them, and then they interpreted that allegorically. And here's some basic ones. The symbol of earth, an inverted equilateral triangle with a line going through about the 2/3 point if you take the measure from the base to the apex. The symbol of earth represented inherent characteristics of the being, their talents and resources that they may have developed or that they had a proclivity to or an inclination toward. Perhaps something that was inherent, that they maybe came in with a tendency for. So air represented the intellect, and that is the pure intellect, meaning the left brain modality, our ability to compute, our ability to define things logically, our ability to break things down, analyze, etc. Water, the inverted triangle, represented emotion, intuition, and creativity. Again, that sacred feminine essence, dealing with largely emotion and the sacred feminine qualities. And then fire, an upward pointing triangle. Again, we've seen that inverted triangle in water representing the chalice, called the chalice in many older symbolic traditions. And the element of fire in alchemy was the upright pointing triangle, which represented the blade, or again, a rudimentary masculine phallic symbol representing action, willpower, and courage. Okay, the actual ability to create change within oneself and to go out and create change in the world. Then there was a fifth element. So you have earth, air, water, and fire, and then you had the quintessence, meaning the fifth essence. The fifth element was spirit, represented by a solar wheel with 8 spokes, a circle and then an eight-spoke cross in the middle of it. This represented the divine spark or the divine essence within all of us. You know, the essence of the source or the creator, the underlying intelligence in nature, which is ultimately present in everything within nature, including us. Alchemists speak of something called prima materia, or starting matter. Starting substance is what prima materia was. Again, the starting substance is the human being that needs to be purified, that needs the impurities removed from them so that they can come to a more clear and accurate and de-occulted understanding of the laws of nature. The starting substance, or prima materia, is used at the inception of the alchemical work, the beginning. Silver is considered to be one of the starting substances. There are others, but silver is one of the main sources of prima materia in alchemy. The alchemical symbol for silver is the moon, or is associated with the moon. Because silver represented, in alchemy, the feminine aspects of the human psyche, including the attributes of intuition, inner wisdom, compassion, open-mindedness, and contemplation. And that's what you need to begin You need that sense of open-mindedness, of desire, of willing to learn, willing to open yourself up and receive. Okay, the truth is always out there, but we have to be open to receive it. That's a feminine quality. It's absolutely essential and central to the tradition of Kabbalah, which we're going to talk about momentarily, which means reception. So, alchemists also referred to an all-important agent which is necessary for the transmutation of, quote, base metals into, quote, gold, or in other words, base modes of consciousness into higher forms of consciousness. This agent has been referred to as the elixir of life, the philosophical powder, and the quintessence. But by far, the most well-known name for this agent of transformation was the philosopher's stone. The philosopher's stone represented man himself at the beginning of the process of self-mastery. It also represented the universal spark, the divine spark or divine essence, which is present in everything that has been created, and thus also in the alchemist himself. The great work of alchemical transmutation is accomplished in 3 phases, which I'm going to cover briefly here. These 3 phases of transformation in alchemy are all explained allegorically. The first phase was called nigredo. Nigredo means blackening in Latin. This is a state of putrefaction, of breaking something down, corruption, dissolution, individuation, descent into matter, descent into the undifferentiated and into chaos. It represents the soul's descent into the material plane and the suffering experienced in the physical world. Alchemists often represented the soul at this stage as the element of salt, because salt is crystallized, it's hardened, it's fixed, just like an ego that is resistant to change. And I would suggest this is the state the world is in. We are in the state of nigredo, of blackening, of corruption, of putrefaction. And believe me, the vast, vast, vast majority of the people on this world are the salt. And I don't mean salt of the earth in the good way. They're crystallized, they're hardened, they're resistant to change, and they need to be dissolved and broken down mentally, emotionally, spiritually. The second phase of alchemical transformation is albedo, which means whitening. Albedo represents the process of spiritual purification, the burning out of impurities from the salt or hardened ego. The salt in this step is reduced into quicksilver or mercury, which represents fluidity, and the process of rapid mental, emotional, and spiritual change, and the strengthening of the sacred feminine essence, leading to the engagement of the imagination. The only substance, the only essence from which the elixir of life or the awakened or enlightened mind can then be made. This is why the dark occult want to stamp out the human imagination, because they don't want the process of transformation to happen in our species. You know, this step is about when people start to learn the truth and are accepting of it. They have the mindset of openness and reception. Again, the date today is no accident. Highly synchromistic. 10-4. Reception. I got it. I get it. I've heard it. 10-4. Okay? No accident. No such thing. As soon as Art suggested the date, I said, I love it. It's all about reception. You know? So, this step is the awakening process, the awakening step. It's when we recognize the world isn't what we thought it was, and we start developing a desire for more than the base things in life. We start developing a desire to know the truth, the desire to reach higher realms of consciousness, the desire to better ourselves and be better than we were the day before. Well, we're going to start working upon ourselves by taking in the truth and letting go of beliefs and letting go of impurities in our thought processes and bringing our consciousness into alignment with truth and with morality. That's this step of the process. Whitening, purification, the burning out of impurities. It's a beautiful allegory if it's properly understood. The third and final phase of the alchemical, quote, great work is rubedo. Rubedo means reddening, the transmutation into gold or sulfur, alchemical substances, gold or sulfur. And they represented purified and enlightened consciousness, the elemental fire of the philosopher's stone. Again, that's why it was symbolized by a red elixir. Often the philosopher's stone was depicted as a red stone itself. And that represented the unification of man, which was the limited being, with the divine will, often represented by a red color as well, the unlimited. So it's a paradox in terms. It's the microcosm joining with the macrocosm. It's man as the limited being in the physical domain having a spiritual learning experience here in the physical world, coming into union with the divine spark or essence, the unlimited force inherent in nature. That's alchemy in a nutshell. Very simple explanation of the allegorical tradition. Again, this is rudimentary work meant to whet the appetite of the student. Let's briefly look at the Hermetic tradition. A quote, which is an inscription from the ruins at the Delphic Oracle in Greece. Heed these words, ye who wish to probe the depths of nature. If you do not find within yourself that which you seek, neither will you find it outside of yourself. If you ignore the wonders of your own house, how do you expect to find other wonders? In you is hidden the treasure of treasures. Know thyself, and you will know the universe and the gods. Again, it's an understanding that if you really deeply explore either of the realms of the occult, the microcosmic realm or the macrocosmic realm, they are reflections of each other. This is the correspondence principle at work. To know the self is to know the universe. To know the universe is to know the self. It's to understand the dynamic interplay between free will and natural law, a theme that comes up over and over and over again in occult traditions and teachings. And again, the Hermetic tradition was also a growing out of, a continuation of the Cometian tradition that was practiced in, again, later Egypt and then was passed into Greece. I'm going to read some Hermetic philosophy from a book known as the Kybalion. I know a lot of people debate that pronunciation and like to call it the Kybalion, but I see that as far too modern Anglicized, and I like to pronounce it how it probably would have been pronounced in the ancient Greek language, in which there was no short Y sounds. It would have been a long I sound, Kybalion, and every syllable would have been pronounced. Again, people can debate that. It's kind of a splitting of hairs, but I prefer what would have been closer to the ancient pronunciation. The Kybalion states, there is no portion of the occult teachings possessed by the world which have been so closely guarded as the fragments of the Hermetic teachings which have come down to us over the tens of centuries which have elapsed since the lifetime of its great founder, Hermes Trismegistus, the, quote, scribe of the gods, again, Thoth in the Egyptian tradition, Hermes in the Greek tradition. Hermetic tradition, he was known as Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great one. Trismegistus means great 3 times over, or thrice great. He was great in his thoughts, in his emotions, and in his actions. His aspects of his consciousness were unified. Some people look at, he was the original alchemist in the Cometian tradition, the creator god Ptah. Okay? So, Hermes Trismegistus, the quote, scribe of the gods, who dwelt in old Egypt in the days when the present race of men was in its infancy. And I would agree with that. Hermes was and is the great central sun of occultism, whose rays have served to illumine the countless teachings which have been promulgated since his time. All the fundamental and basic teachings embedded in the esoteric teachings of every race may be traced back to Hermes Trismegistus. Even the most ancient teachings of India, he's referring to the Vedas here, undoubtedly have their roots in the ancient Hermetic teachings. So the person who wrote the Kybalion, or the group of people who wrote the Kybalion, are stating that it is their belief that the Hermetic teachings are the roots of modern occultism. I tend to look at ancient Cometian philosophy as being even older than even the Hermetic tradition, and perhaps shamanism being even more than that. In this section, I'm going to go for about another 15 minutes, and then we're going to break for lunch. More from the Kybalion. The life work of Hermes seems to have been in the direction of planting the great seed truth which has grown and blossomed in so many strange forms, rather than to establish a school of philosophy which would dominate the world's thought. Again, he's trying to make it clear that the Hermetic tradition was a collection of teachings, a body of knowledge, not one specific dogmatic religion or one set of teaching. But nevertheless, the original truths taught by Hermes have been kept intact in their original purity by a few men in each age who, refusing great numbers of half-developed students and followers, followed the Hermetic custom and reserved their truth for the few who were ready to comprehend and master it. They're describing occultism. They hid the truth from those who did not really want it, or they knew would not use it wisely. In other words, their motto or their dictate was no pearls before swine. Okay? I see it as kind of an elitist ideology, and I'll tell you why I don't necessarily agree with it. They're going to talk about the people who didn't agree with this approach. In the modern day, I'm certainly one of them. Now, perhaps in those times things would have been different, but I'll tell you what, with the world on the brink of collapse and chaos the way it is now, the likes of which humanity may never have seen, the likes of the kind of chaos we're likely to see in our lifetimes possibly, I don't even think some of the old Hermetic teachers would have advocated secrecy in today's world. They would have advocated taking this knowledge and propagating it as widely and as freely as possible. At least I hope so. I hope they would have taken that position. But that's the position I take anyway. They followed the Hermetic custom and reserved their truth for the few who were ready to comprehend and master it. From lip to ear, the truth has been handed down among the few. There have always been a few initiates in each generation in the various lands of the earth who kept alive the sacred flame of the Hermetic teachings, and such have always been willing to use their lamps to relight the lesser lamps of the outside world, when the light of truth grew dim and became clouded by reason of neglect, and when the wicks became clogged with foreign matter. There were always a few to tend faithfully to the altar of truth, upon which was kept alight the perpetual lamp of wisdom. These men have never sought popular approval, nor numbers of followers. They are indifferent to these things, for they know how few there are in each generation who are ready for the truth, or who would recognize it if it were presented to them. Now, I don't make any bones about that. Yeah, there's few people who are very prepared and ready to receive truth, and if it's presented to them, they're going to accept it readily. Few people are already prepared through knowledge and open-mindedness and humbleness enough to simply open up their mind and heart and receive truth. Not in this world. I know that's not how it happened for me. I suffered like, beating the red-hot sword with the iron hammer in a forge of suffering. That's what got me to finally wake up and break my ego down. Hardcore fire of purification did it for me. But I speak this information to try to explain to people you don't have to go through that process. If you will listen to wisdom and truth, then you don't have to go through that deep level of suffering. But most people seem to want it. To go back to this quote, these teachers reserved the, quote, strong meat for men, while others furnished the, quote, milk for babes. They reserve their pearls of wisdom for the few elect who recognize their value and who wear them in their crowns instead of casting them before the materialistic, vulgar swine who would trample those teachings in the mud and mix them with their disgusting mental food. But still these men have never forgotten or overlooked the original teachings of Hermes regarding the passing on of the words of truth to those ready to receive it. Their customary attitude has always been strictly in accordance with the other Hermetic aphorism, quote, the lips of wisdom are closed except to the ears of understanding. Now, people could say, well, I have stated in the past, I'm putting out my work for the people who are ready to become teachers themselves, and they are ready to receive it. I've made no bones about the fact I can't make anybody take this information if they don't want to hear it, or if they're not interested. If that desire, that I symbolically represent by this orange color throughout this presentation, that sacred desire force that operates to take the person up out of the base instincts and just living, for this see the world, what you see is what you get type thing, never penetrating the surface, never looking any deeper, never going into the deeper realms of the human subconscious and the human mind, then I can't make them look at that. There's no way to make somebody do that work because that's internal work that has to be done upon themselves. I can only act as an assistant to that process of transformation through providing some information and some support. But I don't agree with this elitist attitude of don't put the information out there because these people don't want to hear it, which seems to be the spirit in which this is said. Okay, I take the approach again of egalitarian aspect or egalitarian mentality on two fronts. One, when it comes to all of our natural rights, we are equal under that law, under that natural law. And two, I believe in egalitarianism when it comes to information being presented, information which we need, vital information which we need to make truly informed decisions in life. That information should be provided freely and openly. So I don't agree with this Hermetist's attitude of don't cast pearls before swine. I'm going to speak information to everybody. Who's ready to take it will take it, and that will be their karmic choice and consequence. And who ignores it will do so at their own peril. There are those who have criticized this attitude of the Hermetists and who have claimed that they did not manifest the proper spirit in their policy of seclusion and reticence, and I would be one of those, and still am. Regardless of the statement that comes after it, I still say I criticize that attitude and spirit. But a moment's glance back over the pages of history will show the wisdom of the, quote, masters who knew the folly of attempting to teach the world that which it was neither ready or willing to receive. I don't think we have a choice now, folks. We're on the precipice of ruin, and it needs to be taught now regardless of who wants to hear it or receive it. At least all we could do is put it out there. Again, it's someone else's karma, it's humanity's karma, whether they will receive it or not. The Hermetists have never sought to be martyrs and have instead sat silently aside with a pitying smile on their closed lips while the, quote, heathen raged noisily about them in their customary amusement of putting to death and torture the honest but misguided enthusiast who imagined that they could force upon a race of barbarians the truth capable of being understood only by the elect who had advanced along the path. Okay, I think you can hear the kind of elitist attitude or spirit embedded in this, but I do also understand what they're saying. At certain times in history, you would have been tortured for presenting some of these truths about the reality of our world. And so then some hermeticists took this approach of just keep your mouth closed and let the people who don't want to receive this suffer. Again, I personally do criticize that attitude, particularly in the world today. Maybe if more people would have stepped up, taught this to more people, and they would have gained the courage to teach it to a wider audience, we wouldn't have gone down the path we did as a species, namely into slavery. Another big aspect of the Hermetic principles, again taught in this great little book, the Kybalion, which I highly recommend everybody to read, about the Hermetic philosophy of ancient Egypt and Greece. What time do we have? How much time do we have? 7 minutes. About 7 minutes? Okay, thank you. The Hermeticists taught 7 basic overarching operating principles in nature. The principle of mentalism, which essentially, I've already covered that. It states anything that is going to be manifested in reality must first exist in the realm of mind. As a matter of fact, all of nature is ultimately a mental construct at the deepest level, and matter is a construct for experience and growth in consciousness. As such, is solidity, is matter truly physically real? It is a quantum fluctuation in the vacuum. It's a holographic quantum experience that is necessary for growth and development of consciousness. So, that doesn't mean I go into the full right brain imbalance mode that many New Agers and religionists take, that this is all an inferior realm matter is, and we shouldn't try to act and create any real world change here. No, that's not a state of balance, that's right brain imbalance. Balance means you have your head in the cosmos, meaning you are at a higher level of consciousness in how you're operating, and you understand that matter may be a constructural thing to provide learning for the soul, but you have your feet firmly planted on the ground, anchored in the real world, taking real world action to better yourself and to help better others. So that's the principle of mentalism. Correspondence is the aphorism of as above, so below, or as within, so without. The microcosm reflects the macrocosm, and the macrocosm reflects the microcosm. That which we do at an individual scale will become our aggregate quality of behavior at a larger scale and will become our macroscopic experience. That's the law of correspondence. The law of vibration, again, at a very low undifferentiated level, everything is simply a fluctuation or a vibration, vibratory energy existing in the vacuum, and nothing is truly at rest. Everything ultimately is in a state of vibration. There is no such thing as the cessation of motion or the cessation of vibration or sound. The principle of polarity, everything has poles to it, everything has opposites, everything has a kind of a spectrum of extremes, a spectrum of polarities that result in two opposite extremes, ultimately operating through the same thing, through the same medium, but seeming to have different extremes in their polarities. The principle of rhythm, everything moves in cycles and has a rhythm to it, has an up and down quality, an ebb and flow quality through time. The principle of cause and effect essentially is almost equivalent with natural law principles. That which we cause and put out into effect in the universe is then demonstrated back to us by the universe like a mirror. Okay, so we reap what we sow. That which we put out into the universe, we receive back from the universe. There is no effects that manifest without causal factors that precede them. And finally, the principle of gender, which states that there is a masculine and feminine quality, a blending between those two polarities in everything in nature. These principles operate in everything in the natural world, and they are always operating. As such, they were called the Hermetic principles, and the word hermetic comes down to us in modern English through the word hermetically sealed. It means that it's fixed, it's operating inherently in nature, and nothing we do is going to change those principles at work in nature. All we can do is align our consciousness to them by understanding that they do exist, that they are operating in nature, and then we can learn to live in harmony with them and not create self-inflicted suffering, just like the physical laws of dynamics. They are fixed, they are set in stone. While you are on Earth, you are operating in a 1G gravitational field. If you step off of a large building, gravity will have an effect upon the mass of your body and you will go splat. That's a fixed law, and all you can really do is understand it. It doesn't matter if you like it or not, but you can understand it and therefore align your behavior not to do such a stupid thing by walking off a building in a 1G field, okay? So the laws of nature expressed by the Hermetic tradition are set in stone and hermetically sealed, and this tradition does a really good job of explaining the underlying principles of natural law. I think we'll leave it there for this morning session, and in the second session we will meet at exactly 2 p.m. Please come back a little bit before then, like if you could be back around 5 of 2, that would be great, so you could take your seats and get ready. I'm going to start exactly at 2 p.m. Thank you. All right, everyone, welcome back from lunch. I apologize, I'm running a little bit late myself. Usually on time. Well, let's jump right back into our discussion about different occult traditions. We covered a few in the first section, and I want to now move into talking about Kabbalah. The word Kabbalah in Hebrew means reception. And again, synchronistically this day, as the date 10/4, I tend to look at it being about reception, about being openness, relating to openness to truth. So Kabbalah was proper reception, the proper state of mind that one needed to be in to receive truth. It's an ancient system of Hebraic esoteric teachings, communicated to initiates through symbols and correspondences. The most well-known and significant aspect of Kabbalistic symbolism is the tree of life, this symbol on the left. It's formed by what's called sephirot, which means emanations. There are 10 of them. And these 10 sephirot or emanations are connected by 22 paths, forming this tree structure. The sephirot corresponds to various aspects of human mental and emotional characteristics. An 11th sphere named Da'at is not considered as one of the sephirot, but rather as the place from which the entire tree of life grows. And Da'at corresponds to the realm of hidden or occulted knowledge. As we'll see when I break down the tarot tradition in the last segment of the presentation, Da'at actually corresponds to the first of the 3 trivium steps: knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. You could see in the image that Binah corresponds to understanding and Hokmah to wisdom. But these 3 spheres at the top of the tree of life ultimately lead to the crown, which is known as Keter in Kabbalah, and that is the highest expression of consciousness. The Kabbalistic tree has correspondences to the Vedic chakra systems, with each level of the tree corresponding to a different chakra. So the Malkuth or kingdom level of the Kabbalistic tree corresponds to the root chakra. The Yesod or foundation Sephirah corresponds to the sacrum chakra or the desire center. Hod and Netzah correspond to the solar plexus chakra, a dualistic chakra because the will center is comprised of an internal aspect, courage, and an external aspect, will. And then Tiferet in the middle of the Kabbalistic tree corresponds to the heart chakra. And then Geburah and Hesed correspond to the throat chakra. One of these spheres, Geburah, corresponds to working upon yourself and the inner voice that you have to employ to transform inwardly. Whereas Hesed, or compassion, that sphere corresponds to influencing other people with your voice. Then, of course, we get up to the higher levels of the tree, which I've already talked about, corresponding to the third eye chakra, understanding and wisdom, and then the crown chakra, unity consciousness. There are 3 pillars or paths on this tree, corresponding to the vertical columns. The left-hand path is known as the pillar of severity and generally deals with the internal aspects of consciousness. The right-hand pillar, the pillar of mercy, generally deals with the external or masculine aspects of consciousness, and the pillar of mildness in the middle represents the synthesis between those 2 paths. There is a order to the sephirot, or emanations, and they're labeled as such, with the first sephirah, Keter, being number 1, and then moving in a progression down through Malkuth, which is Sephirah 10. And the energy movement on the tree of life corresponds to a being that is moving upward in a state of consciousness, from Malkuth, which represents base consciousness and physical world identification, up through the crown chakra. So this is the progression of energy on the tree of life. It works in a lightning bolt pattern. And often the Kabbalistic tree is referred to as the thunderstruck tree. You'll often see it depicted as a tree being struck by lightning because this lightning path represents the path of energy from unconsciousness and worldly identification to enlightened or unity consciousness. Also in the Kabbalistic tradition, Kabbalists refer to what is known as 4 worlds of Kabbalah. And the triangles on the Kabbalistic tree correspond to these worlds. So if you look at the Kabbalistic tree as being 3 sets of 3 spheres joined by paths in triangles, you could look at Keter, Chokmah, and Binah as one of these triangles at the top of the tree. Then you could look at Hesed, Geburah, and Tiferet in the middle of the tree as the second triangle, the second triad of spheres. That represents another world. Then Hod, Netzah, and Yesod representing yet a third world, and then the base Malkuth, or kingdom, representing a fourth. So these worlds are as follows. Asiyah is the bottom world. It represents the physical plane or the material world. And it corresponds to the alchemical symbol of earth. And there's only one sphere in that world, Malkuth. Again, that's not really progressing. That's staying earthbound, earth-identified, physical world-identified, base consciousness, only dealing with the physical plane. You don't have to look at it as a negative thing. It's just the things that operate in the physical domain. The next world up is Yetzirah, and that's called the formative world or the mental plane corresponding to air or intellect. Again, that's comprised of the 3 spheres, Yesod, Hod, and Netzah in that triangular formation. Above that, you have the creative world, the emotional plane represented by water, and that is the second triangle of Tiferet, the heart chakra corresponding to emotion, Geburah, and Hesed. Then you pass what is known as the line that represents the abyss, that is Da'at, leading to the truly higher realm, which is the realm of will or spirit. symbolized by the alchemical element of fire, and symbolized and comprised of the top triumvirate of the Kabbalistic tree, Keter, crown or unity consciousness, Chokmah, wisdom, basically because it represents right action, it's on the active side of the tree, and Binah, which is understanding and reception. Those are what is known as the four worlds of the Kabbalistic tree. Let's look at some basic concepts in Freemasonry, often a very misunderstood occult tradition, often not understood as an occult tradition because of its overtones in the modern day as a simple lodge system and a simple fraternal order. True esoteric Freemasonry is much more than that and has become very diluted in the modern day because of the modern lodge system. Often, many of the lodge systems are not even teaching the esoteric aspects and the proper understanding of Masonic symbolism at all in their lodge systems. I've criticized it greatly due to that and tried to really break down some of the very powerful spiritual allegorical symbolism in this tradition in my own work. Freemasonry is considered by its adherents to be a system of morality, which is veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. Now, some people, would never think of it as such because of the connotations that they view modern Freemasonry as. Again, you could look at something like what the modern church is doing, covering up pedophilia crimes, chief among them, compared to what the original Christian tradition was supposed to be about. And really, never the twain shall meet at this point in our world. Freemasonry is kind of very similar to that. I tell people you want to really go down to the depths and study the esoteric aspects of the tradition instead of what its so-called adherents are doing in the modern day. And if you understand the difference between the two, then this tradition becomes very rich in spiritual symbolism and teachings. The first 3 degrees of Freemasonry, or levels of knowledge communicated to the new Masonic initiates, are in order. First degree is entered apprentice, second degree fellow craft, and third degree master mason. These symbolically represent the 3 aspects of consciousness: thought, emotion, and action, respectively. Freemasonry is actually an ancient esoteric tradition which is ultimately about knowing the self, becoming a builder, a mason, of a better mind and soul, and ultimately the resurrection of morality within a human being. Resurrection being one of the key conceptual ideas in this tradition. And that goal, resurrecting oneself, is personified by the legend of the master builder Hiram Abiff, which we'll briefly talk about. Just want to touch upon this symbolism here. The compass is in square with the G in the middle. The square in this orientation usually represents base consciousness or material world identification. The compasses represent higher knowledge, compassion, true intelligence through balance, and circumscribing the base instincts. That process is directed by care, the sacred feminine generative principle, which is what the G in the middle esoterically represents. Many Masons will tell you that G means many different things. In its pure esoteric interpretation, it corresponds to true care, or the generative principle through which we ultimately create our reality. Resurrection, a huge theme in the Masonic tradition, ultimately embodied by the Masonic Christ figure, you might call him, Hiram Abiff, the master builder in the Masonic allegories. He's seen here in a coffin as a deadened form of consciousness, as true spirituality being in a grave, in a tomb. And the goal was to resurrect that divine spark or essence through getting in touch with truth and using the generative principle of care. Again, you see the all-seeing eye figure in an upward pointing pentacle at the top of the image. The whole goal of Freemasonry, true esoteric Freemasonry, is to become born again into conscience through the light of knowledge of the difference between right and wrong, or in other words, natural law. It is a system of teaching natural law in its pure form. The coffin tracing board of the third degree on the right-hand side is Hiram Abiff's grave. You see the skull and crossbones on the right-hand side on top of the coffin, representing the forces by which we will bury spirit if we only engage in intellect and action alone, not actually really using our spiritual insight to gauge morality, to gauge what moral action really is. The acacia sprig at the top of the grave is a symbol of the hope of resurrection, that natural law and morality can be communicated and received ultimately. Again, this tradition is very tied in with the Kabbalistic tradition. You'll see that the tracing board of the first degree is very similar to the Kabbalistic tree of life in many ways. The tools at the bottom of the tracing board represent the three tools by which Hiram Abiff was killed or murdered, and they represent the tools of the lack of knowledge, understanding, and wisdom, the things that ultimately kill it. If you don't engage in knowledge, you have ignorance. If you don't engage in understanding, you have confusion and the lack of care to come to the understanding. And if you don't engage in wisdom, you're not engaging in right action, and therefore you're in a state of cowardice and laziness, not engaging the masculine principle. That's what those three tools represent, that ultimately the failure of the three aspects of consciousness are what put Hiram Abiff in his tomb and ultimately get you headed toward the western direction instead of the eastern direction, toward darkness instead of light. The goal here is to be resurrected and therefore to be born into the light again of conscience and knowledge of the difference between right and wrong behavior. The first degree tracing board I call a key to the mysteries, literally because the key is one of the central components of the board. So this tracing board symbolically represents the Temple of Solomon in the Masonic tradition, in biblical allegory as well, where this symbolism is drawn from. You have the pillar on the left-hand side, which is the Joachim pillar, representing the masculine aspect of consciousness, solar or masculine, left brain. You see the symbol of the sun at the top. It is a Doric pillar, which is masculine architectural style. The S at the bottom of the pillar represents strength, and the tool at the bottom is the level, meaning that we need to have balance in our action. The right-hand column or pillar is the pillar of Boaz. It is a feminine pillar represented by the Corinthian design. This side of this tracing board represents the lunar or feminine qualities of consciousness, epitomized by the symbol of the moon at the top. And the letter B represents beauty, a feminine aspect. The tool at the bottom is the plum rule, which represents uprightness in our spirit. The middle pillar is the synthesis between the two, representing thought, creation. The W stands for wisdom. It could stand for will as well. And it's an ionic pillar. Again, the all-seeing eye is over top of the pillar, the ionic pillar, the ion pillar. It's some wordplay, some symbolic wordplay. Again, the directions are very significant. The east is toward the direction of the light, toward the direction of the rising sun and the awakening of consciousness. The checkerboard floor at the bottom represents base consciousness, not having started, the unbegun. The checkered life of an individual who doesn't know the difference between right and wrong and isn't following the light, and therefore they're ending up in situations that they don't intend to. They can be played like pieces on a chessboard when they're identified with worldly consciousness. The two ashlars or blocks at the end of the tracing board, at the back, the rear of it, represent two different forms of life. One in a very rough, unfinished form, and one where a person has worked upon their life during its duration and made wise use of their time to actually hone out their ashlar and refine it. The ladder, of course, represents getting off the floor of the house and beginning the journey into enlightenment toward the sun. The three initiates represent the three main levels of Freemasonic initiation: entered apprentice, fellow craft or journeyman, and master mason at the top of the ladder. The ladder moves from the moon to the sun, or from darkness to light, passing through the balance point, which is wisdom. And the key in the middle represents care. The key to all of it is what we care about. That's the key that can unlock the sun or the star gate at the top of the ladder. But it's dangling by a thread, representing the care and emotion regarding the acquisition of knowledge of self and natural law is hanging in a precarious position. Yet if we grasp onto that key of care, that is the way out. And again, that's why I called the first degree a tracing board, a key to the mysteries, literally. I hope that's an adequate explanation. It took me about 10 years of my life to deeply understand the symbolism on this board, and I'm still finding new things in it. But this is almost kind of given to new initiates as a form of subtle mockery, because the higher level initiates of this tradition in the modern world know that the lower level initiates aren't going to decode this. They're not going to know any of the symbolism allegorically. And so they're kind of like throwing the entire tradition in their face at the very beginning. Like, good luck with that. Good luck figuring out what that means, When we turn the board on its side, it reveals even more esoteric meanings. You could see that the checkerboard floor, if you look at that as the earth, as earth identified consciousness, the lines of the checkerboard become the lines of latitude and longitude of the earth. And then the pillars become the equator of the earth. The middle pillar becomes the equator, and the other pillars become the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer at the top and the Tropic of Capricorn at the bottom, representing respectively the high and low point of light during the course of the year and the path of the sun, the respective path of the sun around the earth during the course of the year. So, we get winter at the bottom represented by the moon, the low point of light, and summer at the top representing the high point of the sun, with the latter leaving the earth and journeying out of darkness and into light, or out of chaos and toward order, toward the east, toward the realm of the gods, toward higher consciousness, toward the rising sun and the light of knowledge. Incredibly powerful symbolism, just brilliantly portrayed for those who are capable of decoding it. I call this the sigil of all masonry, a very deeply misunderstood seal that combines a lot of different symbolism, which I'm going to attempt to break down here today and help people to understand why this is the ultimate symbol of all forms of masonry, both light and dark. This symbol does not represent one thing, and it is not, you can't look at this in a unidimensional way of decoding the symbolism. It doesn't work like that. This is a dual symbol, very multifaceted. So there's five basic elements to this symbolism. You have the two phrases, annuit coeptis and novus ordo seclorum, which we'll break down in a moment. You have the all-seeing eye with the rays of light coming from it. You have the unfinished pyramidal structure built in stone or brick, and then you have the earth itself, okay? So those are the five basic elements that we can symbolically decode in this symbol. We have the earth and then the two other pieces of symbolism other than the words, the pyramid made of stone and the all-seeing eye and light. Okay, so the all-seeing eye and light represents knowledge, the spark of the divine, unity consciousness, alignment with natural law, aligning our own thoughts, emotions, and actions such that as we think, so we feel, so we act, and there's no contradiction between those three modes of consciousness. The light represents the creator. The eye represents the eye of the creator of the universe, shedding light into our physical domain, bathing the world in light. The brick represents heaviness, weightiness, fixed, a fixed position, no flow, hardness, rigidity, okay? Weighing down, blocking things, building barriers between things, right? Blocking the light out. That's what you do with that building material, with stone. Okay, it's the exact opposite of light. So really you only have two qualities of building material portrayed on the earth: light and stone. They're the two building materials of masonry. Symbolically, in masonry, you are either building with light or you are building with stone, one or the other. Okay? If you're building with light, that means you're building with truth. You're building with knowledge. If you're building with stone, you're erecting barriers between people and obfuscating things. Now, the phrases, annuit coeptus, means, in Latin, annuit, it's third person singular present tense. Annuit means he, she, or it favors or looks favorably upon something. Coeptus means an enterprise, an undertaking, or a work in progress, a project that is actively being built but not completed yet. So put them together, annuit coeptus. He, she, or it favors our project, favors our undertaking, favors our work, favors our building. Well, what is that work? The bottom banner tells you what it is. Novus Ordo Seclorum. Literally translates as new order of the world, not of the ages. The Latin word seclorum would be of the ages. Seclorum means of the world or of the universe in Latin. So that phrase down there literally translates as new world order, unequivocally. So he favors our work, or he, she, or it favors our work, the new world order. Well, I would tell you that's the work of the light occultist and the work of the dark occultist, depending on which building material you are working with. So, let's look at what we would build if we are building with light as a light occultist or a de-occultist who wants to communicate truth. What would happen if we only build with light, and what another form of Mason does, what a Mason also does, is he tears down walls. He doesn't just build walls, he tears them down. So if we were to tear down the heaviness, the weightiness, the things that block us from the truth, the brick, the pyramid, the stone, the trap for souls, which is what the truncated pyramid ultimately represents. What would we have if we take the light of the Creator and remove the rest of the material? You'd only have the eye. You would only have the spiritual insight. You would only have the light of knowledge. You would only have the light of truth, the light of the Creator. There would be nothing else in the scene. That's what happens when when the light workers or the light masons complete their task of transmuting the stone into light, or in other words, transmuting ignorance into knowledge. The God of creation favors our work, the positive or light new world order of truth, love, and freedom. Conversely, what if we tried to put all of the light out of the scene? If this represents the world in a transition between light and darkness, going one way or the other, what if the dark occultists are trying to put out the light of the Creator from the world? Then what happens in the scene? Well, something like this happens, and watch it very carefully. The brick is completed, and it blocks out the Creator's light. And therefore, you have a permanent, completed male dominator structure, a structure that represents slavery, the light being blocked out from the world, and male dominance ruling the entire world as a prison for slaves. That's the dark New World Order. Oh yeah, the dark God favors their work, the dark New World Order. A world without the light of the Creator, a world without knowledge except for a very tiny few using it to enslave the masses of humanity. That's the Dark New World Order for sure. So if we go back to this symbol as the world in transition, as I like to call it, the sigil of all Masonry, we can see how there's two different outcomes depending on which building material we are working with and which New World Order we're seeking to create. The dark occultists are trying to block out the light of creation from this world and erect the Dark New World Order, a male-dominator world without light, where dark occultists rule an ignorant, enslaved population with an iron fist, a spiritual prison for lost souls. Conversely, if we build the true light New World Order, we reach universal enlightenment and evolution through wisdom and personal responsibility. Truth, love, and freedom prevail, and the will of creation is fulfilled. It's what I call the one true great work, with the goals being truth, love, and freedom. And that is a variation on the sigil of Masonry that I came up with. And a very nice listener to my show actually carved this in wood for me and sent it to me, which I have actually hung up over my work area in my home. Just a really great piece of work and a labor of love in and of itself, which I thought was really kind of him to do. I hope that powerfully illustrates some of the symbolism of Freemasonry and helps people to understand what lies at the heart of that tradition if it's properly understood and its allegories and symbolism is properly decoded. And how you can understand there's a lot of two-dimensionality or multifaceted dimensionality in occult symbolism. I'll briefly touch on the tarot here because I'm going to more extensively touch on the major arcana of the tarot in the last section today. Tarot is infinitely more than fortune telling. Unfortunately, it's become synonymous with it in the modern day. The tradition of tarot uses rich, multifaceted symbolism portrayed upon a deck of 78 cards to convey truths regarding the aspects of our own being and the laws of the cosmos. The tarot deck consists of two components, the major arcana and the minor arcana. Again, you see the correlation to occult knowledge in general. Okay? The major arcana consists of 22 cards, 11 of which deal with the aspects of the human psyche, with aspects of the human psyche, and 11 of which deal with aspects of natural law. Again, I'm going to break down those 22 cards in the final section of the presentation today. The minor arcana consists of 56 cards divided into 4 suits: wands, cups, swords, coins, and coins, each consisting of 14 cards, each suit consisting of 14 cards, ace through 10 cards, plus 4, quote, court cards for each suit. Sadly, in modern times, the tarot is looked upon by many people as being nothing more than a prop in the repertoire of fortune tellers, quote unquote. While the system of cards could be used as an intuitive divinatory aid to ask and answer questions about what individuals' prospective future may look like, this is considered by serious students of the tarot tradition to be an ancillary usage of the tarot deck at the very best. The tarot was traditionally seen in its pure esoteric form as a means of conveying deep truths through covert means, without needing to write down or even speaking the occult message aloud. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, as the saying goes, a tarot deck, when deeply understood, speaks countless millions of words. It is a book. It is more than a book. It's a lifetime of lessons encoded into the symbolism. And if you really deeply study it, there's nothing that's not in it. Just briefly, I want to talk about the suits of the deck. The suit of coins, depicted in green here, again represents earth, or the inherent qualities of the individual, and it is associated with the material plane. The suit of swords represents air or intellect, the mental plane. The suit of cups is correlated with water, and it represents our emotional qualities, the emotional plane. And finally, the suit of wands, depicted in the bottom right in red, represents the plane of will, or our actions, the masculine components of our psyche, represented alchemically by the symbol of fire, the upward pointing triangle. The Wheel of Fortune card, which is card number 10 in the major arcana, has some iconography on it that kind of tells us about what the tarot itself actually is and is intended to be used for. Many people call the tarot the goddess's book, the book of truth, or the wheel of truth, because of this particular, the symbolism on this particular card. Again, of course, the word tarot is actually in this card. If you start at the top, progress counterclockwise, and then come back to the top, the T at the top. If you reorganize the 4 letters of this card in order, in various configurations, you come up with 6 words that actually teach a lesson in and of themselves. The word rota, R-O-T-A, in Latin is the noun wheel. Again, the tarot is known as a wheel because it kind of loops back upon itself, and the symbolism is consistent with itself, and portrays the occult aspect of correspondence. That which is above is like to that which is below. We're going to see that greatly when we talk about the macrocosmic, the microcosmic tree of the major arcana, and then the macrocosmic tree of the major arcana. The word tarot itself is a phonetic equivalent. T-A-R-O is a phonetic equivalent of T-A-R-O-T. The Latin verb A-R-O-T, third person singular, arot, from the Latin verb arare, means to cultivate or to grow or to order something, to bring order to. The Latin verb orare, which is where we get O-R-A-T, orat, means to plead. It actually means to make an impassioned treaty, to beseech or to entreaty. An impassioned entreaty means to passionately ask somebody to do something. Not like beg as in, I'm begging you, give me this, but please do this, something like that. So we get the word orator, oration, meaning speech from that verb. The word Torah, it's a Hebrew word meaning law, T-O-R-A-H, transliterated into English from the Hebrew. T-O-R-A would be a phonetic equivalent, and then Ator would be a phonetic and truncated form of the Egyptian goddess of love, Hathor, who many people say that the tarot deck was dedicated to or patterned after the teachings of Ma'at, Hathor, and Isis, other different forms of Egyptian goddesses. That's why many people call it the Book of the Goddess. So we put all these together: wheel, tarot, cultivate or grow, plead, law, Hathor. The wheel of tarot cultivates or brings order or helps us to grow. It pleads the law of Hathor. You could say this as the wheel of tarot brings order by asking us to learn natural law or the law of love. Powerful symbolism right in the words that we can just, look at in a simple symbolic card. And that's only one of the cards. Again, I'm going to break down the tarot in more depth later. I'm just very cursorily touching on some of these traditions because I want to move on to symbolism shortly. Rosicrucianism is the next occult tradition I want to say a few words about. It comes from the Latin, the word itself, Rosicrucian, comes from the Latin noun rosa, meaning rose, and the Latin noun crux, crucius, meaning cross or crucifixion. Rosicrucianism is a tradition of esoteric Christianity that is based upon allegory and symbolism, as are most occult traditions. Its mythical founder is Christian Rosenkreuz, again, another Christ figure, another wisdom teacher figure allegorically, symbolically in the tradition. Christian Rosenkreuz represents the soul on its journey into knowledge and enlightenment in the Rosicrucian tradition and its allegories. This is called the Rose Cross in the Rosicrucian tradition. This particular variant of it, I believe, came out of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which dealt with Freemasonry, which dealt with tarot, which dealt with Hermetics, and certainly dealt with Rosicrucianism and Kabbalah, all of these traditions. The main symbol of the Rosicrucian tradition is the Rose Cross. The Rose Cross, the rose part of the Rose Cross represents the spirit and its symbolic crucifixion in the world of matter, its descent into the material plane. The cross represents the world of matter itself, its four arms representing the four elements of earth, air, water, and fire in the material domain. This is another popular variant of the Rose Cross, with the white cross in the middle of the five-pointed star or pentacle, representing earth, air, water, fire, plus spirit in its properly oriented position at the top of the five-pointed star, representing spirit in ascendancy or in a more important position over the realm of matter, the purely identified material world elements. The cross in the middle is white, representing purity, and then there are 7 crosses in a U or magnet shape, again, very symbolic. I would suggest representing the 7 Hermetic principles, the laws of nature, bound by true care in the middle, the purest of the principles of natural law, the principle of care. Again, that magnet representing the law of attraction, that U form, and also representing you, the individual, the self. The ultimate teaching of the Rosicrucian tradition as a form of esoteric Christianity is the universal spiritual law of oneness, as it is called in the tradition. This law is most commonly known as the Golden Rule in exoteric Christianity. Simply put, this law states, treat others as you would yourself, for there is no true separation in nature. If another suffers, oneself suffers. If one being is suffering, all beings are suffering. That level of unity needs to be recognized if we're really going to transcend the current human condition. Again, a beautiful allegorical tradition, Rosicrucianism, if properly understood. I highly recommend the works of Rudolf Steiner and Max Heindel, in particular, if you want to learn more about Rosicrucian tradition. The next tradition is Theosophy. Theosophy comes from the Greek nouns theos, meaning God or divinity, and the Greek noun sophos, meaning wisdom. Thus, Theosophy literally means the divine wisdom, or the wisdom of the divine. Theosophy is a symbol of esoteric philosophy, which investigates and seeks direct knowledge of the mysteries of being and nature. You just see the theme over and over again. Constantly comes back to the same thing. Being and nature, the individual, the psyche, and the laws of creation, and the laws of the cosmos, both in the seen realm and in the unseen realm. The laws that operate in the seen are the physical laws. Those that operate in the unseen are the spiritual laws. The theme is consistent throughout all of the occult traditions. Although it is an ancient philosophy, Theosophy was popularized by a 19th century occultist named Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, who founded the Theosophical Society and wrote many famous works of occult teaching. The Theosophical Society's mantra is, "There is no religion higher than truth." I would take it farther and say, there is no religion other than truth. Truth is the only real, true religion. Everything else is a paltry imitation that is an exoteric variant that has been co-opted and polluted over time that isn't really hitting the core of the bullseye, so to speak. I like to attend the United Lodge of Theosophists in Philadelphia from time to time. Barb and I attend it, sit in on readings of occult philosophy and ancient Vedic philosophy as well, that they talk about sometimes, and Very powerful readings and discussions happen in some of those groups, and it's always an uplifting experience. The main tenets of theosophy as taught by Helena Blavatsky are the same tenets found in many other occult schools. Chief among these is the belief in the presence of a divine spark within every person, which, with the proper discipline and training, can lead to spiritual illumination or, quote, enlightenment. Theosophy's adherents consider themselves as searchers after truth, who are dissatisfied with the world and are dissenters of the creeds of organized religion. So it's not a belief system. They don't consider it a belief system. They consider themselves simply searchers after truth, which can be known and can be described by models of occult science. Theosophists do admit to the existence of a creator or a God, but not necessarily to the existence of a personal God. They see nature or law as God, as an impersonal force that is simply operating in the physical domain. I tend to see God as law myself. That's you had to tell me what is one word that you would equivalate with God, that you would give as an equivalent to the concept of God. I would not use the word love. I would use the word law. But once you understand them, it's the same thing. You know, we'll get to that when we talk about thelema. But I would use the word law first and foremost to represent what God actually is. Theosophy also teaches that humanity has had many past incarnations, the whole species, or variations on Earth, which it calls root races. These root races should not be seen as genetic races, which many other people that followed some of the Theosophist work in the late 19th and earlier 20th parts of the 20th century perverted theosophical work and tried to take it on board, and twist it to their, agendas. This really happened in the early Nazi tradition as Nazism was rising in Germany. They tried to take some of these teachings and twist them into, racial divisions and, support different racial purity ideologies. But that is not how theosophy teaches them in its pure form. These root races should never be seen as genetic races, but rather as different types of civilization that had attained different levels of consciousness. Theosophy teaches, in keeping with the Hermetic principle of rhythm, that there is a cyclical quality or wave-like progression to time. It doesn't mean time moves endlessly in unvariable cycles. It means that it has a quality within it that generates a wave-like progression of choice points from which we can learn and grow, and at different times, through knowledge of what happened in past wave cycles, choose different results for ourselves. So it teaches that time has this cyclical or wave-like quality, progression to it, which imparts lessons and influences consciousness to produce certain outcomes. If humanity cannot raise their consciousness to a high enough level of awareness during the recurrence of such wave cycles, they may then experience setbacks in their evolutionary progression in the form of semi-extinction level events or cataclysms, which necessitate a restarting of humanity from a subsequent root race. And I think we're well along the way to that outcome, personally. I think nature only tolerates so much before it says, here comes a comet, let's see what you make of that. How about a supervolcanic eruption, a caldera going off in the middle of the land in which you live, and let's see what you make of that. That's what nature eventually does, because there's too many weeds choking the garden. And that's what humanity has become. And invariably, when the darkness of ignorance progresses to a level of total calcification, eventually nature says no more, this far and no further. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there pretty fast, which is why this information needs to be brought forward, and people really have to start seeing things as they really are instead of as they want them to be. I think this is the last tradition I'm going to cover. It's called thelema, one of my favorite occult traditions. Thelema is a system of magical practices and tenets developed by the 20th century, quote, gray magician Aleister Crowley. And everybody's going to say, oh, Mark, you're promoting Crowley again. You know, he was such a bad guy. You know, why are you putting people onto his work? Why are you talking about him like he was somebody to look up to? I'm telling you out in the open, gray magician. Somebody who knew the path and didn't necessarily walk it, who used what he knew for negative influence over other people to control. Although he also put out a lot of great spiritual works which were out there to illuminate and enlighten people. So he's an enigma. You know, he's a puzzle, Crowley. Here's the example I always tell people when dealing with Crowley's work. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay? If you're talking about Crowley, do as he said, not as he did. You know, he didn't necessarily walk the path in his life. The main precept of the occult tradition of Thelema is, quote, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. This precept is far too often completely misunderstood and completely taken out of context. Used properly, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law refers to the Thelemic concept of the true will. It's a central focus of the whole occult system, the true will. The true will represents a human being's true purpose and path in life, which exists in, I'm sorry, I have a mistake there. It should say exists in harmony with the will of the universe. I'll correct that in the slides before this video goes to press. This is the path upon which we are guided when we have learned to hear and follow the teachings of the higher self and natural law. That means we are doing the true will. We have gotten what we want out of the way. You know, how many, to learn what I have learned, to put together what I have put together, and again, not tooting my own horn, I'm just making a statement about the level of work and sacrifice that was required to even get to this level of understanding. Okay, I had to set aside things I wanted to do for me, for myself, to be here today, to put this together, the time invested, you know. Again, I want to be doing other things. Mark Passio wants to be doing other things, okay? Mark Passio's alignment with the true will says, can't be doing other things and still be doing the true will. Sorry, but it doesn't work that way. Therefore, I'm putting aside Mark Passio's desires and saying, we got to get to the great work and start getting it done, you know? So that's what the true will really is about. It's not about what I want. It doesn't mean do whatever you want. That's how people who have absolutely no understanding of Thelema or Crowley's intent or writings try to say it means. It absolutely doesn't mean that at all, never did. Crowley never interpreted it like that, never told one living human being that that's what it meant. It's called people who are completely profane when it comes to these teachings and haven't looked into it an iota for themselves, want to make up what they think it means. Okay? Used properly, it refers to the Thelemic concept of the true will, a human being's true purpose and path in life, and that is what we begin to do when we learn to listen to the voice of the higher self and when we learn to listen to natural law's teachings. For those called to the path of Thelema, the true will refers to the great work of truth, love, and freedom. Do what thou wilt does not mean to do whatever you want. To do the true will is the apotheosis of freedom. It means you are putting freedom up on such a pedestal, you are elevating it to the level of divinity. It is the will of the Creator. Freedom is the will of the Creator of the universe. And that's what Thelema is teaching. But the true will is also the strictest possible bond. As Crowley said, do thy will and no other shall say nay. Not my will be done, thy will be done. The will of creation be done. Let nothing deflect you from that austere and holy task. True freedom is absolutely to do thy will. Seek to do anything else whatsoever, and instantly obstacles will arise. Every act that is not in harmony with the true will is erratic and acts as a hindrance in one's life and creates chaos, not only in one's life, but in society in general. The Thelemic principle of do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law must remain in context with the statement which follows it. Love is the law. Love is the law. Love under will, which means love must be the foundation of the will. True care must underlie and support our actions. This means that any act of human will must be performed with love or higher consciousness as its foundation, or the result. The resultant product will ultimately be chaotic. Only action based upon love and therefore in harmony with morality and natural law could ever produce order, either in our personal lives or in society as a whole. This symbol, by the way, is known as the universal hexagram of thelema. The unicursal hexagram of thelema, excuse me. Unicursal means it is written in one stroke without taking the pen off the page, without taking the pencil off the paper. Okay? It is the joining of the chalice and blade without them overlapping each other and being separate from each other, like one being like there and then the other being there, over top of each other. It is a combining of them in one fluid motion that is like an eternal loop that keeps looping back upon itself in a state of synthesis. And then the 5-petaled rose representing again the 5 elements in nature, including the spirit. Crowley referred to magic, which he spelled with a K, as, quote, the science and art of influencing change to occur in accordance with the true will. Okay? Now notice that that is different than what I call sorcery. Okay? You're aligning yourself with the will of creation. This clearly distinguishes true magic, or what Crowley referred to as magic with a K, from sorcery, which is, quote, the science and art of influencing change to occur in accordance with the ego-driven will, lowercase w will, of the practitioner. They're two totally different things. Okay? Influencing something to align to creation's will is entirely different than influencing someone or something to align to my own personal selfish will. Crowley also postulated a notion which he called the holy guardian angel, which referred to a deep connection to the higher self, a connection that would guide the Thelemite initiate toward the true will. In order for the holy guardian angel to manifest in our lives, we must learn to listen to its wisdom by quieting the voice of the ego, the force which is at work when we refuse to admit when we have been wrong, the force which ever seeks to take us off the path of wisdom. And that is why Thelema the tradition of Thelema engages in different meditative practices and in different consciousness alteration techniques in order to quiet the egoic mindset, the voice that is constantly chattering saying, I want, I want, I want, I want. Or, I'm not wrong about that, I'm not wrong about that, I'm not wrong about that. You know, that's the ego, really. That's the force that doesn't allow us to see that what we're doing is wrong when we're doing something that's wrong. And it's the force that just keeps saying, I want this, I want that, and forget about all this other stuff over here about truly becoming a better person and helping other people to become better people. You know, we don't have time for that. I have too many things I want. The central text of Thelema is known as Liber al vel legis. Liber means book, al means related to or of, and legis, vel legis means of the law. So the book of the law, more commonly referred to, the book of the law. Crowley claimed that this book was dictated to him through channeled writing, or what is called automatic writing, by a higher spiritual consciousness which he referred to as I was. So he claimed that this was not his own writing, but it was in fact channeled from some type of an entity. Through the reception of this book, Crowley proclaimed the arrival of a new stage in the spiritual evolution of humanity, which he called the Aeon of Horus, the age when humanity would finally begin to align itself with natural law and the will of creation. Again, the aeon of the rising sun, of the birth of real knowledge, the de-occulting of occult wisdom, and the knowledge of the occult coming online to humanity in the form of common sense. shared wisdom. I don't know how far we've come into the age of the Aeon of Horus. There was kind of an occult renaissance going on during that time, and then it kind of got buried again, and we went into all kinds of wars, and then the technological age came in with the advent of television, and people got lost in childish sports and idle distractions. So I'll wrap up with a quote from Crowley. "The absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will." There it is. Natural law understood in the aggregate is going to create freedom. Natural law and the true will not done in the aggregate is going to equate to the absolute rule of the state, human slavery. Brilliant in his understanding, not so brilliant in the way he conducted his life, particularly in his later years. Last aspect of occultism I want to touch on is dark occultism. I'm not going to belabor this too long. I just want to really talk about who are these people that I refer to as the dark occultists. You can call them a million different names, folks. Doesn't matter what you call them. You can call them sorcerers. You can call them dark Luciferians, those who have the light and use it for dark purposes. They are Satanists, okay? They are Setians. They are the Klipotic Kabbalists. Klipoth is the region below the tree of life that is the hell world in the Kabbalistic tradition, that is the inversion of all the true teachings of Kabbalah, of the true moral lessons of the true esoteric tradition of Kabbalah. If you descend into the Klipotic realms, it's the wastelands, the lands of the spent and corrupted souls that are simply husks, that used to be souls and spirits that are just like, withered out husks, the wastelands, in other words. That's Klipotic Kabbalah. They are the dark masons of the world. They are the dark Atonists. Aton was a variation of the sun or the light in the ancient Cometian tradition. Ultimately, it's all one cult, folks. It's the cult of the black sun. You could call them by any name you want, but they are a dark solar cult. Okay? When I say the dark sun, why the black or the dark sun? The sun represents light. It represents knowledge. It represents empowerment. It represents life. The antithesis of that, the total polar inversion of that, is it's still a form of light. It's still the sun, but it has darkness within it. So it's knowledge being used for all the wrong reasons. Knowledge being used to control, not enlighten, not uplift. Knowledge being used to put people in a prison. Knowledge being used as a power differential over people who are still in a level of ignorance. So you're blinding people with that light, and you're enslaving them with it, with that knowledge. That's what these people are. Okay? If you don't even want to look at it in esoteric terms, they're people with the knowledge of how the self works, meaning deep psychology, very ancient, deep knowledge of psychology, combined with people who know about how the laws of nature function, which is very deep, hidden science. That's it. There are the two sciences that are at work. The physical sciences combined with psychology. And then you put the understanding of how moral law functions into there, which they know as well, and rebel against because they want to be gods on earth and they want to conquer the natural law consequences or evade them to the longest amount of time that they possibly can. They're all the same cult. It doesn't make a difference who we're talking about here. You could be talking about Satanists, Setians, the worshippers of the great owl at Bohemian Grove, the Skull and Bones Order of Death, the cult of the Black Sun that came out of the Nazi and SS party of Germany. All right, in the modern day, they're top-level international bankers, top-level political figures, top-level financiers, high-level religionists, level members of royalty, so-called royal families, judiciary, military, high-level military, people involved at highest levels of media, highest levels of medicine, highest levels of education, again, highest levels of all religious systems on the earth, and anybody's religion out there is not exempt from that, so-called cultural religions. Secret societies and fraternal orders, think tanks, intelligence agencies, you name it. This is where the highest concentration of dark occultists are at. This is who they are. This is how they operate in the world. These are the institutions who determine how people's lives will be run, because we let them. And at the top level of every one of these institutions, you're going to find the cult of the Black Sun operating. Helena Blavatsky, the main teacher of the occult philosophy known as Theosophy, tried to warn people about these sorcerers, about this dark solar cult. In her third volume of The Secret Doctrine, she wrote this. And again, Blavatsky gets a bad name like Crowley, and they want to just throw all of her works out. And say, oh, there's no wisdom in any of her work because that's the occult and that's bad. You know, people who have never read her work will make statements like this. She said, for the true student of occult lore, white or divine magic could no more exist in nature without its counterpart, black magic, than day without night. Everything in that nature has an occult, a bright and a night side to it. True, magic has lost its name, and along with it, its rights to recognition. But its practice is in daily use. The real truth is that magic is still in full sway amidst mankind, however blind the latter to its silent presence and influence on its members, however ignorant society may be and remain to its daily and hourly beneficent and maleficent effects. Again, the light and the dark side to the occult. The world is full of such unconscious magicians. She's saying even some of the people involved in these institutions use their influence and don't really know that they're employing occult strategies in many cases. They're just using that knowledge. The world is full of such unconscious magicians in politics as well as in daily life, in the church as in the strongholds of free thought. Most of those magicians are, quote, sorcerers, unhappily. Not metaphorically, but in sober reality, by reason of their inherent selfishness. Again, my will be done. Okay? Their revengeful natures, their envy, and their malice. The true student of magic, well aware of the truth, looks on in pity, and if he be wise, keeps silent. Again, I don't agree with that philosophy. Okay? I don't agree with that ideology. I think we need to speak up more than ever regarding this, not keep silent about it. Again, I could present people who I have a great deal of respect for, and I don't have to agree with every single thing that they say. I could still have tremendous amount of respect for what they did get right and for the work that they did share. For every effort made by him to remove the universal cecity, which means blindness, is only repaid with ingratitude, slander, and often curses. Lies and calumny become his lot, and thus the well-wisher is soon torn to pieces as a reward for his benevolent desire to enlighten. And you know what I say? Damn it to hell, so be it. It doesn't matter what people make of it. It doesn't matter whether they don't want to take the wisdom. It doesn't matter whether they don't want to take the knowledge. I'm going to speak it anyway. That's what's going to happen. You know, and that's the level of courage and will that people need to step into. Which, sadly, I don't feel Blavatsky fully made it to. As many occultists didn't. And again, like I said at the beginning of the seminar, how many occult teachers actually doing this, who claim that they're really knowledgeable of the occult, how many of them are out there sharing that knowledge with people, even in a rudimentary, cursory, introductory sort of way? Hardly any, a paltry number. You could probably count them on one hand. All right, let's move into some breakdowns of occult symbolism, which I think people should enjoy. Occult symbolism is a secret language hidden in plain sight. Symbols are all around us. They're in just about every walk of life that we engage in. From business to shopping to advertising to on the products that we use on a day-to-day basis, everywhere. I've been using them throughout this presentation, to communicate messages in subtle ways, to correspond and correlate ideas. But people say, hey, why do we need to look at symbolism and interpret them and try to understand what symbols mean? Isn't that a big waste of time? You hear this again. The people who say this is all insignificant, again, over and over again, these people are the people who think it's just a political problem. All right? We just have to analyze what's going on in politics, find the right people for the position, the world's going to be fine. It's just we need some reform in government, that's all. And it's not slavery, We just need to reform that financial system. If we just get control over coining the money again, it's going to be hunky-dory, These are the people who would mock and ridicule the study of symbolism entirely. Semiotics, They would say, you don't need to look into symbolism or break it down or try to understand what it means. It's all meaningless. It's just what one person says. It's their interpretation. And I agree. There are interpretations of symbolism, and not all symbolism means one thing. It can have many different interpretations. What I want to help people to understand is what's really being conveyed, being spoken. There's an energetic vibration that goes along with symbols. That's why they call it a symbol. It resonates something. It rings something. It sends out a vibration into human consciousness. And if you don't understand what that symbol, the frequency that resonates at because of its pure form, you're getting hit with that frequency, you're getting hit with that message, and you don't even understand what's being said to you. It's a form of illiteracy. It would be like me literally speaking another language that none of you understood to a person in the room, and I could talk about all of you behind your back without your knowledge. Well, that's what's being done through symbolism. And this is done through the use of archetypes. Archetypes are an archetype is an original pattern or model from which all things of that same kind are copied or on which they are all based. So an archetype is a model or a first form. It could be seen as a prototype of something, a first thing that then you pattern something later on, or you build upon or expand on later. So I've just put 5 basic archetypes here. There's many of them. I mean, we could look at the archetype of the lightning bolt, the diamond, the simple rudimentary fish, the simple wave pattern. You can go on and on forever just on archetypes. These are 5 real simple ones. I just wanted to give you a general idea of what some of these could be used to communicate. A circle. It's considered the perfect shape. It represents eternity because there's no beginning and no end. It represents wholeness or completeness. It represents perfection, fluidity, completeness, the divine. It's the shape that generally is used to represent God or divinity. Conversely, the square is the seeming opposite. It has rough edges. It's very rigid. 90-degree angles, not really found in nature. It represents stability, however. It represents groundedness, earthliness, rigidity, imperfections, base consciousness, earthly nature. Very simply conveyed in a shape, especially when we compare the two against each other, and you could see the inherent differentiation between them. The triangle, as the simplest enclosed form, it represents balance, synthesis, coming together of opposites, union, sharpness, intellect, etc. Again, that symbol, the blade, represented the intellect, represented the masculine quality of consciousness in many ancient traditions. The star represents spirit, sovereignty, achievement, openness, oneness. Hey, you give children stars in school, achievement. openness and oneness because it represents the human form outstretched. The cross, an ancient symbol of power and authority, strength, focus, and willpower. That's why authoritarians often use it in many different forms. These are the basic forms on which symbolism is based. These are basic vibrations. You can look at these as the small mouth noises that then eventually form words and then whole sentences and whole communicated traditions of meaning, which is what symbolism is about. Symbolism helps us to develop and practice and stay sharp with correlational thinking or correlative thinking. This is so important and so lacking in our society. Okay, when I try to teach some symbolism to like family members, let's say, I'll say, well, in this symbol, the all-seeing eye represents the light and the wisdom of the divine, of the Creator. And many of my family members will just stop me there and say, I totally don't understand what you mean. I cannot correlate or think of an eye inside of a triangle with some rays coming out of it as the Creator's wisdom. You know, the light of reason. How do you equate these two? I'm just trying to explain. It's like, let x equal 10 in algebra. You know, it's an arbitrary decision based on an archetypal form that people who use this symbol came up with. And glassy-eyed, you know, eyes glass over, they don't have this correlative thinking where they can say, let A be equal to B, okay? And give it a value and substitute. They can't do that. That's why, you know, I tutor algebra. It's one of the things I do for the fake form of money. You know, I tutor, you know, high school or college people in algebra. And you could tell right away who has correlative thinking active in them because they take to it, or if they don't have correlative thinking active, they have a real hard time with it. So correlative thinking is what symbolism ultimately fosters. And again, many people don't have it active in them. So, for example, if I establish that pen, the symbol of pen equals 20, okay, and then I also establish bird plus wheel equals 50. You follow me so far? Pen is 20, bird plus wheel equals 50. And finally, I establish pen and bird are equal to each other. Well, what does wheel equal? 30. Now, most people can't do that. Most people on the earth cannot do that. I'm serious. More people alive on the earth cannot do that than can, because they cannot engage in a simple correlation. I know most of my family members can't. I'm not saying that to insult anybody. I'm just telling you how it is. The majority of human beings will not be able to provide the answer for the value of the wheel in that simple correlative exercise, which is simple algebra. And they couldn't explain why that answer is so. Because if pen and bird are equal to each other, since pen equals 20, bird must equal 20. Then we can go over here, plug in the value of 20 into that equation where the bird is at. 20 plus wheel equals 50. Wheel must equal 30. That's why it's so. You know, that's a simple proof of that. So symbolic illiteracy, combined with the widespread absence of correlative thinking, has made it dramatically easier for those who use their knowledge of symbols and archetypes to manipulate behavior at a subconscious level, because they can sneak messages into wherever they want, and the person has no idea that there's an embedded message there, and they have no idea what it means. That's how they do it. And that's why it's significant to study. Now, I'm going to give you a great example of archetypal symbolism applied for mental manipulation. And I tell people, if you want the first example to study about what the occult is, this is one of the examples to look into. This is what the occult is applied in life. This is mind control applied in life. It's not my interpretation of that, it's what it really is. It's not just clever marketing. It's occult concepts that some people know how they work and some people don't, applied for the purpose of one group of people getting what they want at the expense of another group of people. So keep that in mind as I explain the Betty Crocker conundrum. In the early 1950s, a perverted form of Sigmund Freud's psychoanalytical approaches, championed by Freud's nephew Edward Bernays, were sweeping across America, even to the point where the Central Intelligence Agency was using these psychoanalytical approaches for mass control of the population. A great book to read on this is Jim Keith's Mass Control, The Manipulation of Human Consciousness. A place where it proved very successful was in the unassuming kitchens of middle-class families. Betty Crocker Foods had produced an instant cake mix. All you needed to do was add water to the supplied powder. In that time, this was considered somewhat of a miracle, of a minor miracle. The problem was that the miracle cake mixture did not sell at all. And Betty Crocker put a lot of money into research and development to come up with this stuff. They didn't want to have to go back to the drawing board. They wanted to sell what they came up with. In other words, they wanted to make people want it. They didn't want to accept the decree that had been given them, we don't want this. So undaunted, Betty Crocker Foods turned to the science of psychoanalysis to help, quote, solve the problem that they had. In other words, to make people buy something that the company already knew they did not want. Instead of trying to provide a product they did want, they wanted people to want what they had already invested R&D money in and what they had already made and put out onto the shelves that was a complete flop. And there was a reason it was a complete flop, which we'll get to. Crocker hired a Madison Avenue ad campaign firm to investigate through psychoanalytical techniques the underlying reasons that the housewives did not want the cake mix. And they did this through many interview sessions with many housewives. The conclusion of the study was that although the average American housewife very much appreciated the convenience of the cake mix, she felt very guilty about deceiving her husband and family into thinking she had worked hard for them, when in fact she had done very little work and put very little of herself and her own love into the project, as she had done when making a cake from scratch, entirely from scratch. So she was feeling guilt inwardly at having kind of gotten off a little bit easy, not having to do as much work or invest as much time and energy and love into the project of making a cake for her family. The answer offered to Betty Crocker by the psychologists they hired was quite simple. All that needed to be done was to add 3 words onto the instructions on the box of cake mix. Add 1 egg. Add 1 egg. That's it. They just had to say, you provide an egg to this mixture. Now, what's the egg? It's an archetype. It's a symbolic original form. The egg is creative essence. In many ancient cultures, the egg represents the cosmos itself, the womb of creation, the sacred feminine essence from which all life springs. And again, it is the feminine fertility symbol. The egg is what the woman contributes to the birthing process. The egg, as one of the most important and ancient archetypal symbols, holds very deep, often subconscious correspondences to life, birth, and creation, making the entire process of making the cake more meaningful in the housewife's mind. In this way, she would, in proxy, be, quote, giving life to her husband and family by providing the egg. This is how the mind works at a subconscious level. Changing the recipe to add an egg to the mixture offered the guilty housewife a way out by doing more than adding just water, by adding an ingredient which was psychologically intertwined with her own life-giving and creative capabilities. She could assuage her guilt that she was feeling. The end result sales of Betty Crocker's unwanted cake mix soared. And I couldn't find an original ad that had the 1 egg on it. This was when they ratcheted up the recipe to include 2 eggs. This is from the late 1950s. And you could, if you read this up close, if you blew this up and read it up close, over and over again, they keep talking about the egg. It says, Betty Crocker brings you that special homemade goodness because you add the eggs yourself. Now that, at the bottom, let me see if I can see it. It says, here we go. It's very small print. There are only 2 kinds of cake mixes. This is the only underlined nationally sold cake mix that lets you add the eggs. The only one that gives you that special homemade goodness. Yep. Light, fluffy cakes. They're made with famous soft silk cake flour, ... and you add the eggs. Over and over again, they keep re-emphasizing this in this one ad. No, it's all accidental. You don't need to know about any of this stuff. Symbolism is insignificant. It has nothing to do with what's going on in your mind at all. Let's look at some solar symbolism next. Again, the meanings of solar symbolism are always intertwined and related to light, life force or essence, the spirit, knowledge, power, enlightenment, growth, strength, kingship, sovereignty, trust, clarity, renewal, and resurrection. Because these are the things that the sun provides. Without it, there is no life. There is, nothing's going to grow on the earth. It symbolically represents the light of knowledge, which can be converted into power when applied. And those concepts were always associated with kingship and sovereignty as well. Now, let's keep that in mind when we see how it's used in product placement and advertising. If you go ShopRite to shop, are you going to be coming home enlightened? Are you going to buy the sun? You're going to come home with the light in your basket? That's what they're doing, symbolically putting the sun behind the basket, the shopping cart. And again, this is always done in proxy. See, they're looking to sell you on what they know you don't already have, what you're lacking, what you want, what you crave. So combine that with food products, combine it with, energy-related products. Again, the sun is the ultimate source of energy. What does the sun have to do with tapping into the lifeblood of the earth and taking oil out of it? Well, they want to correlate the idea that the natural light energy of the sun, they're somehow going to be selling you when they sell you this oil, when it has nothing to do with that. I'll show you in a later section where they know it's the blood of the earth. Literally, it's the lifeblood. And that's why they put the blood drop on many oil logos as well. But every one of these symbols is archetypally bringing the image of enlightenment and the sun into the product placement. Again, what was it another symbol for? Sovereignty, kingship, knowledge, light, trust, sun trust. People have to trust the bank they're going to put their money into. Citibank with the rising sun. Target with the ancient archetypal symbol of the sun. Here's some products you can trust. Lucis Trust, a New Age publishing company. Sovereign Bank. You won't be getting any sovereignty there. You see solar symbolism embedded in architecture. Zodiacal symbolism, astrotheological symbolism, the Arc de Triomphe in the middle of the 12-spoked wheel, representing the 12 houses of the zodiac, the sun's progression through the year. And there you see the rays of the sun right around the street system that the arc sits in the middle of. Hopefully people can see that. I hope it's not washed out too badly. You trust this guy? Well, that's why he's using that logo. He's the new king. You should trust him. He has your better interests in mind, like all presidents do. It's a brilliant symbol, though, and most people never caught on that it was a sun, because it's white in the middle of the American flag colors. But it's a sun coming up over the horizon. Or is it setting below the horizon? I don't know. But, archetypally, that's connecting with trust for people, power, knowledge. The things that somebody like that who's a con man, a confidence man, who wants to gain other people's confidence, wants to portray. And it doesn't make a difference, whether it's him or some Republican, they all do it. Like I said, blood symbolism is another big thing, especially when it comes to banking and oil. You'll see this. You just look for it, you'll see it. And again, the symbolic correlations are to life, the life force, vitality, flow, movement, and fluidity. Well, what are oil and banks all about? Flow, right? Flow of energy, flow of commerce. But what are they really telling you? Are you going to a blood bank for your life force energy? That money is your life force. You can't live without it, just like you couldn't live without your blood? Isn't that the deep-seated psychological correlation that they're trying to portray by putting a blood drop and associating it with a bank? And, it doesn't even look like a C, That's the C from Commerce Bank, but it's a blood drop. And very many oil companies use this as well, because they know that oil is not what people claim it is, a fossil fuel. It's a substance that the earth completely renews and regenerates, just like we make new blood when pints of it are taken out of our body. And that's what we're doing. That's what they're doing. They're vampirizing the earth like vampires, taking the blood, sucking the blood out of this planet. Let's look at some astrotheological symbolism. Again, the meanings and interpretations here range from authority and power to intelligence, divinity, again, associated with the heavens, the higher realms, the realm of God, the realm of the angels, the realm of the stars, travel, getting away from here, getting off earth to the higher realms, to the stars and heavens, escape, comfort, pleasure, peace of mind, sexuality embedded in astrotheological symbolism in many cases, fertility and union. And again, these are all things people want. That's why they always work these into symbolism for products. These are the things people want to connect with. It's what they want present in their lives. And so you put that in proxy in the symbol. Now, astrotheology is traditionally used widely in religious traditions, of all religious traditions. Islam uses the iconography of the moon constantly, astrotheological symbolism. Judaism uses the astrotheological symbolism of both the stars and Saturn in its religion. And of course, Christianity uses the astrotheological symbolism of the cross of the zodiac and the symbol of Pisces, because we are in the Piscean age when it comes to the precession of the equinoxes, astronomically. So look at the cross in this symbolism. You have it on the Pope's mitre. You have the fish head of Pisces as the Pope's mitre, the open mouth of the fish on his head. The fish symbol is the representation of Christ in modern Christianity. But this symbol in the ancient Comitian tradition was in its upright position, not on its left side as it is today in its imbalanced form, but in the balanced form with the point pointing upward was the symbol of the Shem Suhor, which was a group known as the disciples or the followers of Horus, the rising sun. Again, that's what the Christian tradition is it's a retelling of the solar deities of the ancient world, particularly Horus, Tammuz, Dionysus, Mithra, and others. But you see the zodiacal cross of the greater and lesser crosses, or what is known as the cross of St. George and St. Andrew in the middle of Vatican Square. You have the Pope holding the symbol of the cross. You have the cross on his sachet that he's wearing. I mean, It's replete with astrotheological themes, one of them being the cross. Here you see Aries symbolism in product placement. Again, that's connected with comfort and sexuality. The Dodge is actually, the ram there is actually, it's symbolic of the feminine womb, the fallopian tubes in the womb. The Aries symbol of McDonald's and the colors of comfort, red and yellow, which you see constantly associated with food, particularly food that's not so good for you. Again, astrotheological symbolism always associated with comfort. That's why they'll sell you that symbolism in the Starbucks logo as well. The comfort of the goddess, the moon, the crescent moon symbol, the sovereignty of the upward pointing stars. You know, that you're just going to get an overpriced cup of coffee. You're not going to get any of those things, you know. The Saturnian symbolism, constantly the swoosh representing the ring of Saturn, the rings of Saturn. It's been pointed out by many people that Nike is just Enki, you know, in a different order. I find that pretty interesting. But it's about higher realms, communication, trust, sovereignty. That's what astrotheological symbolism always deals with. Travel and escape and comfort, also themes embedded in it. You see so many cars using astrotheological symbolism. This is just a handful of them. Saturn, Mercury, BMW. Saturn and Mercury are blatantly obvious. BMW using the astrotheological cross motif. Star markets and ATMs. The Piscean symbol, mainly in the form of the Vesica Pisces, or the overlapping circles in many products. Chanel. It's a womb. It's a rudimentary womb symbol. And they're using it for union. You know, masculine and feminine union, comfort, associating it with flow, fluidity, money, trust, etc. Pentagram or pentacle symbolism, used by many different schools of the occult, one of the rudimentary archetypal symbolism in occultism. We've briefly gone over this already. The 5 points of the pentacle or pentagram represent the 4 elements of earth, air, water, and fire, corresponding respectively to the physical plane aspects of inherent qualities and characteristics with earth, intellect with air, emotion with water, and will with fire. And then they're ruled over ultimately by the spirit or the quintessence or the 5th element, which represents spirit. And in its proper position, this point would be placed upward over the other 4. Not saying that spirit is totally superior to the material world forces, but that it ultimately governs them and is acting as a balance point between them, through which we really need to identify and find balance so that we're not lost and owned by the material world senses. Now, most of the time, dark occultists will take this symbolism and reverse it. It's another thing I want to say about dark occultism in general, is they don't create much on their own. They take what's already there and they pervert and they corrupt. They use things that are there and just change them energetically. They don't really have much of a creative essence to do new things. They just use what somebody else has already used to represent one thing, and then they reverse it. Similar to how the Nazi Party reversed the Vedic symbol of the swastika, which traditionally represented positive solar energy, good fortune, and enlightenment. And they took that, turned it the opposite direction, made it the crooked cross of the SS and the Nazi Party, and they turned it into a symbol of death, bad fortune, destruction, and totalitarianism, which is just a perversion of what it formerly meant. So you'll see this used in control institutions and in dark occult orders, the pentagonal symbolism reversed. Here you see it in the Victoria Police's logo. They're not upholding your rights, folks. They're upholding the divine right to rule of the crown. That's why the crown sits atop the inverted pentagram, The spiritual point is thrust downward into the ground, and they're not upholding anybody's rights but who they consider the sovereign, some clown who thinks that they have the divine right to rule over other people because of the nature of their bloodline that they were born from. You see this done in some fraternal orders, like the Fraternal Order of Police, and in the woman's Masonic affiliate order, the Order of the Eastern Star. Of course, you have the pentagonal symbolism at the pentagram building, the center of intelligence in the United States, and that exactly correlates to the middle of an inverted pentagram. Now, when it comes to inverted pentagonal symbolism or pentagram symbolism, one of the best examples is the street system of Washington, D.C., just above the White House. And again, people will debate this and insist there's nothing to this, and because of a specific reason, which I'll get to in a moment. But this is the White House from a Google Maps image, seen from overhead, and you are, I believe, looking due north is in the upward direction. So directly above, in the northern direction, which Masonically is considered a place of darkness, pointing down toward the White House is an inverted pentagram embedded in the street system. Now, people will say, well, that's not even a complete reverse pentagram. One of the biggest types of pentagrams in dark occult symbolism is known as the Faustian pentagram, particularly used in Satanism and other forms of dark occultism. A Faustian pentagram deliberately leaves one arm absent or broken. And what that symbol represents is a pact with the evil or chaotic force in the world. It represents a pact with the force of entropy and darkness, that power will be delivered unto you and into your hands if you agree essentially to give your life essence or soul over to that force. Hence, the Faustian pentagram is also often referred to as the pentagram of pacts. Now, the people who bash researchers who look at the symbolism in the street system of Washington, D.C. as a form of geomancy, which is what this is, directing energy through architecture and lines of energy on the earth, will say, how could you even say that represents an inverted pentagram when that arm isn't there, that last part of it isn't there? What I'm trying to explain to you is that makes it all the more indicative that this was a deliberately created design that deliberately left that arm specifically open because it represents a Faustian pentagram. But people who don't look into the dark occult would never understand the concept of the Faustian pentagram, never have come across it at all. It comes from the German play Faust, in which Dr. Faustus sells his soul to the demon Mephistopheles for worldly power. So that's pentagram symbolism. Let's take a look at the symbolism of the all-seeing eye, which we've already really gone into. Of course, this represents God, the creator, divinity, source, light, knowledge, truth, intelligence, the spark of the divine, sovereignty, and unity consciousness. The Trinity. Used all over the place in iconography in government, in media, banking, financial institutions, intelligence agencies, fraternal orders, etc. Very popular symbolism. And so you see it in the Information Awareness Office. They want to be God and be omnipotent, have all knowledge of everything that's going on the earth, working with many other intelligence agencies. British Secret Service, the MI5 with the eye at the top of the pyramid. CBS logo of the eye. Of course, we looked at the sigil of the reverse of the Great Seal of the United States on the back of the dollar bill, what I call the sigil of all Masonry. The all-seeing eye is prominently used in Freemasonry. There you see it used with the compasses and square with the G. It's used in some financial institutions, and it was part of the AOL logo. The illuminated torch symbolism, yet again, another symbol that represents light, knowledge, truth, intelligence, and clarity. And of course, we see this carried by the Statue of Liberty. Not necessarily, none of these symbols are necessarily bad, folks. We can't look at this as all subversive. Some symbolism is used to convey uplifting messages and qualities. I don't look at some researchers look at the Statue of Liberty and say that's the dark occultist negative variant of the goddess. I personally don't see it as such. I see it as a very positive symbol of exactly what they talk about it as: liberty, freedom, through knowledge, through enlightenment. You know, she's holding a book. You know, the word book, liber, in Latin, it meant two things in Latin. It meant book and it meant free. The same word meant book and free, L-I-B-E-R, which is where the word liberty comes from. You know, they were correlating those concepts deliberately. That if you have knowledge through books about what's really going on in the world and what is really going on within yourself that you've studied, that you're then going to look into within in yourself, and you have read about and learned lessons about history, about what people did wrong in the past, and learn about natural law and how it works through wise people bringing it down to you through time, through hard work and sweat and blood and sacrifice to preserve that knowledge, maybe, just maybe, that's going to correlate with the concept of freedom, with the state of freedom too. So I see that as a representation of the positive aspect of the goddess, who was a goddess of love, truth, and freedom. I see the Columbia Pictures logo as being positive as well, but it's certainly goddess symbolism, and the illuminated torch there representing knowledge. It was used on the back of the dime with, I believe it was, I don't know if that's holly, and there's another plant there with it, but, yep, laurel, right? And then the Amico illuminated torch in their oil logo. So different people will use symbols for different purposes, but ultimately, it's representing something that they want you to identify with and want. So if the torch represents freedom, enlightenment, knowledge, they're putting it on the American Oil Company logo so that when you go and give money, overinflated amounts of money, to buy the fuel that we quote unquote need because we haven't made anti-gravitic propulsion technology because we can't give that to the earthly slaves. They have to have their internal combustion engine and use the earth's lifeblood that we vampirize out of the earth on a daily basis. You know, and we're all guilty of it, you know, because there's no other alternative in this society if you want to travel anywhere. And, you know, they want to put the symbol of knowledge, enlightenment, wisdom, and freedom on that logo and sell you that in proxy. What they know we don't really have collectively. That's how this works. It's using the archetype for what the purpose they want to use it for. Now, something that I do see as more dark symbolism than anything else, I'm not saying that the owl always represents something that's bad or evil. It generally just represents wisdom, knowledge, intelligence, wisdom, insight, but also secrecy, predation, night, and darkness, because the owl is a predatory bird. It's a flesh-eating bird that can see its prey from a higher perspective in a state of darkness because of its superior night vision, where its prey does not have that same capability and cannot see it coming for it. That's why it's loved by dark occultism, by dark occultists of all kind. They identify with this symbol because they look at themselves as the predator class that can see its prey, that knows everything about its prey. They see it from a higher perspective, where its prey is on the ground, very low, at a lower level of consciousness, and they're in a position to very easily take advantage of that differential in knowledge. Hence, they consider themselves the wise, ancient, predatory bird. And that's why they use that symbol at meeting grounds like Bohemian Grove. Depicted, a ritual of it depicted there, and one of their main sigils with the Bohemian Club owl with a belt around it representing the Ouroboros with the phrase, "Weaving spiders come not here." So they're trying to convince people they're not there to do any work. They're not there to actually get together and conspire. They're there for a simple vacation where they're just going to blow off steam and perform some homosexual acts with, paid homosexual prostitutes that they bring in there. But a big point of contention in some occult research is the owl at the Bohemian Grove. Does it represent Moloch, which is a Canaanite deity from the Levant area and ancient Phoenicia Canaan, which was seen as a bull in that tradition because he represented Baal, an older Phoenician god, Bel or Bill, which then morphed into the Canaanite god Baal or Baal, was often sacrificed, had children sacrificed to it. These burners that they actually created, these huge immolation pits, they would actually, during what was called the season of sacrifice, a 40-day period at the beginning of spring to the midpoint of spring, to give homage and sacrifice to their sun god, Bel or Bill or Baal, they would take the purest thing in their society, which was newborn children, and offer some of them to this god, the solar god, because they believed that the life force energy was in the blood, and the blood had to be offered to the god of the sun in order to ensure a bountiful harvest and the growth of crops, because that's how they looked at the cycle of life force energy. Through the blood, through the sun, through the earth, through the growing of crops in the springtime, and then being harvested in the summer toward the fall so that they would be able to survive the season of death, the winter. The concept of the immolation rites of Canaan, of the Canaanite tradition, these rituals were actually known as Molochs, M-O-L-O-C-H. Okay? The Moloch was the ritual. The god that they were sacrificing to was Molech, M-O-L-E-C-H. This became tied with some symbolism of the owl in that region, particularly because this region was close to the Sumerian region, and some of the belief systems of Sumer promulgated to that region, and the owl was a big symbol of goddess tradition and solar cult tradition in the Sumerian and Akkadian regions. So these concepts of the bull god and the owl god as being solar deities kind of crossed over with each other. And I would say that the Bohemian Grove owl does correspond to Baal. It does correspond to the sun god that they worship as part of this cult of the dark sun that I've been talking about. And they certainly perform a sacrifice ritual to that owl. It's called the cremation of care. They're sacrificing care to the god because they don't want that generative principle operating in humanity. So what do? In effigy, allegedly, they burn a child. It's a male child. And what is the name of that male child in the ceremony, the dark occult ceremony known as the cremation of care? They call the male child dull care. It's a mockery ritual. It's a total mockery ritual. They're saying humanity's care is dull. They can't defeat us. We're burning up their dull care on a yearly basis, and it's cake work. It's a piece of cake for us to do because they don't see us. They don't see what we're about here, what we're really gathered to focus upon. I would say that's just the mock ritual that goes on out in front of the other lower level members to basically focus their energy. I would say, as in all ancient priest class rituals, there was always a real ritual going on behind some fake ritual that was performed up front. But then in what was known as the Holy of Holies, through the veil somewhere, probably deeper into the Californian groves there's probably a real sacrifice ritual that takes place where they're channeling all of that energy that is being focused on this proxy ritual and using it for their benefit in the real ritual. The cremation of care, it's right out in people's face. more so, it's out in our face in architectural ways, where in the city where I'm from, on the left there is Commerce Square, one of the banking centers of Philadelphia. So clearly, two owls standing side by side with their wings down at their side. You know, I don't know how anybody can deny that those buildings are built deliberately to look like owls. What other building do you see with diamonds at the tops looking like ears anywhere in the world? You know, but don't worry about it. The bankers, they have nothing to do with the dark occult. You know, they have no religion. It's all just secular humanism all the way, and they're just, they're trying to fight those bubbles that come up constantly. They want to make it work for us. Have our interest at heart. This is the Frost Bank building. Again, it seems like the financial, quote-unquote, elitist trash really like the owl symbolism in their buildings. You know, this one, even at night, is even more pronounced with the eyes, lighting up very clearly. This is the Capitol building, and this is from, again, Google Earth, and if you just outline the street system directly around the Capitol building, it is an owl with its arms outstretched, perched on top with its tail coming down from the legs. If you extended this image below, if you look at it on Google Maps, it's a 13-street pyramid. It's a 13-level pyramid, just like the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill. 13 levels with the owl perched on top of it, surrounding in its belly, symbolically, the Capitol building. Again, the dark occult surrounding the place where, supposedly the betters of our society are convening to basically direct the rest of our lives, And there are people who will debate this and they'll insist, oh, this is just some kind of coincidence. Yeah, it's a strange symbol of a huge crested owl with huge ears and wings outstretched, sitting on top of a pyramid over the Capitol building of the United States. Very coincidental. Actually, here is the image from pulled back some. You could see the Capitol building there. You could see the symbol of the owl with the ears and the tail, and its wings are outstretched. And then this is the 13-level pyramid that it sits atop right there. I've done work in my podcast series to actually break down a lot of the geomancy that's embedded in the street system of Washington, D.C. I probably even myself have missed a lot of it because there's so much embedded in it. But this is a map of pretty much the whole D.C. district here. And this is all of the symbolism that's contained in there. You have the inverted pentagram pointing to the White House. You have the sacred feminine egg. You have the phallic symbol, the penis symbol, with tipped by the huge phallic symbol, the Washington Monument, the pentagonal symbolism with the Pentagon, the owl with the compasses and square surrounding it atop the 13-level pyramid. You have the seal of Solomon, the sun and the moon, the upward pointing triangle and the downward pointing triangle, the chalice and blade intertwined. Another huge inverted pyramid, which is approximately 30 levels, 30 streets. And then over top of that, you have the illuminated torch. That illuminated torch, the road that forms that torch goes around a baseball stadium, which looks like the eye in the middle of the torch. And that's the easternmost position of the city. This is facing east. So there's, starting, it's really like a symbol starting with the will center, going up. This is supposed to be the heart center, then the illumination, the mind center facing east. That's how they see it. They see themselves as those who have the light. And they're throwing it right in our face, and people can't see it. Pine cone symbolism, another very popular piece of symbolism for people who consider themselves, quote, in the know, that they consider that they are spiritually aware and enlightened, they have the knowledge, they are awoken, they have wisdom, and they have transformed themselves spiritually. In many cases, it's the exact opposite. The pine cone symbolism comes after the pineal gland, which is at the center of the head. It's right here, circled in red. It's considered in the midbrain or the limbic system of the brain. It regulates, this gland regulates a lot of different functions within the individual related to perception, emotion, etc. And the gland looks like a little pine cone. It has a lot of blood flow that goes through it, and it's very much attacked as something that they seem not to want to develop or function properly. So a lot of the food, things in water are very much attacked to target this part of the central nervous system. The pine cone literally looks like a little pineal gland. Okay, the pineal gland looks like a little pine cone, I should say. This is called the court of the pine cone, and it is at the Vatican. That's where that pine cone is at. It is surrounded by two peacocks. Peacocks are another big symbol in alchemy. They represent alchemical transformation. Again, the pine cone represents awakening, resurrection, or transmutation, spiritual transmutation. Now, below it, there is a black, empty sarcophagus right down there below on the left-hand side. As you go up these steps in the court of the pine cone to the other side of it, from this image perspective, that's what you will see. And behind it, there is an empty sarcophagus. Now, they're basically throwing this symbolism right in your face. You know, we are the resurrected ones. We are the ones who have come out of darkness and into light. We have the knowledge. We understand how the awakening process works. We understand how this activity of the brain that people don't even understand and whose functions are essentially shut down due to the horrible nutrition and all kinds of pollutants in their food and water. We know how that works, you know, and we have done that transformation to ourselves, but that's not for you. You know, we're going to sequester that and keep it to ourselves and keep it here. And they never mention this. You'll never hear about this by the Vatican. But just go on Google Images, and you know, you'll see tons of images of the type court of the pine cone. You have a lot of tourist images that just take pictures of it. Of course, here you see the Pope in his astrotheological regalia here, holding the cross, but at the base of it is the pine cone right there in his hand. I circle it right there. In symbolic iconography throughout the ancient world, the pine cone is revered. It's always a symbol of the transformation of a god. Often the god is giving that spiritual essence or knowledge to humanity. Here you see it in the Akkadian tradition of one of their gods, a clearly non-human looking entity. Here it is in the Babylonian tradition. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back one. Here it is in Egyptian symbology in a caduceus form. And of course, it was the hairstyle of the Buddha, who was considered a symbol, a very symbol of resurrection and awakening. And you see in many different Buddhic images the hairstyle that he is wearing reflective of the pine cone. Let's look at the symbolism of the fasces. The fasces is an ancient Roman symbol that was an axe, and it was bound up and surrounded by a bundle of rods. This represented total control, centralized authority. The Roman Empire was represented by the axe, and then its satellite states were considered the rods, all held together by the authority of Rome, the bundle of staffs. It represented total control, total domination, strength, combined power, and authority. I see this as a highly negative symbol, a symbol of oppression. So then the question is, what is it doing in so much government symbolism? What's it doing in secret society or fraternal order symbolism? On the back of the U.S. dime, on state seals, in the Senate chambers of the United States government itself, where the Speaker of the House sits. At the Lincoln Memorial, Lincoln, on the sides of his, quote, throne as the king enshrined in that temple, is holding two fasces in his hands. It's on German postage stamp as a symbol of fascism on the left-hand side there. You know, they're basically outright telling you who they are. They're telling you what their agenda is wordlessly, never in words, always wordlessly. And the rationale here in their religious notion goes something like this. If we tell them in any language, regardless of how obscure the language is, even if they don't understand the language, somehow that gives us carte blanche license to do what we want, because their refusal to say no is tacit approval, is silent, tacit approval. And they look at it like they're not karmically responsible if they say, hey, I'm going to punch you in the face, but I'm going to draw a really obscure figure of me punching you in the face, such that you'll look at it and not really know it's me punching you in the face. I can hand that to you, and then tomorrow I could punch you really hard in the face, and somehow I'm not karmically responsible for that action because I told you I was going to do it and you didn't say no. That's how their twisted, warped logic works. Yet, that's their belief system. Once again, I'm not saying you have to think that it really works like that, because I don't think it really works like that either. I'm just telling you that's how they think it does. That's their religious belief. People act on their religious belief. They think if we tell you something and then you don't say no, regardless of whether we told you in an obscure language, we have the right to do it because you didn't say no. So that's their religion. And it's all illegitimate. I'm not telling you that's legitimate. I'm not saying it really does excuse their karmic consequence. I'm saying that's what they believe. And they're willing to act upon it. Let's look at some checkerboard floor symbolism. The symbol of the checkered floor in the Freemasonic tradition, again, represented ignorance, unconsciousness, earthbound identification, immorality, and ultimately slavery, if we stay there. Well, let's see how this symbolism is used. Again, I would suggest this symbolism is always used dark occultically. It's used here in the Fraternal Order of Police's emblem, their sigil, in the middle with the pillars. And I see this as a very negative arrangement of those pillars, because in the Masonic tradition, the true arrangement of those pillars would be in an upright position with the pillar of unity raised above the pillars of duality. So now they're raising the dual pillars over the pillar of unity, which is underneath the checkerboard floor. I see this as raising duality, above unity consciousness. And they're shaking hands on it and saying, we're in the know, the symbol of the eye. I broke this all down in my occult mockery of police and military personnel presentation that I gave at the first Free Your Mind conference. One of the ways they really ritualistically mock these children who don't understand what they're being told at all, and who just, say, hey, give me a paycheck, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I have no conscience, I have no morality. I take a paycheck to take actions where I don't give a damn whether they're right or wrong. That's what all police are. 100%, all, every one, bar none. Every single one in the history of the world. People won't come out and just say something as simple as that, as factually flat out as that, because they're too afraid they're going to offend somebody's delicate sensibilities. I don't care whose family member's a cop or knows somebody who's a cop. Every single one of them are involved in something that's immoral. Because if you take a paycheck to perform an action and you're not concerned whether that action is right or wrong, whether you actually have a right to take it, but you do it because you say it's your job, that's the definition of immorality. And what they do with idiots like this is they wrap the checkerboard floor around their head, because they're wordlessly telling them, you are a know-nothing. Around your brain, we are wrapping the symbol that means ignorance and slavery. And the lack of understanding of the difference between right and wrong, we're putting it around your brain like a headband, And these people think this is some kind of a badge of honor, when they're basically wordlessly being totally trashed and mocked by the people who designed this system of iconography and symbolism. Just as a brief aside here to the checkerboard floor symbolism, the people who think that there's no connection between police, between, occult orders and fraternal orders like Freemasonry, and control systems like police of all places, all geographic regions and states. It's everywhere. And this is just a tiny, tiny little sample. We can go on, we could have 20 of these screens, and you still wouldn't have all the Masonically affiliated police lodges and orders. And, you know, I see this as nothing but dark masonry. How many of these lodges are teaching police morality? How many of these lodges do you think are actually trying to teach these police any kind of a system of... First of all, if you taught a police true morality, they wouldn't be a cop anymore. Nobody who's in a state of true morality could do that job, period. Nobody ever has. Ever. I don't care who it offends. You know, I've almost gotten in fights with some of my friends for saying it. You know? Can't be done. The two are antitheses of each other. Order followers, by definition, are performing an action without first engaging and ensuring for themselves that they know that that action is within the bounds of morality, and they know that they are not harming anybody by taking it, or they're not doing something that they have no right to do by taking that action. By definition, an order follower simply follows the order, or they wouldn't be an order follower. So by definition, an order follower cannot be a moral being. Period. Cannot. It's like saying, I can melt this ice cube and still have an ice cube. No, you can't. That's not the definition of it. Once you melt it, it's water. It's not an ice cube anymore. You know? So that's what people who try to say order followers can be moral people think. That's their twisted logic. And by the way, this is what's going to be a central, hammering, relentless focus of my work in coming weeks and years. I'm going to mercilessly hammer on the whole order following dynamic. Okay? I mean, you're not going to hear the end of this. I'm going to build whole presentations on nothing but the dynamic of what order following actually is. And try to make it so simple that a 2-year-old could understand it. Okay? So the next piece of symbolism is the hypercube. I think this is the last piece of symbolism. How are we doing on time? I think I'm way ahead in this section. Oh, great. I'm right on time then. Beautiful. Okay. So right now it's 4:30? Yes. Perfect. Okay, the hypercube is depicted here by this really cool animation. I finally found a really good animation of the hypercube that explains the concept of the cube inside the cube moving endlessly through itself. Thus, in dark occultism in particular, the hypercube represents an eternal prison. It's a very, very concealed and high-level symbol in dark occultism. Many times this will not ever be shown or talked about with a lower level initiate in the occult. All right, so we're talking about high-level dark occult symbolism now. The hypercube's meanings or interpretation are total control, total domination, entrapment, lockdown, no escape, permanent imprisonment, I really should have wrote on here, and permanent slavery. No way out. The mind is taken. The soul is taken. It's gone. Okay? And it's in the trap. All right? So I hope people can really understand how this is a perfect symbol of that, because it's like the earthly contained within the earthly, the symbol of the cube or the square, and it's full four-dimensional perspective. That's what the hypercube is. They call this the extruded cube. It's a cube rotated into all other dimensions so that it becomes what is considered a 4D object. You actually have many cubes there rotating amongst each other. Okay? And again, what it represents is dimensionality or densities. If you look at the dot as having no dimension, as just a single point in space-time, it has no depth, width, height, anything. That would be 0D. If we extrude that, if we pull that through one dimension, that becomes a one-dimensional object or a line. If we then extrude the 1D object, it can become a plane. And now we have a two-dimensional object, a plane, a square, etc. Then if we take that and we extrude the square, We have a square here, and we extrude that through another dimension. We get a three-dimensional object, or a cube. Now, what if we were to take the cube and extrude it and pull it through another dimension of space, which is very difficult for our three-dimensional brains to even extrapolate? What it would actually somewhat look like visually is the hypercube, or what's known as the tesseract in mathematics. That is a four-dimensional cube, a 4D space cube. Now, in one of its 2D projections, if we rotated this in a certain way, this cube, we would get this two-dimensional projection of the hypercube. And you see that the 2D projection of the hypercube is outlined by an octagon. The outside edge of the 2D hypercube projection in this orientation is the hypercube. So in dark occultism, whenever you see the octagon or you see the 8-pointed star, the two squares laying at a 90-degree angle over top of each other, almost invariably you're talking about the hypercube, and it's just a two-dimensional projection or variant of the hypercube. And I'll show you what I mean by this. Okay, the first thing is the hypercube in its octagonal projection is used by the police, particularly here in America. Cops wear this really strange 8-cornered hat. It's an octagonal hat, and it's black. And they're putting this once again on their heads. See, the dark occultists who design this stuff and who understand what it means symbolically and understand what it projects energetically always target the brain. You know, they're not taking body shots, they're taking head shots. Okay? So they put this symbolism on the head of the person who's doing these jobs. So here's the 8-cornered hat from overhead. It's clearly an octagonal shape. The stop sign put on every American street corner, the red octagon. It's a symbol of the hypercube. The word stop carries a vibratory energy. You know, first of all, at 90% or more of the places where a stop sign is embedded, you don't need a stop sign. First person who gets there goes. When another person, if they get there, it's 1 and 1. You know, that's how you basically do it in any street system in any major city anyway. I always fail to understand the logic of people who can't get that concept of the 1 and 1 of trying to, you know, I see them all the time in South Philadelphia, unfortunately. Usually they're from out of town, though. But, you know, this symbolism is rich in police. This is where they use it the most. Now, when you look at what the hypercube symbolism means, again, it means total domination, total control, enslavement, entrapment. We're not talking about these people being in control or in charge. We're talking about them being in the prison, being in the trap. They're the ones who are being ruled by the symbolism. You know, they think they're the people who are in control, who are making decisions, who are controlling other people. These are the perfect house slaves who are ruled by the real dark occult masters who are putting this satanic symbolism all over their bodies. And they don't even know it because they're so stupid. Literally, I mean, look, I'm just going to say it like that, folks. I don't care who gets offended in the room. I don't care who gets offended out there in internet land. You know, these people are stupid. They haven't seen the inside of a book since they were like 5 years old. You know, they don't read. These are people who don't read, period. I'm not going to be ruled by people who don't read, not in this lifetime. You'll take me out of this life, but I'm not going to be ruled by it. And, you know, secondly, even if they did have some book knowledge, there's still no common sense there. It may be all intellect. Doesn't make a difference. If it's not balanced by heart knowledge, it's not real intelligence. If it's not balanced by the knowledge of common sense of the difference between right and wrong behavior, it's not real intelligence. It's only intellect, which, you know, that will get you destruction every time when it's not balanced with the sacred feminine. So, you know, here's the Sussex Police emblem. 1 square, 2 squares. Again, that's another projection of the octagon or the hypercube, because look at the enclosed space. The enclosed space is the octagon. Okay? So 2 squares overlapping each other, always in occult symbolism, means total control. We control it all, including the mind. There's no escape. Okay? The hypercube is the enclosed space. And where is it? On the head, once again. As the badge on the third, the third eye location, or actually above that, on the crown. And, let's combine that with the checkerboard floor of the house, why don't we? We have a nice 1-2 punch there to mock our house slave. And these people don't even care about themselves enough to know that they're house slaves. Hey, half the time you can't offend somebody with that phrase because they're so stupid they don't even understand the historical connotation of what a house slave meant. That's really sad. That you can't look them in the face, call them a house slave, and have them get offended. They're not intelligent enough to be offended by that phrase. That's about as sad as it gets. I know I'm hitting it a little bit hard with the harshness, but, hey, I'm going to call it like it really is. So, here's some more hypercube symbolism on the so-called Medal of Valor. You have so much valor for following orders. There it is, the double square with the inverted pentagram, with the goddess in the middle of the inverted pentagram. And in a moment, I'm going to show you the goddess in the middle of the octagon and the double square. Right here. Not too far from here. Special Forces Army. Oh, I'm sorry. The very badge itself was surrounded by the octagonal shape. Oh, and then we have don't forget the trapezoid around it, which represents the truncated pyramid without the light. Could it get any more satanic? I don't know. I was a priest in the Church of Satan, and I'm telling you, that's more satanic than any emblem I ever wore. Around Fort Knox, enclosing the gold, symbolically the alchemical gold. It's the gold bars that are no longer there. But, we're going to enclose the whole place in the octagon. Again, it represents security, lockdown, etc. The octagon is the fighting ring of, extreme fighting, where, the maximum damage to the human brain happens. Hey, say what you will about the martial arts, full contact stuff that can actually have damage to the brain, I feel is like masculine posturing. I understand it's a competition of force, but, at some point, if aggression comes my way, I'm not about trying to prove I'm the better fighter, At that point, if it's about your freedom and your life, it's about taking the other person out. That's it. And it's not about proving anything to anybody. It's about, at that point, am I the better shot than you? So it's used in security systems constantly. It's probably the main or only shape that's ever used in security systems anymore, because they use that archetypal symbol of the octagon or hypercube to represent that total lockdown. Now, very close to here in Manchester, just in Hartford, this is the Hartford City Hall. It's a huge phallic symbol. Underneath that huge phallic dome in this temple, and I'm telling you, it is an elaborate, ornate temple, this place, if you've never been to it. Art took Barb and I there yesterday for a little tour, and the architecture is impressive. Okay, it's beautiful. But when you step into it, you realize you're in a satanic temple, because here they have the goddess right underneath that huge phallic symbol of masculine energy. She's encased in that phallic symbol and the energy that's within it, representing masculine domination, the law of man. And what do we have down at the bottom there, folks? The double square surrounding the goddess's platform. Yep. There it is, taken from above. You have the sun and the moon encompassed in her base there, and she's standing on that pedestal, and the double square surrounding her. I couldn't obviously reach out far enough to get it directly overhead, so it's slightly skewed, but you can clearly see the two squares. And then this is, if you go right to her feet and you point your camera up, you're looking at the dome. Look at the shape of the dome, the octagon, right above her head. I'll take it back so you can see that. There's the double square. right above the goddess's head as you're standing at her feet in this temple that is the main, the main iconography from the outside is a huge phallic dome, then that is the underneath side. That is the top of that phallic dome. She's standing right underneath it. And if you actually look up from the bottom at her feet, it's an octagon right above her head. So she's surrounded by the octagon bottom and top. But there's nothing to that. It's just, it all just worked out that way because of the architecture. No, they didn't plan any of the architecture for this building or hire some of the best, stonemasons and stoneworkers probably in this whole region of the country. It's all just accidental. They happened to put the goddess there. They happened to put the double square around her. They happened to put her inside of a big phallic symbol. They happened to put the octagon directly over her head. All just happened that way. That's called coincidence theory at its finest. But hey, there's some people, these people will come out and say, we're your owners, we accept the devil as our God, and we're going to kill you now. And they'll still say, I don't believe it. That's how broken their brains are. That's where we're at. That's the level of denial that we're at. Because when a species becomes so sick, they start to go into the level of denial. I'm not sick and dying. I'm not being eaten by evil entities. No, that's not happening to me. That happens on other worlds. It doesn't happen here. All right, I'm going to wrap up this section. How are we doing on time? 17 minutes left? All right, I'm going to start this section then. And what we get through, we get through. If not, I'll pick it up on the other side. I want to go through some of the symbolism of intelligence agencies. Specifically one intelligence agency, which I'll get to in a moment. But I want to talk about the fact first that the modern intelligence apparatus in any given state or government is the highest level of the dark occult operating in that society. You want to know who the real dark occultists, the real sorcerers, the real dark wizards, the real dark workers are? Find the intelligence organizations within a given state, and you have the highest level dark occultists. All right? And because at some level, and I don't care how unpopular this makes me, I don't care how much people want to say, oh, it can't be so, I don't care how much you want to say what I'm about to say discredits my other work, eventually these agencies begin working with entities and consciousnesses that are not actually human. Okay, and that's controversial, and you could say whatever you want about that statement. But I'm telling you, you'll see it in these images. All right? So, the main intelligence agency whose symbolism I'm going to break down in this section, out of all the ones I could have chosen from, is this one right here, second from the left at the bottom, the National Reconnaissance Organization. The National Reconnaissance Office, the NRO. This is their seal, the National Reconnaissance Office. And you see it has the Earth, and it's, has an orbital line with a ball going around it representing ostensibly a satellite. But what I want to show people here is some of the symbolism that is so drastically, blatantly, undoubtedly, in your face, dark occult symbolism that I don't know after showing these images to somebody, if you could say, people who have sick, twisted religious belief systems aren't involved at some of the highest levels of intelligence agencies and government. I don't know what to tell anybody, Like I said, it's like at that point, wrap it up. That person doesn't want to know. They want to remain ignorant, and they want to think that the world is something that it is not, because they're more comfortable with a lie than they are with the truth. So let's look at who the NRO actually is. They're basically responsible for all of the reconnaissance satellites that go into orbit, spy satellites essentially. And they are the intelligence agency operating in the United States that has the least amount of employees working for them, yet the biggest budget in monies allocated to their budget. Okay. Now, in this chart, Okay, so the number of people working for the organization is the left-hand axis. It says total civilian and military personnel for the year 1996. And then this is the amount of money that was spent on that organization in that year, in that 1 year alone, $6 billion, over $6 billion for the NRO. Whereas they have less than 10,000 people working for them. All these other organizations have much more people working for them. Great, thank you. 15 minutes. So, it says here as a caveat, this note, the National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, directly funds a small number of personnel, but indirectly funds tens of thousands of contractor personnel. That means they're not listed on their official budget, but yet they fund private entities. They fund people in the private sector to do some of the analysis work that they perform. Most of the time, these are known as SAPs, or Special Access Projects. Look up the term. Okay? This is how they're keeping the things that they do completely unaccountable, according to the regular ways and means of Congress. They're keeping it out of that oversight by putting it in the private sector under SAP, Special Access Projects. That's why they're making this caveat, well, there's obviously less than 1,000 probably official employees, but they do fund tens of thousands of contractor personnel in the private sector. All right, that's just the caveat I wanted to note there. I'm going to actually wrap it up right here on this slide, because on the other side of the dinner break, what I want to do is we'll break a little bit early, so we'll be back here at 6 o'clock for the wrap-up. I'm going to break down some of the National Reconnaissance Office dark occult symbolism, and then I'm going to give a case study in light occult symbolism, in very powerful spiritual positive occult symbolism, in the breaking down of the major arcana of the tarot deck. So ladies and gentlemen, meet back here at 6 p.m. Thank you. All right, everyone, welcome back. After dinner, I hope your dinner break was enjoyable. I'm going to move into the last two sections for the seminar this evening, and if time permits, we'll do a question and answer session afterward. I'll try to move through these rather swiftly. There's not too much material left. Like I said, two sections. I'm going to break down some of the dark occult symbolism in National Reconnaissance Office, or NRO, launch mission patches. And I think after I show you these patches, you'll agree that there are forces at work in government and in these intelligence offices that most certainly have a bizarre religion and a bizarre sense of what symbolism they find attractive, let's say. So again, the NRO is the office that has the least amount of employees working for them officially, and the largest intelligence budget allocated to that department. Let's start looking at some of their symbolism in their mission patches. So this is one of their patches that essentially contains, of course, the all-seeing eye. Now, what you're going to see here also is constant images of these symbols floating above or over the earth. And you'll see stars as well. Now, this these four stars, people have suggested the four, and you'll see a 6-star configuration as well with 5 and 1. Some people have suggested that this represents different areas from which these satellites were worked on and maybe launched. You know, there's an area in the Groom Lake facility called Area 4 or S4. You know, 4 stars here could indicate that. I'm not saying it definitely does. But you'll see some patches with, 5 stars together and then 1 offset. And people think that that means Area 51. But this patch, which is their fleet operation patch, that's what FLT Ops stands for. The Latin insignia underneath it, nos no una, nos abeo una, means we float together or we swim together. But, in this connotation, it means, we swim together in the sky or in space, okay? and we depart together. So nos no una means we float or swim together in Latin, and then nos abeo una means we depart together, meaning we arrive together as a flotilla and we leave or depart together as a flotilla. Now, my take on this is, how many people have seen these so-called UFO fleets? We don't know what these things are. If you've ever seen the videos, they certainly float together, and when they leave together. I'm not saying that's definitely what this is a reference to, but it kind of does make you think what kind of very exotic, if not otherworldly technologies these people are working on and are putting in our skies. This is one of the most blatantly dark occult and satanic patches I've ever seen from the symbolism and Latin insignia that is on it. Again, you see the 4 stars. You'll see that over and over again, more likely than not representing S4. If I had to take a best guesstimate, I would say that's what those 4 stars represent, although I could be incorrect about that. Now, you see the all-seeing eye in the pyramid, okay? And then the NRO patch designation, the mission designation. Now, we saw what the all-seeing eye represented. It represents God, divinity, okay? The light of the Creator. And, of course, the pyramid, the stone representing the block to that light. Now, what makes this satanic is the fact that the rocket carrying the payload or the mission satellite is getting ready to fly over the top of the all-seeing eye in its trajectory. Now, that in and of itself would not be so sinister, but what makes it sinister is the Latin term supra summus. I know that's a little bit difficult to see on this screen. Hopefully people can see that. It's S-U-P-R-A-S-U-M-M-U-S, supra summus. In Latin, that means, get ready for this, higher than the Most High. Okay? Higher than the Most High. In other words, we're higher than God. Because we're putting these satellites in such a high orbit, it sees everything that's going on the earth. We look at ourselves as the all-seeing eye. We're higher than God. Now, to me, they can't get any more blasphemous or blatant than that. But, you'll see how far they go. Here's one. Their mission launch was number 32, XXXII in Roman numerals. Of course, that is the last level of Freemasonry before what is known as illuminized or illuminated Freemasonry, representing levels 33 and above. The 32 to 33 degrees in Freemasonry represents the difference between frozen water and flowing water, ice or liquid water. The heat of the sun or the light melts water at 33 degrees and changes it from ice into flowing liquid water. What I wanted to point out here is the blatantly bird-like or reptilian eye symbolism. That's definitely not a human eye in this iconography. We're talking about something that has scales over top of it toward the right-hand side for sure. People want to say, oh, the all-seeing eye on the back of the dollar bill is reptilian. That's from the type of pattern that engraving system that was originally, cut with or engraved with, the pattern that it takes on. It doesn't it represents a human eye, a human styled eye. This clearly is not a human styled eye and has very bird-like or possibly serpent-like connotation to it. Again, I'm going to follow themes with these where, we're looking at all-seeing eye symbolism within these mission patches. Here's one, Annuit Coeptus, again, the all-seeing eye very clearly portrayed. Again, you have the number 4 inside the triangle at the bottom. The number 4 or 4 stars comes up over and over and over again in these patches. Again, NROL stands for National Reconnaissance Office Launch, number 32. Again, there's that 32 number as well. Here's some owl symbolism contained in National Reconnaissance patch from 2000, and the phrase, "We own the night," clearly with a reference to being able to see in the dark or surveil in the dark. Okay, we're going to go through some that have blatantly satanic overtones to them as far as Luciferian symbolism or blatant satanic symbolism. So this is launch number 49, clearly with a demon or fallen angel form in it that they have named Betty here. And it's obscuring the sun with its wing, holding some kind of a trident and a wrench in the other hand, with its hair on fire and a serpent-like snake going around its body. Then you see the earth partly occulted by shadow, and underneath it says, Primoris gravis ex occasus, which means in Latin, first and important from the fall, is the best that I can translate that. Or first and grave, or heavy, or important from the fall. Now what that means is obviously very occulted. Now, I couldn't tell you what this mission is ultimately about, but clearly there's blatant satanic symbolism in it, and the earth is in shadow. And occasus could also mean sunset. So you see the sun being obscured. If you look at that as, if you turn that and look at it as hills and the sun going behind it, it could be construed as a sunset. And you see the shadow of the earth, representing the line between light and darkness as the sun sets or rises. So occasus could mean the fall, clearly resonating with fallen angel symbolism, but it could also mean sunset or the obscuration or occultation of light. So very clear satanic overtones or Luciferian overtones there. Here's one, NROL 66, National Reconnaissance Office Launch 66, Get Your Kicks on 66, with a clear representation of, the Baal figure, the bull, representation of Satan. Again, that's what these Moloch ceremonies usually were dedicated to, the bull god Molech. So that's a depiction of Molech if there ever was one, as far as I'm concerned. Here's one with the Egyptian god of the underworld Anubis depicted, looking very sinister with red eyes and fangs and a tongue out, and the blatant phallic symbol of the missile coming up from the earth. Yep. Here's more blatant satanic symbolism. Pan, standing for ostensibly palladium at night. But Pan, of course, is another demon figure in certain, pagan mythology. So here's another one representing the phoenix, and it says, and flames. Clearly, satanic or diabolical overtones there. The phrase "melior diabolus quem scies" means better the devil you know. In other words, you'd rather have us doing this than somehow the devil you don't know going out there and doing this. So, we have your interest in mind. You better trust us. Better the devil you know, with the American flag behind the phoenix. Here's one that is a clear reference to dark occultists not wanting anybody to get involved in their business. It's a blatant warning or threat. And this is special projects of the NRO with a dragon coming out of the clouds shooting lightning bolts down. You'll see a repeated imagery of dragons, lightning bolts pointed at or down at the earth. And the Latin insignia at the top says, Procul este profani, which means away with the profane. The profane are not welcome here, in other words. Okay? Away with the profane. They're telling people, if you're not on the inner circle, if you're not in the esoteric circle, if you're not with us, with the initiates, the sorcerers who do this type of hidden, covert science work, then you are one of the profane and your eyes are not welcome here. For people who want to look into the connections of NASA and the occult, or space agencies in the United States in general in the occult, it's a rabbit hole. You could study that for a lifetime in and of itself. How many dark magicians were involved in different space agencies, and they're clearly telling you who they are. and telling you you're not welcome. Here's more, so this section is all about dragons. You know, a dragon is a symbol of power, authority, knowledge, hidden knowledge especially. And this one you have the dragon holding the entire planet, surrounding the entire planet. You know, as if he's either, you know, it's his child or perhaps he's getting ready to eat it. But it says, omnis vestri substructio est servus ad nobis. And this is a very broken Latin phrase. It's not really structured properly in Latin deliberately. I'll tell you what it means in a moment, but I just want to point out there's that 5 and 1 star configuration that I talked about that some people have suggested represents area 51 or 51. Again, May Day is a big occult satanic holiday known as Walpurgisnacht. All right, Walpurgisnacht or Beltane. It means bell's wheel, the beginning of the, or the midpoint of the spring season, I should say, where sacrifice in the form of blood sacrifice was traditionally offered toward the sun and the earth in order to ensure bountiful spring growth, so there would be a bountiful harvest in the reaping season. So, omnis vestri substructio est servus ad nobis means all your base are belong to us. Now, for people who may know what that means, there's a reason it's in that very improper grammar. It's a reference to a big internet meme that was going around in the early 2000s, I believe, where some video game manufacturer from Japan had put out this video game with all kinds of grammatical errors in English, where they didn't even, you know, check the grammar, and they put out, you know, this game that had laughably bad English in it. And one of the phrases that the mission commander, the evil mission commander, says to the good guys is, all your base are belong to us. Meaning, you know, we're going to take all your bases now, but they didn't get the translation right in the game, in the video game. So they were kind of playing on this theme, saying all your base are belong to us, because clearly what this probably is a reconnaissance mission to send satellites up to penetrate into underground bunkers or underground bases. And they're basically saying you have nowhere to hide. Here's another dragon holding the earth. This is a repeated theme throughout. He's got a diamond in his tail. And of course, he's an American dragon. He has the American flag as his wings, you know. This is a wonderful American symbolism, don't you think? I mean, you know, that's American through and through there. Here's more snakes curled around the earth. You know, serpent symbolism. Again, you see this repeated theme of 4 stars and then 1. Here's, 4 stars over here and then 2. Not quite sure what the stars really represent there, but clearly you have more reptilian symbolism surrounding the earth. The Latin phrase numquam ante numquam iterum means never before and never again. And again, I can't tell you what that means. It's obviously inside knowledge regarding whatever this particular mission or launch was about. The Information Assurance Office works closely with the NRO. They call themselves the defenders of the domain. You know, this concept of knighthood, as if it's something that was so valiant, when really what the knights were the protectors of the king's land, you know, basically reinforcing feudalism. And what they're doing is they're showing you we're constructing the world grid, you know, where there's total surveillance all the time. And that's the earth in a cage. I mean, the symbol right there is the earth inside of a cage. And these people think they're somehow creating or defending freedom, you know. Oh, they're defenders of the domain of slavery, all right. They're defenders of the domain of feudalism, for sure. Here's some blatant alien symbolism, and I would say demonic symbolism. I've broken down in my occult mockery presentation how the Air Force logo is actually a demon's face. I mean, if you look at it, you know, the eyes, you have the brows, the horns going up, the nose coming down, and then the mouth looking very sinister. You know, I could see it very clearly. I don't know how people who revere the symbol cannot see that that's a demon's face. And if I had to make a best guesstimate, that's the demon known as Chort. In every depiction I've ever seen of Chort portrayed, that's his face. You know, I could be wrong about that, but it certainly looks like it to me. Then you have the typical alien gray with the huge almond-shaped black eyes, no nose, no mouth to speak of, and large head. The typical alien gray. The phrase underneath says, Oderant dum metuant, which means, let them hate as long as they fear. I mean, is that like something, you know, that depicts American values? Now, I believe that is a phrase first uttered by the Roman Emperor Caligula, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a statement by Caligula. Oderant dum metuant meant, let them hate as long as they fear. They can hate me as long as they fear me. It's like saying, you know, we're in control. We know we're in control. And you can hate it all you want as long as you're afraid. You know, it's blatant posturing. You know, it's up in your face as far as I'm concerned. And what is the reference? What is the direct connection to these alien grays? Is what I want to know. I mean, you know, why is this on a United States mission patch? A gray alien face. People don't think there's anything weird to that. They're just playing games. They're just having some fun and, you know, putting some stuff that they don't really believe in on their patches. That's all. You know, yeah. Here's another alien gray eating a B-2 bomber. And I say eating because I know what the phrase means underneath. This is a classified flight test number 509. I do not know what those trident symbols are in the background. And it has something that looks like a male symbol on the B-2 bomber there, but it doesn't have the arrow. It's not a feminine symbol. It's like an O with a little, you know, kind of protrusion coming out of it. But the alien seems to be devouring this B-2 bomber, and gustas similis pullus means tastes like chicken. So I guess that's a reference to the alien's taste of the B-2 bomber. I mean, they get weirder and weirder, folks, you know? I mean, it's perfectly normal, well psychologically adjusted people working in this office, clearly, with pure American values. This is the most recent one. Launch 39 happened, or it might not be the most recent, but it's a very recent one. This went off in 2013. An octopus, basically devouring the earth with its tentacles all over the earth. And it says, nothing is beyond our reach. I don't know how much more blatant you want to get. I mean, you know, they're telling you, this is Cthulhu-like in its scope, you know, the macrobes, you know, of Lovecraftian visage here, you know, just holding the earth in its grip. You know, I don't personally think anybody who sees this as super sinister is making any kind of a big deal about it. I think it speaks for itself. I mean, if you can't see that there's sinister overtones to that, you know, big, huge, Cthulhu-like demon octopus entity devouring the earth, you know? And that's what they are. I mean, they're really telling you what they're doing, as far as I'm concerned. Here's more alien or demonic or shadow people symbolism with this chevron shape that keeps appearing over and over again. 23D, space operations, semper vigilans, which means always watching or always watchful. Now I'm going to move into some of these mission patches that deal with clearly occultic imagery, clearly wizard imagery. You know, certain subdivisions of the people within the NRO actually refer to themselves as the wizards, I have heard, okay, through people who have studied some of this, space aspects to the control system a little bit more. They have put forward that there's, you know, certain special mission teams within these organizations that refer to themselves as the wizards or the sorcerers. because they have the highest level inside knowledge about what the actual purpose of these missions are, whereas everybody else is on a need-to-know basis. So they're the inner circle of the inner circle, you might say. And in this case, it's the flight test squadron. You see like a sword, a sorcerer's sword there. The sorcerer sending a lightning bolt down to the mountains. He's in some kind of a chevron-shaped craft. He's holding that O-shaped thing with the little protrusion coming out of it. You know, I can't tell you what that is because I don't know. And, you know, he's casting some kind of a spell, and there you see that star configuration once again, the 5 and the 1, repeated again. And, you know, if anybody sees anything that I don't, I'm welcome to interpretations. Email me or, you know, just get a hold of me afterward and, you know, tell me what you thought or what you saw. If I missed something or didn't touch on something, that's fine. Please do bring it to my attention. Here's more wizard symbology. This whole section will deal with wizards and sorcerers. They don't have anything to do with the occult, these people. Don't worry about it, folks. It's completely innocent. These people are not occultists. They're not dark occultists. They're not involved in this in any way. You know, he's again holding a some type of a scepter, presiding over the earth. Again, there's that lightning bolt. You have the craft sending some kind of a satellite into orbit. 1 star over the wizard's hat. I don't know what the letters CW represent, but the Latin translation of Arcana Imperii is imperial secret knowledge, or secret knowledge of the empire, you know, because we have an empire, right? You know, this is an empire. It wasn't intended to be a republic. We're an empire, and we have the secret knowledge of the empire is what they're telling you. You know, they're the wizards who have the secret knowledge of how these covert sciences really work. Here's more wizard, electric wizard symbology, I guess you could call this. Over and over again, lightning bolts pointed at the earth. This is all about, I feel, scalar technology and, you know, the ability to create energy systems at will. It's a perverted application of some of Tesla's patents and technologies and higher level sciences that he was working on to bring forward for the betterment of humanity. And then these dark, sick, psychopathic sorcerers took all that and employed it for destructive purposes and control purposes, as they always do. That's all they can do, is take somebody else's work and pervert it. So here's one other one. You know, the same motif once again, clearly depicted, the scepter shooting the lightning bolt down at the earth with the orb in his other hand. Here's more blatantly wizard, dark wizard iconography here. I'm not sure what they're getting at, what that object going into that ball is. It could be wormhole symbolism for all I know. You know, your guess is probably as good as mine. Yeah, they're assessing the future all right. They're assessing the future for total takeover and slavery. And then they get, you know, purely dark. You know, don't ask because it's none of your effing business. But, you know, maybe this had something to do with the moon. We have the crescent moon on there, and then the question mark. They're not even going to give you any hints or symbolism. And, you know, then it gets even worse than that, because then there's just the blank one, you know, that says, si ego certiorem faciam mihi tu delendus eris. I guess my Latin pronunciation is not too shabby. It might not be perfect, but that means, if I made you aware, you would have to be destroyed by me, or I would have to kill you. So if I told you about what this is about, I would have to kill you. That's what that loosely translates to. And there's nothing in the middle of the patch.
I hear they're available for kids' birthdays.
Yeah. A great group of guys you'd probably want to hang out with. They're clearly very mentally balanced. Okay, so look. In that section, for all I have to say is, if anybody looking at the occult symbology of those patches doesn't understand that at the highest levels of intelligence and government in this country, you have people who are involved in a sick religion, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, they're telling you. I don't need to say a word. They're telling you right there. This is the last section for today, and if time allows, I will take some questions at the end. I just want to briefly mention, we do have a raffle that we were running. There's 3 prizes that I'm going to be giving out at the end. So if people want to make any last-minute raffle tickets, Barb has them at the desk. I'll take a little bit of time after the finish of the lecture, and then we will hold a raffle drawing. We'll do 3 prizes. 1 prize will be a DVD of your choice, 1 prize will be a t-shirt, and 1 prize will be a combination, a t-shirt and a DVD of your choice. Those will be the 3 prizes for the raffle. So I just wanted to mention that. I apologize for forgetting to mention that at the beginning of this section like I was supposed to. But the Tarot's major arcana, the self and the universe revealed in symbol. Okay, now I'm going to do this in a very simple way, but I'm going to try to tie together a few different occult traditions in this section, namely the Tarot and Kabbalah, and help people to understand how occult traditions cannot really be studied in isolation. They have to be studied with respect to each other. This is critically important when it comes to how these traditions cross over, how their symbolism all interrelates with each other. And I think if you really understand how I'm going to lay this out, some people will have seen me do this in my own podcast, but I'm going to lay it out in a little bit nicer of a way for this presentation. If you can really understand the correlations between these symbols, this section is so powerful. When I understood this, when I studied the Tarot in conjunction with the Kabbalah deeply enough to make this connection, with the help of some other occultists and researchers, it's like it was beyond an epiphany. It was beyond an aha moment. It was like, it was beyond getting chills up your spine. It was like the top of my head completely blew off, Epiphany is an understatement when it comes to it, because you realize how powerfully interconnected the people that made these systems were with this knowledge. These symbolic systems that are intended to teach wordlessly through symbol and allegory. The people who came up with them were beyond brilliant. And hopefully I can get people to see that, and it will spark some of your own personal study on your own in these traditions. So we broke down in a rudimentary way, we broke down the Kabbalistic tree of life earlier. Remember, it represents different aspects of the human consciousness. And the whole goal of the Kabbalah was to teach a moral lesson. It was to teach how we could bring ourselves into harmony with the higher consciousness and in harmony with natural law. And in order to do that, we have to develop the desire to get out of the base consciousness, Malkuth as it is known, kingdom, okay? And we have to first develop that desire, which comes up from the sacrum chakra, that sexual union energy of, the desire to better oneself and transform oneself, and then develop the willpower to care enough to transform ourselves, help the process of transformation in others, acquire the understanding of natural law principles, and then put those to work in our life through our actions. When we do that, that's when we are truly communing with divine consciousness, or with unity consciousness, the top level of the tree of life, Keter. Again, we talked about the correspondence to the Vedic system of chakras and how these systems kind of like had some interplay with their symbolism. What I want to do here today is show you how the Tarot must be studied in conjunction with the Kabbalistic tree of life. They're inseparable. They go together and can't be studied in isolation from each other if they're to be truly understood. Now, how many spheres are on the tree of life? 10. 10 major sephirot, right? The sphere called Da'at was not one of the sephirot. It was considered in the Kabbalistic tradition the place from which the tree grows, or the origin of the tree. It is the essence of the tree, and it represents knowledge. The word Da'at in Hebrew means knowledge. So, if we look at that as the essence of one of the trees in Kabbalah. We have really two trees of life. There's a macrocosmic tree and a microcosmic tree. These two trees are talked about in biblical symbolism in the book of Revelation. All right? And what they really represent is the microcosmic tree of the qualities of the self, and then the macrocosmic tree of the qualities of nature, of the universe. So what I did right here is I took the first 11 cards of the major arcana, and I dealt them in a very specific progression onto the Kabbalistic tree of life. We're going to do the same for the second 11 cards with the macrocosmic tree of life. All right? So, 22 cards in the major arcana. 1111. There's another very spiritual number, a very significant synchronistic and synchromistic number, 1111. Okay, how many people, just off the cuff, on a whim here, how many people have personal experience or personal synchronicity with the number 1111 by a show of hands? Okay, that's maybe a third of the room. 1111 is known as the light worker's call. What it means is, if you're seeing this over and over and over again, let me tell you something. When I was starting to wake up, I saw 1111 so much. It was like so haunting that I was tired of seeing it. It was so bizarre. At some point, it was just like, oh yeah, again, really? Non-stop. What I feel it means is that if you're receiving that, it means you're at a level of development already that you need to go forward and you need to communicate the information that you already know. You're one of the people who, I don't even want to use the word chosen or selected. That's not the right word. You have an aptitude for the gift of teaching in some form or fashion. And therefore, this repeating number is getting in your head and it's getting in your face and it's saying, start to do the work. At least that's what it was for me. That was my experience with the number. And there's a general consensus, in the analysis of this meme going around, an analysis of this experience, if you will, of 1111. The reason I'm bringing it up is because 1111 is symbolically encoded in this breakdown that I'm putting forward. We're using 11 cards, the first half of the major arcana in the microcosmic tree, and then the second 11 cards in the macrocosmic tree. Now, how I have dealt them is simply in that order that we talked about of the spheres, the Sephirot's numbered system. At the top where you have Malkuth, that's 1. Then you move to the right side, that's 2. Then to the left side, that's 3. Then you move down a notch, that's 4. And then to the other side, that's 5. Then to the center, Tiferet, the green card there, that's 6. Then down to the yellow level on the right, that's 7. The yellow level on the left, that's 8. The middle orange card there, represented by the Hermit, that's 9. And then finally 10 at the Wheel of Fortune. Okay? So that's that, remember that Kabbalistic lightning bolt, the thunderstruck tree. All right, that pattern of 1 through 10 going like this. All right, now in the dot position, I have put the card, the Fool. The Fool is in the dot position. What is the first body of knowledge in the occult? It's the knowledge of self. It's the knowledge of the human psyche and how it operates. That's the dot position, the knowledge of self. This is the self card. It's properly understood, it's not the Fool card, it's the soul card. Okay, that's an actual phonetic and written English letter variant, how it became the Fool. If you even look into the history of this card, it was not originally the Fool card, it was originally the soul card. And then through phonetic variants and, mistransliterations, it became over time the Fool, and that got ran with that in the imagery. The being going off into the land of incarnation without much knowledge and, without a whole lot of baggage to back him up, taking a leap of faith coming into this world, trying to make any change happen here. That's certainly a fool's errand, isn't it? But, not to be dissuaded from that work, this is also a leap of faith and an act of will, that he's going to go into that realm and survive it and create a change. Because it's not just him being in a naive state, it's him also being in a trusting state with the light at his back. The light has his back, the sun. It's the sun card. The zero card, it's the no thing. It's the pure essence of spirit or the spark of the divine. Amazing symbolism just contained in that one card. I could give a whole lecture just on that one card. But we're putting him in the dot position because this tree is about the knowledge of self as the microcosmic layer of knowledge in the occult. Okay? So then we're going to look at all 10 of the cards, but backwards from 10 to 1. This is the fool's journey. The fool's journey from darkness and ignorance at the bottom of the tree in Malkuth, in worldly, earthbound identification, all the way up to the position of self-mastery as the magician or the magi at the crown level of Keter on the tree of life. So here we go with the journey of the soul, the journey of the self, the fool's journey. And there I'm showing where the fool is at the dot position. All right, now we're going to start at Malkuth. Let's go down to Malkuth, the bottom of the tree of life, at the Wheel of Fortune, card number 10. The Wheel of Fortune represents pure earth identification. It represents not really having knowledge. That's why you're on the wheel. It's the wheel of karma. When we are in ignorance, we are subject. We're not in a state of self-mastery. We are subjects. We are ruled by the forces. We are ruled by the base instincts, the base passions. Okay, so this staying at this level of earthly identification and base identification and base instinctual feeding will keep us on the wheel of karma. We're not going to grow and learn and progress. What gets us out of this earthbound identification is desire. And I don't mean just desire to want things in an egoic way. I'm talking about the desire for more, the desire for betterment within the self. Okay, the desire for self-knowledge, the desire to know oneself, and then to know also about the realm in which we operate, the natural world and its laws. So, when we make that decision to develop that desire for truth, for light, for knowledge, that's where the hermit comes in. The hermit card represents the desire for knowledge. See, he's not in a state of knowledge. He's not the purified being in the white robe. He has gray robes on. He's humbled. He knows that he doesn't know. He knows how much he still has to learn. And he's lighting the lamp to go off in search of knowledge and understanding and wisdom. That, again, has been the color I've used to direct this whole presentation for today, because this is supposed to be about whetting someone's appetite to help to spark within the individual the desire for greater knowledge, the desire for more knowledge about the occult and what it really contains and how it can really help to transform oneself. So that's what we have to aspire as a species to become. Then we could start making progress out of Malkuth. And there's desire within a good number of people. Like I said, if I thought it was hopeless, folks, I wouldn't say a word. It can still be done, even at this late hour. It's a matter of will we do it, So let's move to the next card at the 8 position. And this would be, we would be at the solar plexus chakra level on the tree of life at this point. Again, this is a dualistic chakra. This is a dualistic level of the tree of life. There is on the feminine pillar, which is depicted on the left side of the Kabbalistic tree, there's the internal qualities of the self. And on the right-hand side, there's externalized qualities. So you have to look at that pillar going up and down the left-hand side, those 3 cards, that's known as the pillar of severity. But in Kabbalistic terms, what that pillar represents is internal qualities. It can represent darkness as well, if you look at it from a certain perspective. That which is not readily seen, which is on the inside, that you have to penetrate a little bit deeper to see or to find. And then these three cards on the right-hand pillar, the pillar of mercy, are the more masculine or active properties of the self, as we'll see. Okay? So at this level, this is the courage or strength card. And the two aspects of will, there's an internal quality, which is courage, right? Courage is developed within. Then you have to do something in the external world to bring courage into manifestation, to act upon it. And then we go to the next level and we see that's the chariot, which represents will in the tarot. So you had the one card with the woman holding the lion's mouth open fearlessly, which represents courage. Okay, that's an internal feminine quality. Now you have the masculine quality of getting things done in the real world, the will to act. All right, so these are both the solar plexus will center, but the dualistic aspects of it. One is an internal aspect, a feminine aspect, and one is a external or masculinized aspect. All right, we're going to move up to the Tiferet card, which is the heart chakra. Tiferet is beauty. And again, there we have the symbol of the heart, the lovers. The symbolism is so consistent. It's so consistent when you learn this arrangement of cards. The people who developed the tarot deck clearly studied it in conjunction with the ancient Hebraic systems, Kabbalah, and even older systems. And these cards clearly were around long before even those traditions, because they came out of the ancient Comitian tradition, as many researchers, not the least of which was Michael Tessarion, has done a lot of work to establish and end that debate, hopefully. But you know, the generative principle is depicted here, the union of the male and female. You know, it's not just about sexual union, we're talking about unifying the masculine and feminine aspects of self, such that we develop true care, the generative principle. And again, that is the lover's card depicted right in the middle of the tree of life. This position, the Tiferet position on the tree, every card is connected to. Every card has direct path, line of sight to the Tiferet card, because that's the central focus of the tree. The generative principle, the heart, is at the core of everything, what we care about enough to do in our life or to put into manifestation in our life is actually what gets done and gets manifested. And that's why it's called the generative or creative principle. Let's move up another level, and we are at the severity Sephirot. Geburah, the Hierophant is there. Now, this card is placed on the pillar of severity. It's at the sphere called severity, Geburah, and this card represents working with the self, actually motivating yourself to change. And that's why it's called severity. It's like the parts of yourself you have to whip into shape. The parts of yourself you don't want to be kind to because you want to change. And those qualities you should want to change. The dark aspects within us that we need to work upon. That's what this card represents, getting in and working with. That's why it's the Pope. It represents internal religion, getting the reins over those dark aspects of the self. This is a card representing self-control. You know, religion's one of the control systems, but true religion can be a motivating force if we're guiding our actions toward truth, if the religion is about truth. So this is about self-control. This is about reeling in the aspects of the self that we need to reel in. When we move to the mercy Sephirah, which is Hesed, we see that in that position we have the Emperor card. And again, this is the twin aspect to religion. We have the state now, the Emperor. So you have religion and you have government. Now, this card represents mercy. Okay, this is about how are you going to influence other people around you. The other side of this, again, we're at the throat chakra now, So this is all about the voice, right? What kind of internal voice do you work with within yourself? The dialogue that's going on within you, okay? You know, what are you telling yourself? How are you motivating yourself through your internal dialogue to change? That's what the severity card was about, the Hierophant. Now we're at the mercy card. We're turning that external to the self. This is the masculine side of the tree of life, where we're saying, how do you influence others in the world? Once you've arrived at a certain level of knowledge and understanding and care, how do you work with other people to help them to manifest change in their own lives? And that's why the emperor it's the symbol of state, because it's the thing that does influence, quote unquote, control toward others. I'm not saying that means you want to go out and try to control everybody else, but it's the symbol of external influence, let's call it, whereas the Hierophant or Pope is the symbol of internal influence upon oneself. I hope that's clear and makes sense to people. We're coming up now to the next chakra, which is the third eye chakra, representing true intelligence. So we have a feminine aspect to that and a masculine aspect to that on the two sides of the tree, respectively. The Empress is at the top of the feminine side of the microcosmic or soul tree of life, the personal aspects of the tree of life. This is the Binah Sephira, and Binah means understanding. Understanding is an internal quality, as we talked about. You know, it's what goes on within yourself. You take in the knowledge, you process it through mental processes, and then you come to a level of understanding internally. So this is the feminine aspect of understanding, which is an internal process. And you could also look at that as a right brain or sacred feminine quality. The high priestess, while of course depicting the goddess, in this case the goddess Isis, is a feminine figure on the card. This card represents the top of the masculine pillar on the tree of life as an active quality. The goddess represented wisdom, and you see her between the two pillars, similar in Freemasonry, Boaz and Jachin, or Yakin. And of course, these are corollaries to the pillar of severity and the pillar of mercy in the Kabbalistic tree as well. So again, Freemasonry, Tarot, Kabbalah, they all have to be studied in conjunction with each other. They are not separate sciences. They're really, again, many paths to the same destination. It's a different way of explaining correspondences and knowledge, but you get to the same end result. So the High Priestess card is actually wisdom. This card represents wisdom. Now, wisdom is not an internal quality. Wisdom, as we talked about, is what we do with what we know. It's an active process. It's taking action based upon what you have come to understand. And again, you had to get there, folks. The lightning bolt goes, if we look at this blue level, okay, the lightning bolt goes diagonally up, left to right, past self-knowledge. See, that's knowledge in the middle, the white card, the Fool card, as the Da'at card. So you have knowledge, then at the top rung, you have understanding and wisdom. What are the trivium processes? Knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. Da'at, Binah, Hokmah. Knowledge, understanding, and wisdom are actually the top triangle of the tree of life before you get to the crown, which is self-mastery, which is sovereignty under the Creator, true self-government. Okay? So, again, this High Priestess card, sacred feminine iconography on the card, she's holding the law, Torah, right, in between the two pillars as the balance point. And she represents wisdom ultimately, which is a masculine quality regarding action, what we do with what we know. And when we put the knowledge that we have taken into ourselves and come to understand and to practice, that's when we are putting wisdom into our lives and into the world. And that's when we move toward the highest level of consciousness, self-mastery, sovereignty, true self-respect, true self-love, actively being involved as a magician in this world. The magician is the one who stands between the realms, who stands between the worlds. Again, he has his head in the cosmos, but his feet on the ground. He is an anchoring point. He is a bridge. He's bridging the light of the Creator down to the world, which is why he has the scepter of power connected to the higher realm, but he's pointing at the earth. And he's mastered all the forces of nature. The wand, the sword, the cup, and the pentacles, earth, air, water, and fire, the 4 elements again. Okay, so this card represents self-mastery from total ignorance and base identification at Malkuth, coming up through all those other characteristics of the self on the personal journey on the microcosmic tree to the highest level, to Keter, or the crown chakra, which represents total self-mastery. The allegory is perfect. By show of hands, how many people, besides in my podcast series, have seen this arrangement of cards in tarot? By a show of hands. 1 person. Anybody else? 2. 2 people. Okay? At 3. Okay, 3 people in the room. To me, this shows, and not in any way trying to make this any kind of a harsh statement, but it shows people don't have in-depth knowledge of how these systems interrelate with each other and how they fit together. And I'm sure people who are completely unfamiliar with the occult and completely unfamiliar with my work have really never heard of any part of this or ever even seen any interpretations of these cards. Again, I'm not telling you these are the only interpretations that can be given, but look at how well the symbolism relates with the concepts of the tree of life and the spheres upon it. All right, it's a perfect allegory as far as I'm concerned. And very, very, very few people study the tarot in this way. They don't combine it with the Kabbalistic tradition, and they don't see the powerful transformative aspects that symbolism can play practically in your life if you really deeply, richly understand the symbolism. So I just hope that this kind of conveys this in a way that's readily understood. I hope it did anyway. I'm going to move to the macrocosmic tree of life, and we're going to see how that arrangement of the second 11 cards of the major arcana of the tarot tell us all about the forces at work in nature. And it'll also tell us about the 2 ways that a civilization can go. All right, so let's look at that. So here I've built the macrocosmic tree of life from the second 11 cards of the major arcana of the tarot deck. So I'm starting with card number 11, which is the Justice card, which is the most important card in the entire tarot deck as far as I'm concerned. Card number 11. We'll get to why that is. And then I'm moving with the lightning bolt pattern throughout the tree all the way down to card number 20. So really all we've done here is, we're adding 10. We started at 1 before and went to 10. Now every card there is the next, 10 numbers up. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Card number 21, the last card of the tarot, because it starts at 0 and it goes through card number 21. It's not 1 through 22. It's 0 through 21. 21 is a very sacred number. It represents the tripling of 7. That is the number that represents man coming into union with the divine, coming into God-like consciousness, not being God, but coming into a level of consciousness that embodies the divine and embodies, the epitome of spiritual essence or spiritual nature while still being in flesh, while still being incarnate in the physical realm. So in the dot position, again, because the second realm of knowledge in the occult is what? The realm of the macrocosmic laws, the laws that govern the universe, both in the seen realm, meaning the physical laws, the physical sciences, and in the unseen realm, meaning the spiritual laws, or in other words, natural law. So in the dot position, we have now the world, or in some decks, the universe. Okay, so we had the soul card in the dot position on the microcosmic tree, and now we have the universe or the world in the dot position, the position of knowledge in the macrocosmic tree. Perfectly consistent. All right, so I hope people are understanding here. I'm not looking for relationships or, trying to bridge anything. It's so consistent when you lay it out this way, it's readily seeable. This is not something I'm stretching for, is what I'm trying to get at here. It should be readily be able to be seen by anybody who can make these simple correspondences. So, we have the forces of nature, the lion, the man, the bull, and the eagle. The four cardinal points of the zodiac, the four cardinal directions. You have the gospel writers, they were depicted as the forces of nature, earth, air, water, and fire, etc. You can go on and on with what those represent. Again, you have that symbol of purity and innocence in the middle of the image holding the two scepters, very similar to how we started in a state of ignorance and moved up to a state of self-knowledge. But there was this purity and innocence card in the middle in the dot position, represented by the Fool card in the microcosmic tree. And there's the position of the world card on the macrocosmic tree. Again, that is not at one of the Sephirot positions, but it is at the dot or knowledge position. So let's start the journey of the understanding of the forces at nature, the forces at work in nature. So in the Malkut position of kingdom, the lowest level, base identified consciousness, you have the card called judgment, represented by the angel of revelation blowing the trumpet, a call to awakening. This is a clarion call to awaken. We are being called up out of our slumber. We are being called up out of earthly, base identification and ego identification to a higher level of understanding. Some people will answer that call. Some will not. Some will be resurrected. Some will stay dead. Okay, so if they do indeed resurrect through desire for light, desire for knowledge, desire for truth, then they will come out of those tombs. If not, they will stay in the realm of judgment, which is Malkuth. Just like you could be the hermit and come out of that realm represented by the Wheel of Fortune, seeming chance fate, the checkered life of man, the floor of the house in Freemasonry. You can come up in the microcosmic tree to the hermit through desire, through personal desire for knowledge, or you can stay in Malkuth, which represented, the Wheel of Fortune. Well, this is the same thing on a macrocosmic scale. The universe, the will of creation, is calling all species up to a higher level of evolutionary progression out of that base realm. And we can respond to that call or not. Those who are gifted with the capacity for holistic intelligence have the ability to choose whether they will come out of that ego-identified state or not. That's free will. I would say this card represents free will in and of itself. I would say this is the free will card of the tarot deck because it's giving us a choice whether we will receive truth or not. See, this is a card about reception. Again, the theme here is reception. The theme of the day is reception. Reception of truth, reception of knowledge. The word Kabbalah means reception. It means proper reception, the proper way to receive, the proper way to open up one's mind and heart, to the knowledge of the cosmos, to the knowledge of the self. A beautiful tradition when properly understood and used properly. This I consider the free will card of the deck. It's saying you have free will to transform yourself or to stay deadened. And if we move forward, I would say going up to the next level, again, one of the most important cards in the deck, and again, the orange card, another theme throughout the day here, this orange color, representing desire, representing choice. This is a card that I feel represents choice. The card represents the light, knowledge, truth, the sun. Again, we saw all of that in the symbolism section. That card is the truth card. What's the light that's calling us up from that Malkuth position that the angel's blowing the trumpet for behind her head? It's the light, it's the sun, it's truth. This is the truth card of the deck. But it also represents a choice because the paths converge from that point. And yes, you could still see we're going to make our way up in the lightning bolt progression to get to the top of the tree. But the microcosmic tree is slightly different than the macrocosmic tree is slightly different than the microcosmic one because this card represents a choice point. Will you receive truth? Will a civilization receive truth or not? That's what this card is the choice point for. It's the truth card. And it's the choice of whether we will receive truth or not. Now remember, there's the path of severity to the left and the path of mercy to the right. In this arrangement, I do feel that there is a negative connotation on the left-hand path and a positive connotation on the right-hand path, as we will see when I further break this down. The left-hand path going from this point forward represents the rejection of truth. The right-hand path up the tree represents the acceptance of truth. Okay? The middle pillar represents the choice point that we have to either receive or not receive truth. And then the middle card there, as we will see at the Tiferet position, means the care to change. Ultimately, that's the change card. All right? So if we decide to not receive truth, to reject truth, we go to this position. Okay, so this is the moon, which again, symbolically represented in Freemasonry, that darkness side. You can look at it as a feminine symbol, a piece of feminine symbolism as well. But in this connotation, it means night, darkness. These creatures here in the traditional interpretation of this card, it means ignorance. This has traditionally represented ignorance in the breakdown of the symbology of the moon card. And I would suggest that's what it means here in this position. It means we have not chosen to receive the truth. Conversely, on the active side of the tree, the pillar of mercy, the star card represents all of the other lights of the heavens that are suns. And as such, this is the alchemy card. It represents that we have decided to accept truth into our lives and integrate it. When we move up to the next layer, we're at the heart chakra now. And again, look, folks, that yellow level represents will. Okay, we're making a decision in will, in our guts, whether to accept truth or not. So that ignorance card is a willful position. It's taking a willful position. When people reject truth, that's a willful act. And when people accept truth, that's a willful act. So that totally correlates to the solar plexus chakra, the will center. But now we're moving up to the heart chakra. Again, a unity chakra, right? The heart, the generative principle, what ultimately drives change. The generative principle is what creates change in our lives and in the whole society. So this is the change card, and this card itself is neither negative or positive. It simply represents change, often sudden change. Because once truth is either accepted or rejected, sudden change follows. And I think the choice point that, this symbolically really represents, I think 9/11 was one of the defining hallmarks of our time. And the rejection of that truth, I think, has set humanity off onto the left-hand path. We have to care enough to bring it back to that, point of accepting truth, and maybe we can get up the other side, up to the middle at the top at some point. But, the symbolism of 9/11 here is actually very overt, actually. The thunderstruck tower. Sudden change could be for the good, could be for the bad. Either way, change is coming. The universe abhors a vacuum and abhors stagnation. Change is always happening. Now we're moving up to the next level, the throat chakra. Again, you have severity here. What follows the rejection of truth as you go up that left-hand side? Self-imposed slavery under dark forces. This is where humanity's at. That's where we're at now because of the level of truth that we've rejected. And I always point out, as do other researchers who have deeply studied the symbolism of these cards, the chains are self-imposed. They're loose around their neck. They could take them off at any time. He's not holding them there with tight chains. Those chains could be easily slipped off over the head. They want to stay in their chains because they want to remain in their ignorance. Truth has been presented, it is there, and they've rejected it. And therefore they're ruled, they're owned. So that's the devil card. Conversely, the other side of the tree represents what could happen if we make the other choice. If we accept the truth of creation in the form of the light of the sun, and we start to go up the right-hand pillar, this is the pillar of mercy, the middle of it, the mercy card, the temperance card, then we're on the road to sovereignty, the road to the crown, right? Everything is flowing. The being is becoming enlightened. This is the freedom card of the tarot, whereas the devil card is the slavery card. So we have the call to awakening and free will at the bottom. We have truth, the sun card. We have the rejection of truth, the moon card. We have the acceptance of truth, the star card. We have change, rapid onset of change, the tower card. We have the slavery card, the devil card. And now we have the card that represents freedom societally. Once we have accepted truth, we can have that state of consciousness, freedom. We move through the knowledge card, which is at the dot position, the world, the knowledge of natural law, the knowledge of the universe, and we get to the final expression of the pillar of severity, death, extinction, stagnation, entropy. This is what ultimately results, the foiling of the evolutionary process. That's what happens when we go up the left-hand path of rejection of truth and slavery, ultimately leading to death, extinction, and undifferentiated chaos at some point. This is the entropy card of the tarot deck. That's the force that this card ultimately represents, the death card. And you're seeing he's mowing down all the institutions. No one is safe. Everyone is going to go. This is the cataclysm card. Like we talked about in the theosophy section, eventually, nature abhors when we continually reject truth and, pollute ourselves and the world, and eventually it comes in and cleans house. It's the weeding process that can happen and will happen should we not change. So that's the entropy card. Now we go to the opposite side, the active side of the tree of life. And this is the syntropy card, the ordering force. The hangman is not a negative card. It's probably one of the most powerful and positive pieces of symbolism in the deck. This is the enlightened man who is doing the true will. I would call this the true will card. That's the initiate. That's having accepted the truth, having gone forward and worked to create freedom. And now this is the true evolution of consciousness. That's what this force represents. The ordering principle, the evolution of consciousness at the top of the pillar of mercy. This is the evolution card. This is what I would call the syntropy card, the force that counteracts the force of entropy and chaos. This is the order card of the deck. Such powerful allegories rolled into all of this symbolism. I mean, the people who put these systems together, all I'm doing here is providing an interpretation. Imagine the level of consciousness of the people who built these systems of symbolism and allegory and interconnection between them. We're talking about a whole nother level. And then we get to the highest force in creation, the force that governs it all, natural law, justice, the king on his throne that can never be unthroned, can never be dethroned. This is the force of truth and will and freedom and love and evolution and law in nature. It's the will of God card, you could call it. It's the boundary conditions of the Creator card. Again, in my natural law seminar, I put this card forward as the card of the tarot deck, which represents natural law itself, because that is what it is. This is what the dark occult wants to dethrone and usurp the position of. They want to be God. They want to be the law. Ultimately, that is the most important card of the entire tarot deck because it is the law card itself. And this is the understanding of natural law is ultimately the only thing that can resurrect this species and put us onto a new path. That is what the dark occultists don't want us to understand, which is why I have always referred to the knowledge of natural law as the most occulted knowledge on the earth. And I'll end this presentation the same way I ended last year here in Connecticut by saying, the law is king and can never be dethroned from its proper place at the crown, at the highest level of creation and the highest level of authority in the universe. This is the only authority that exists in the universe, natural law. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your kind attention today. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, that Latin phrase there, lex rex, simply means the law is king. We'll open up the floor to some questions, and I'll take a couple of questions, then we'll take a little bit of a pause, and we'll do the raffle drawing. If we can turn on the lights, because I don't think I need the slides anymore from this point forward, so I could see the audience a little bit, that would be great. Great. Yes, first question, go right ahead. Speak up really loud because we don't have a microphone to help other people to hear, so really project your voice as much as possible.
It's actually not a question, it's a strong suggestion.
Okay.
The symbol, you go with the dash.
Yes.
Whenever it appears, it's sliding.
Okay.
And normal is devil's pitchfork, it's a sonic. Hebrew for Samaya.
Interesting. Yeah, yeah. That could also look, it also looks somewhat similar to the Greek-esque character as well. Yeah, the sigma. Yes.
Can you comment on the Thoth deck by Aleister Crowley?
Oh, it's a great deck.
It can be used in the same way that you talked about.
Sure.
This,
yes, it can.
Even though he switched some of the cards.
He switched two of the cards. This is called the 8-11 reversal in the tarot. For people who have studied it, a lot of people don't really understand it or know about it. I tried to figure out what it was about. Until I understood this arrangement of cards, I didn't grasp why Crowley did that. He was basically putting courage as the highest force that the universe rewards in nature. I don't look at that as an acceptable reversal personally, which is why, while I like the symbolism of the Thoth deck and some of the other Golden Dawn decks, I do not agree with the reversal of taking the Justice card, which represents natural law, down from the 11 position at the top of the macrocosmic tree of life. That's a reversal that takes natural law down from its position of authority at the top of the universal tree, which shouldn't be done. I do understand why certain magicians looked at that reversal as a good reversal, because they felt that courage was dead in humanity, and that courage needed to be crowned the king. It's like in the Wizard of Oz, my Wizard of Oz presentation, I talked about this reversal, because the cowardly lion is crowned king in the Wizard of Oz, because they're saying only when we crown courage as the king of humanity is anything going to change here. It's the only thing that could really get us into alignment with natural law. Courage. Courage is one of the big factors that you can't create in anybody else. It's an internal quality that can only be created by the self. So that's why they did that reversal. I like the kind of idea behind also putting the courage card in the high position, because it's this idea that nature will come to our aid if we are bold and courageous. I love that idea personally. I talk about it all the time. But I still don't agree with the reversal of those cards. I do understand why they did it, but I personally would never make that reversal, because you can't move that card from its position.
What does he call the courage card? You're saying he put the courage card.
8 and 11. Card 8 and 11 are reversed. So this is card 8. Justice is card 8 in the Thoth deck, and courage is card 11 in the Thoth deck, because he's trying to put courage on this tree. It doesn't belong on that tree. It belongs on the will position. I believe it is
I thought it was Aeon that he puts on.
Hode, the Hode position on the microcosmic tree. He has moved it to position 11, which is Keter on the macrocosmic tree. It's like I said, it's a reversal that I understand, but I do not agree with. Yes.
Hey, Mark, thanks for everything you did.
Thank you.
And this was great. I've listened to all your work as much as I have gotten up to on the podcast. Anyways, like 162 is where I'm at right now.
Cool.
Which is hard to get through the cosmic abandonment stuff. That really is helping me a lot.
Right.
And I appreciate it.
Cool.
But those episodes are really hard for me to power through like I did the first 160.
Right. I'm going to provide some background material and go through some ancient writings that alluded to this stuff in future presentations.
Yeah, well, on the macrocosm, that's like blowing my mind. But then the microcosm, taking it to itself is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what's going on here on the earth as a result. Yeah.
I mean, myself is what I'm talking
Sure.
But anyway, so I have a couple things. Anyway, so throughout the time of listening to your podcast, I've always wondered what you mean by the Creator. And I want you to get kind of in depth with that on what you mean by that.
Yeah, I don't look at it as a personal force. I look at it as an underlying intelligence in nature that is the life essence that underlies everything and gives motion to everything.
Nature, I mean, that's how I always think of it, as like nature is like,
The all.
that's how I always
Yeah,
talk about
it's an acceptable way. I look at it as law, quite honestly. And not to say I don't think it has any aspect of care to it. I'm not saying that. But it's something that is just a unifying force, within everything. That's it. That's what I look at it as. I don't look at it as a man, a being, a woman. It's a force of intelligence that drives everything forward. It wants evolutionary development. It wants growth for itself, the all. That's what we're all part of.
Why does
Right.
it want to do that?
There's nothing else.
Why does it want to drive forward?
Know the self. Know the self.
Self,
That's it.
Okay, so next,
Everything comes down to those two words. That was the mysteries. Know the self and you know the universe. That's what the universe is trying to do.
this is all about just
That's it.
sharpening the consciousness.
It's all about understanding, gaining through experience, having an experience in a differentiated state.
Wouldn't you say that the tumultuousness or the chaos right now is actually a tool to be used to grow consciousness faster?
I would not, because I would say it's not necessary to get to that level of chaos. Those lessons can be learned without going through those extremes of suffering. It's like what we're doing is we're punishing ourselves when we have so much potential we don't need to do it, because we're a self-loathing species and we're stuck in this rut of believing that we don't have the worthiness to transform this condition. And it's unnecessary. It's like, I like the phrase, I like this spiritual teaching, evil is only necessary until we recognize that evil isn't necessary.
Right.
That's it. Yes.
I had one more thing. Sure. Come back
Cool.
later.
I was reading some books by Paul Foster Case and Franco.
Sure.
Or the
He has some great stuff on the Rosicrucian tradition as well, Case.
They said, I've read that you won't truly understand the Kabbalah unless, or the tree of life, for instance, unless you understand Hebrew and all the letters and what they mean.
It would help. I mean, you know, you could get into the study of the language and what the Sephirot, you know, have traditionally been used to represent, and you can gain a good understanding of it from that. Do I think it's absolutely necessary? It's like, you know, this is a system of correspondences. That's what has to be really understand the most when it comes to any occult symbolic system. Somebody else's interpretations of the spheres on the tree might be slightly different than mine, and that doesn't mean that they would be wrong, or that I would be wrong because they disagreed with some of my interpretations. You know, it's a way of interrelating information and corresponding ideas. And, you know, if we look at those spheres, how I laid them out today in conjunction with these cards, I think you could see the clear overlap and the clear correspondence.
Yeah, when you relate it to the Vedic, right? It kind of
Sure, that too. Yep.
easier than
Right.
going through.
So would I say it's absolutely necessary? I wouldn't make that statement, but I would say it wouldn't hurt. And, you know, to study, you know, other languages and other traditions is always a plus. So I think it would be a good complement to the study of Kabbalah, definitely. Yep. Yes.
What's the significance of Latin? Seems to be used in sickness, use it, legal system, use it, it's incorporated in the magic books. Why do we use Latin as opposed to, say, another language?
It's the root of all the Romance languages, and that means that it's ultimately one of the biggest etymological roots of the English language as well. So just a lot of English words come from that, and probably one of the easiest ways or the more unified ways to say something in English but not use English, so to make it kind of esoteric to do it. Most people traditionally use Latin to do that. It's kind of just an agreed upon thing, especially in the West. So I wouldn't say there's any specific magical or mystical significance to it. I would just say, you know, since so much of a percentage of the English language comes from Latin in its origins, that's where a lot of the people who are involved in esoterics have decided they're going to, you know, they're going to use that language to write something that they would not rather write in mundane terms. That's my interpretation of it anyway. I don't think it has any other deeper significance than that. Yes?
So on the macrocosmic tree of life, if that's governed by natural law, my interpretation of that would be natural cycles. So do you think that we can avoid the catabolic cycle that's represented by death in that macrocosmic path?
Yes, I do. Like I said, I wouldn't be saying anything if I didn't think it was avoidable. That doesn't mean that it will be avoided. Again, can and will are two completely, drastically different things. Can it be done? Yes. Even at the place where we're at now, it can be done. Will we choose to do that work? That's not up to me. I don't have that answer. But if I didn't think it was possible, I wouldn't be here in this room trying to say a word to anybody. I'd be at home, you know, saying, well, it's all done. It's all over. I don't think we're at that point yet, but are we approaching it? If we're not careful, we're approaching that point. Like I said, at some point, nature says enough and no further. You know, it only takes the kind of abuse and rejection that we're dishing at it for so long. Yes?
I just had a question, totally off topic. It's about a symbol that you had, that we didn't go into, but it involves the swastika. And I was curious that, you know, I know there's a movement to kind of reclaim the symbol.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering, in your opinion, as someone we obviously have a little high regard for symbolism, what do you think of that, if that symbol should just be...
I would love to see the swastika reclaimed and erase, or as much as possible, mitigate the memory that has been attributed to that symbol through the Nazis. I think we should reverse it back around to its original configuration, not in the SS, configuration, but in the, the like 2-2 configuration, the backwards configuration of it, and help people to understand that this was an ancient symbol that represented the sun, the path of the sun, that represented knowledge, enlightenment, good fortune, goodwill toward other humans, goodwill toward other beings in general. And in the Vedic tradition, when it was used as such, and even in the Native American traditions when they used it, this was a symbol of hope. And I feel it should be completely reclaimed. But people should do it in a way where they really explain how it was used before, explain how they are reversing it, that it was reversed by the dark occult orders that, the dark occult Teutonic orders that came in pre-World War II Germany and essentially took that culture over and then worked through, dark occult forces to bring Nazism into that region of the world. And, they should explain how that happened through the occult, and they should explain what this symbol originally meant and how it was pillaged. And then hopefully people can, quote unquote, take that back. I'd love to see it happen. Are there too many people who are closed-minded to allow that to happen and just see symbols in a totally unidimensional sense? Maybe. But I'd personally like to see it happen. I'm all for that. Yes?
So 1111 is a very positive connotated number.
How much time?
7:30, a little after 7:30.
Okay. I'll do like maybe five or so more questions because I want to preserve my voice a little bit. It's already feeling a little bit rough. But then if you want to make an announcement regarding where we might want to meet up or continue discussion afterward, if anybody wants to go,
But you still need to do your raffle.
Oh, the raffle too, right.
why don't you take
All right, I'm going to take three more questions after this, gentleman. So you and then three more, then we'll do the raffle, and then we'll probably have to break after that. So go ahead, continue.
So 1111 being a really positive connotated number of calling nature, is there an inverse to that that's basically hey, you were going right, but you made a mistake, turn around?
I haven't seen a synchronistic number that kind of put that forward. Maybe 9/11. Maybe the number 9/11. If I had to pick one number that maybe if you've seen a lot that may be trying to tell you you're not on the right path, my guess would be something that is equivalent to 92, 911, because, that's the number of failure of will. The number of will is 93 in the occult. Yes?
I have a quick, I want your opinion on something in terms of action, because I know you preach a lot about taking action.
Sure.
And I know it's an information age, so anybody can build a website or whatever. But I'm sort of a beginner in this whole, and I'm, learning stuff for myself, thinking for myself, trivium and so on. And I do feel like I want to share the knowledge that I'm gaining, but I also feel like, all right, I didn't go through my logic, grammar, and rhetoric enough for me to, really go in depth and explain it to somebody.
Yep.
I don't just want to go and scratch the surface.
Right.
But I know we're also running out of time.
Yes.
And then we have to spread the word, so.
I think I really know what you mean because I went through the same process and these same feelings. My best advice to you is don't wait too long. Don't wait too long. I'm not telling you if you feel like you're not really ready to just immediately do it. Prepare yourself and then get out there and do your best. I feel like I waited too long. You know how long I sat on a lot of this stuff that I've known for a long time and didn't say a word until somebody, put a foot in my ass, And I kind of beat myself up over it for thinking back on it and saying, why did I wait this long to do this? So.
Well, I know how you feel, because I know a lot of people, even just going through the path is, you know there's something wrong, and you're questioning it, and then, I guess for most people, at least for me, is that, somebody said something and it just clicked, and you're like, okay, well, that's what it is.
Right.
Then how do you know that, again, what's the minimum action to take? Because I know you have to take action, and of course, first thing you want to do is like wake up the people next to you, and they're like, oh yeah,
I would say don't look at it in terms of minimum action. Look at it in terms of best level of effectiveness from where your skill set is at. That's my advice. I would say target what you know the best, what you're the best with as far as material goes, and then use the skills that you're the best with to target that information to whatever audience you're going to put it forward toward. And I would say don't wait too long, but I would also say don't rush it either. But don't fall into the habit of second-guessing yourself and waiting too long. If you feel you're knowledgeable on something, share it. I'll do 2 more questions. Yes?
Mark, thank you for having the courage to do what you're doing.
Thank you.
My question is, having a deep knowledge of this information, these esoteric traditions, the dark occultists, or the people who use this in a dark way,
Right.
don't they realize that they're actually enslaving themselves through this, and they're creating an environment around them that they'll never truly be free?
Okay, I will answer this by telling you direct knowledge of the mindset of some of the dark occultists, namely Satanists, that I worked with in my past. Their worldview is such that the laws of nature that govern moral or immoral behavior, in their mindset, in their worldview, means that the whole universe is a prison to them. That is their worldview. This is the dark occult worldview. Anybody that thinks that the entire system of nature is a prison thinks like a dark occultist. I do not have that worldview. That's a poisonous worldview. The laws of nature are not here to enslave us. Because I live under the laws of nature, I am not a slave. I am a sovereign being operating in the unity of nature, period, under the laws of the Creator. That's a positive worldview as far as I'm concerned. That's an accurate worldview as far as I'm concerned. Here's their worldview. The laws of nature are in place. We know this. Therefore, we also know we cannot do whatever we want without consequence to ourselves. We hate this. We reject this. We will not live under this law, okay? We are going to turn that law on its head by getting other people largely to do our dark work for us as order followers. As such, they will take the brunt of the natural law effect or karmic effect of the actions, the behaviors that are taken. We will largely be insulated from that karmic consequence because we didn't actually take the actions. And they're correct. This is another reason. One of the main reasons people hate my work, some people who hate it, really hate it, is because I tell them the dark occultists are not going to have the level of karmic debt and the brunt of karmic consequence that an average order follower will. The average ignorant order follower who is a know-nothing house slave, who doesn't care, all he cares about is a paycheck, all he cares about is pushing people around to make his absolute low self-esteem, prop it up and make himself seem like some kind of a badass, okay, is going to take infinitely more consequence from the universe than a sorcerer who completely knows how he's manipulating that being's consciousness like a puppet on a string, yet does not actually lift a finger to physically perform a harmful action to another living human being. And I'm telling you that's unequivocally true. And people hate me for saying it. Now, the problem is most people are willing to help them get their work done in ignorance. And their worldview is very similar to their worldview. Everything's dark, everything's bad, people are bad by nature, And what the dark occultists think is, this is a prison, Earth is a prison, the universe is a prison. Well, we got our little corner of the prison where we're going to be the gang thugs of. We're going to rule in hell instead of serve in heaven. That's the whole satanic / dark Luciferian ideology in a nutshell. If you understand their worldview and how they think, you understand they don't care about having any kind of karmic consequence done unto them. They want to have life extension technology, so they push that off as far as it can be pushed off. And again, they're trying to assuage, to dissuade the brunt of that karmic impact by getting other people to do their work for them physically. One more question. Yes?
One question for you. I'm going to deal with taking action.
One of the big things that you did for taking action is sharing a lot of knowledge. However, the opposing force in this universe actually uses physical force, physical violence to impose that
That's
action.
right.
Is your stance that we should just be sharing knowledge to basically defend ourselves against that, or should we actually use physical force when the time comes to actually counteract?
Let me tell you something. Anybody who isn't a very heavily armed human being is a stupid human being. That's all I have to say. I'm a well-armed person. You know, I am not a pacifist by any stretch of the human imagination. I think pacifism is the most deplorable ideology on the face of the earth.
What's the point of the knowledge if you don't take action, right?
If you have knowledge that sovereignty is the truth of creation, that it is the truth of your being, what good is that knowledge if you're not willing to defend that sovereignty when it comes under physical violence by another person? You know, you have the right to defend yourself with physical force, which is nonviolent. The defense through the usage of physical force is not the application of violence. Sorry, it's not the same thing. Anybody that thinks that is wrong. They are incorrect. You know? So, you know, I'm not telling everybody pull a trigger at the drop of a hat either. Okay? I think exercising the level of tolerance to teach this to as many people who are willing to listen is the first step. But hey, teaching wasn't going to dissuade the Nazis from doing their horrors. You know? It wasn't going to change the minds of the secret police of the Soviet Union. Okay, that wasn't going to happen that way. You know, at some point, I would advocate for physical pushback. Like I said, I'm not a pacifist. I think people try to portray somebody like Gandhi as being some kind of a propped up on a pedestal figure because he advocated nonviolent resistance. Gandhi didn't get it done. Jesus Christ didn't get it done. Okay, we're still in slavery, folks. It's not done yet. You know? I'm not saying don't learn from those figures either. Okay? But Gandhi once said, and this is what a lot of people who, take his ideology as, in support of a pacifist ideology said at some point in his life, you know, if we had guns to resist, it would probably be a good idea to employ them, but we don't have them. They let them take them all. They let the British Empire take all their weaponry. You know, it's the same thing. Yeah, this is something I'm going to also hammer on my work in the future. I'm going to be getting more deeply into gun rights than I have before in the past. I'm going to really try to emphasize the importance of what the Second Amendment was intended to be. I'm not a constitutionalist either. I think all government is an illusion. All government is, a coercive system. But the concepts contained in the Bill of Rights, some of them I think embody natural law principles, particularly the Second Amendment.
Just following with that question, don't you feel that if we go too far pushing the knowledge without taking like an affirmative action and actually kicking back the force that's hitting us, like flat in the face,
Hey,
we
Mark,
don't actually go
it's
now?
7:45.
Okay, great. We'll do the raffle in 1 minute. I'll just answer this brief question. This is one of the reasons I don't really too much support protests, because people come to protests with no teeth.
Right, not protest.
And the cops bring violent weapons. You know, I'm not interested in that. When you want to protest where you're going to back up your right to speak with teeth, I'll be there. But if you're not, I don't want any part of it. You know, so when people understand, you need to say, I have not only a right to speak, but I have a right to stop you from stopping me from speaking. Then we'll be making progress. Those beings don't have the right to stop you from free assembly and speech, which are natural inherent rights. So when we want to, put a protest together with teeth, then I'll be at that.
How many people in this room are willing to?
Who knows? We're gonna do our raffle. So let's bring up the tickets, and I'll announce the winners. I'll pull the winners.
Yeah! Let's get some swag.
first winner, the first prize. Okay, all right, we have a couple people. Look, I'll wait one more minute. Anybody who wants tickets, get them now from Barb. Bring the tickets up here, throw them in the bag. I'll make the drawing.
Thank you for my presentation.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Great
I
question.
had to ask. Thank you very much.
Put them in there, mix them up. Here we go. The first prize is a What on Earth is Happening DVD of your choice. A Mark Passio DVD of your choice. Here we go. You pick the winner. Get in there in the middle. Not on the periphery. Okay. Here we go. First winner is number 757173. 757173. Give him whatever DVD he wants.
Okay.
Just check the number.
Okay.
The last one buying.
Great.
Yeah, right?
Okay, you're going to get a DVD of your choice from up there, a single DVD of your choice, okay? I'll pick the next one. 757161. You get a t-shirt, a free t-shirt of whatever size you want.
Well, she gave us 2 t-shirts.
Cool.
They gave us 2 t-shirts.
Great,
and then
great, great.
They made up.
That prize was a free t-shirt of whatever size you want. 757. This is for a t-shirt and a single DVD of your choice. 757152. 152. There you go.
All right. And they get the t-shirt and the disc.
T-shirt and a disc. Single disc.
I was gonna say, what's got you, man?
Thank you.
I just started buying stuff and good knowledge.